From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning wherever you may be across this great land of ours and beyond. To the rock, the island of Guam in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Cheerio, everybody, and I would like to welcome KSRV in Ontario, Oregon, 1380 on the dial in Ontario, Oregon. Welcome to the network. And good luck. I always wonder, I really do, too. You know, some program director and manager who are sitting there at some new radio station that has just come on that very night, and you never know what we're going to be doing, right? And they've signed up for it because they know it's a very popular show and ratings are good, and, you know, for whatever reasons they do it, they've got an opening at night. Sure, we'll give it a try. And then they're sitting there, and by about an hour later, they've got their heads in their hand going, oh, what have I done? So listen for a while. It takes a while to grow on you. All right, so what's going on in the world? I see the Prime Minister in Japan is going to resign. One of Japan's most unpopular in decades told his cabinet Friday that that's it, he will resign. Didn't set a date, though. Seems like Japanese prime ministers come and go a lot lately. Have you noticed that? How many have we had in the last few years? Somebody to account for me. It's a lot. I know that. Listen, tonight I'm going to let you talk about the shadow people. Now, the reason is because in the next hour I've got a guest who may have something to bear on the shadow people. Albert Taylor has written now a couple of books on out-of-body experiences, OBEs. And there's every reason to believe that OBEs would be a prime candidate for the shadow people. I just don't know what to do with this topic anymore. I want an expert on the shadow people, and I don't know where you get an expert on the shadow people. I have in excess now of 4,000 emails from people who have seen shadow people. 4,000 emails sitting in there. I'm not sure what to do with them. I've got them in a special shadow person section in my computer, and I'm sort of holding them. And every time I look at them, I go, God, we've stumbled into something really big, and I don't know what to do with it. So you want to talk about shadow people tonight? Fine. Come on ahead. Let's rock. I've got to get to the bottom of this somehow. That's much too much communication. And lately, no matter what the subject, if I open the phone, people want to talk about the shadow people. So obviously, we're on to something really big. It's just a matter of what. On this program, a lot of times, that's the chief question. What? Oh.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Just fine.
Killed my radio there.
Good for you.
I've talked to you a few times now. It's always an honor and a pleasure. About the shadow people.
Yes.
And how I know this, I talked to you about 3 or 4, maybe a week ago, and I explained to you that I've been abducted since I was 7, many, many times. One of the things that happens when you get abducted is they kind of erase your short-term memory so that even though you're not exactly, they always do it at night, take me away and download my memory, and then that process sort of muddles my short-term memory.
If not nearly erasing it completely.
No, it does, but it doesn't. See, it leaves your long-term memory intact. So years down the road...
How much do you know about them?
About what?
Them.
A lot, because I'm exposed to it all, and I still get my long-term memory, but I don't remember these things until years later, because the short-term memory is gone. But as for the shadow people, and they tell me all sorts of things.
Well, no, abduction, what does that have to do with shadow people?
Well, Tuesday, when I went up, and sometimes they allow me to remember things. Not very often, but when there's some reason, and I don't know what it is, they're far beyond anything we can think of. It's really amazing.
Yes.
shadow people are manifestations of our, not so much insecurities, but our concerns or things we should be concerned about. So that every time you or anybody else sees a shadow person,
yes,
there's something in that situation, in that environment, that you need to be concerned about. Now, they're real, but what it is your senses allow you to manifest something to get your attention.
Some people think that it's death coming to see you.
Well, they are spirits, but you just can't manifest them when there's no reason. That's why there's seances and things like that, because there has to be a reason. There has to be an energy, a connection, a power structure in order for them to manifest themselves to you. They just can't do it on their own.
All right, I think I've got you. We'll have to hold it right there. I don't know about that. A lot of people have said that they are of the negative side and that they are, maybe the spirits that come and get you when it's your time. So somehow I can picture this shadow person standing at the door, just going with his finger. Come here, little boy. It's your time. Oh, but I don't want to go. Come on. This way. Or maybe not. Maybe there's simply people out there having OBEs and a good time, and every now and then when they're seen straight on, they get startled, and they go in the other direction. I don't know. They might even be ghosts, or they might be them. My last callers, them. This is Coast to Coast AM. We'll be right back. Now, here's somebody with what I think is a pretty good idea. Remember the DNA that was submitted to scientists in Britain to test? They thought it might have been a Yeti. But the scientists tested the DNA, and they say it's not human. It's not any mammal they know of or can identify. It's good DNA. They simply don't know what it belongs to. Somebody wrote me an email and suggested that they clone whatever it is and find out what it is. Wouldn't that be interesting if you could take a DNA of a completely unknown creature and simply clone it, grow it in the womb of a cow or whatever? You imagine the tension while you're waiting for whatever it is? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello? Going once, going twice, gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hello, Art?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to turn my radio off. Just a minute.
Good.
I'm so surprised I got
Good
through.
caller. Turn that radio down.
Yes, it's off now.
Good.
About the shadow people?
Yes.
There could be more than one type or species of what you call shadow people. It could be, some of them could be people who passed on, as you say, and some of them could be people that are traveling out of their bodies. But also, I think maybe some of them might be what the people know as the fairies and elves, and their real names are the powers of nature and forces of the elements. I attended a group many years ago, and the lady who held it was psychic, and she could see the beings of the elements, and her front door happened to be open. And she said, oh, there's a little fairy, and she picked it up. We couldn't see it, but she picked it up, and she passed it around the room, and we each had it on our lap.
She picked it up.
Right. I mean, she had seen it before.
Dear little fairy, let me cup you in my hand and pass the fairy around.
Yeah.
And then each one of you held out your hand and held the fairy?
Yeah, we thought we did. But the other...
So in other words, to be honest, you didn't see the fairy.
To be honest, I didn't.
But you held out your hand anyway.
Yes, because I wanted to hold it.
You didn't feel any little fairy feet.
But can I tell you another thing quickly?
Well, but I want to get this straight. You felt no little fairy feet on your palm?
Absolutely not.
Okie dokie. All right, yes.
The other thing is, a woman who went to the church I used to go to, it is the I Am Church, who, it's by the Ascended Masters and cosmic beings, so I feel the woman was telling me the truth.
Said what?
In back of her house, there was an alley, and there was across the alley, there was a beautiful tree growing. It was quite an old tree. She said one day she came home. she opened her back door, and the people that owned the tree across the alley had cut it down. And she said she saw one of the little. She had her inner sight open so she could see these things. And she said that there was a little being of the element sitting there crying, and it said, my whole life's work is ruined. So these little beings do exist. I used to have a friend who...
I wonder what its disappointment was.
That the tree was cut down, that it worked all life.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I also had a friend who, during the Second World War...
Okay, we'll have to hold it there. The little tree fairy story was good. Well, I don't know. Would you do that? I mean, if somebody came to you and said, Why, look at this. It's a fairy. Let me get this little fairy. Ah, there's a little fairy. Here, you hold him. I mean, would you hold out your hand? Well, you might. And you might. I'm not sure I would. But anyway, there you'd be with your hand held out, feeling no fairy feet, no fairy weight, seeing no fairy. Just having to imagine there's a fairy there and sort of playing along because there's a bunch of other people there and they're all saying, hey, the fairy. And you're going, hey, little guy. I don't know. I would say about 80% of my audience knows who Dr. Albert Taylor is. But that's only 80%. So we'll make you familiar with Albert Taylor and out-of-body experiences. It's real. Out-of-body experiences are as real as the rain that hits your face on a rainy day. I mean, they're just absolutely real. What they mean, what they're really all about, where you go and what you do during them, those are all really interesting questions. But we'll cover OBEs from the get-go and give you sort of the short version of what an OBE is. Bear in mind and be patient with me because remember, there's a lot of new listeners out there who have no idea what this is all about. So for their sake, we're going to go over it a little bit here in the beginning, and then we'll branch out, and no doubt before very long at all, we'll Well, in honor of the lady who called last hour, she was really cute. She was talking about a fairy. I don't know how many of you heard that. She said this lady went to her door and she said, oh, look, a fairy. And she went over and she picked up the fairy, which I guess nobody could see but the lady. And she brought it in her little cupped hand. And she handed it to my caller, who held her hand out and held the little fairy. And I said, well, could you feel any little fairy feet? No. Could you see a little fairy? No. Did you just sort of go along with it because everybody else thought that was a fairy? Well, yeah. And so, in honor of that lady, who I kind of had fun with, for all I know, she was holding a fairy, just couldn't see it and feel it. I have taken a special photograph on my webcam, which you can now see. I had one photograph up there, but it was irresistible, so you can see me holding my little fairy. That's on my website, www.artbell.com, and then go to program and webcam, and this photograph is honor of the fairy lady. All right, now to become serious, if that's possible. Dr. Albert Taylor came to my rescue, and I to his, I suppose, some years ago when people called up and said, Art, it was almost like the shadow people. You know, it's so close in a lot of ways to the way we began our relationship, the shadow people story. I was getting all these. One person called and said, Art, I was in bed one night and I froze and I couldn't move. I was literally paralyzed. And then sometimes people would say, well, I'd actually move up out of my body or I'd move down into the mattress out of my body, but out of body. But mostly this paralyzed moment, and I'd had it myself. As I've seen these little, whatever in God's name they are that you see in peripheral vision, I had this frozen feeling myself in that twilight of sleep or whatever it is. And we couldn't figure out what it could be. And I started getting, as I am now, then I got hundreds of emails. Now I get thousands on a subject like this. And I had hundreds of people saying exactly the same thing. And we hadn't talked about OBEs. OBEs had not been talked about on this program. I didn't even know what an OBE was at that point. And to the rescue came Dr. Albert Taylor, who's written a book on the subject, on OBEs. And we've interviewed him many times before. Here he is, Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you, Art. That was a great introduction.
Well, it was a true one.
It's great to be back.
That's how it happened, right?
That's exactly how it happened. It was a miracle.
Well, maybe a miracle, yes. You never know. And you had written a book called what?
Soul Traveler. Soul
Traveler, which everybody can still get. I take it on Amazon.com and so
still available and still moving like the wind.
Soul Traveler outlines actually in the beginning of it. I wish I had an expert as well defined to answer the questions. Maybe you're the guy on shadow people as on OBEs, but your book actually began with this experience, didn't
exactly.
it? This paralyzed, whatever it is
right.
that
sleep
you get.
paralysis.
Sleep paralysis, yes. It's actually extremely frightening if it's not happened to you before.
Definitely.
You're sort of half asleep, but then you're paralyzed. You literally cannot will yourself to move a little finger. Nothing.
Right.
You're just frozen, and that's scary. I mean, a lot of people would think maybe I'm having a heart attack or a stroke.
I'm dying.
I'm dying, sure. Absolutely. Something like that. And a lot of people have had it. It's the beginning. It is like a precursor to an OBE, isn't it?
Exactly. That's the wonderful thing about it. That it makes it still very difficult to wade through that paralysis state to achieve an OBE. It's still difficult even to this day for me. But what a reward it is. It's a fantastic experience. And you've had one, so you can testify to that.
Yeah, but I wasn't a volunteer. That's right. I was not a volunteer.
I'll tell you, up until 35 years old, neither was I.
And when I first had the paralyzing moments, it scared the you-know-what out of me. It honestly did. I really thought something was physically, profoundly wrong, and I might be dying or something, having a stroke is what I thought, actually. And it wasn't that at all, and I pulled myself out of it. I willed myself out of it.
Right.
I wouldn't let myself go 1 inch further, and
right.
I tried to will myself back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would be an average reaction. You try to will yourself back to normal, because I didn't know what was happening to me.
Right. And fear set in, and fear of the unknown. And the safest place to be is back in our physical body in the waking state, and not in this bizarre flying mode or whatever you want to call it. So it's a natural response if you don't know what it is.
Well, even when I had mine, it still scared the you-know-what out of me, although...
But at least you'd been to ground school.
I'm sorry, Albert, but you know what? I had done an interview with you, and when it happened to me, it didn't help me a bit. No, it didn't help me a bit. I'm serious. I mean, when it happened in Paris, and I'll tell briefly, here it is again. My wife and I were on vacation in Paris. I was out of my normal routine, when I eat, when I sleep, time zones, blah, 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 on vacation in Paris. And I, all of a sudden, lying in bed, boom, I was above the city of Paris. I could actually look down on the city of Paris. In fact, I did, in my peripheral vision, as it were. But that was not the center of what was happening to me. What was happening to me was an ecstasy that is indescribable.
Right.
Really it is.
And extremely memorable.
And, indelibly imprinted on my memory.
Right.
And then, boom, like that. I was back in my body, waking up my wife, annoying her, telling her what had just happened to me. I was so, I had adrenaline going like crazy, but I was so surprised and shocked by it that I instantly went back to my body. There is no question I was out of my body, but I didn't know it was coming on. I didn't wish for it. I didn't try for it. I didn't know how to control it. In fact, none of that went through my mind. I just freaked out, and I was back in my body that fast. And that's been the extent of my travels.
Well, Art, you remember the way my book begins is all it is a diary of me having these experiences, which went from the age five, I would have them once a week, and then suddenly, for whatever reason, at age 35, they increased from once a week to several times a week, and then several times a night.
Well, if they were happening to you,
I didn't plan on it either.
Yeah, but if they were happening to you once a week, Albert, you would have to learn to deal with them. The frequency of them alone would cause you eventually, I suppose, to be less afraid of them, right?
No, you weren't in the room when I was 5 years old, and I went into my grandmother's room, and I wanted to know what it was, and she told me that it was the witches coming to steal my soul because I was bad the day before.
Did she really tell you that?
Yes, she really said that.
Bad grandmother.
So with that kind of thing hanging over your head, you're going to be fighting it. You're not going to want to see what's beyond the paralysis.
That's for sure. Oh, man, coming to steal your soul. Oh, and so you thought that for how long?
A lot of years. And in my family, see, even to this day, several members in my family have this experience a lot, just like me, except they haven't gone beyond the paralysis. So even to this day, when I would try to talk to them about it and mention it, either I would get some kind of fearful condemnation, like I was bad, or they just didn't want to talk about it at all because they were terrified of it. So I never heard of out-of-body experiences or any of that thing. All I knew was about this witch ride thing, and I knew that not only was I having the paralysis, but at age 5, something was moving around my room and something was calling my name. But I had no one to talk to it about. And then later,
wait a minute, calling your name, huh?
Yes. That terrified me so much when I was 5 years old. I can remember it to this day. 40 years later.
Yeah, that would be terrifying because, and I hate to bring it up already, this shadow people thing, but even last hour, we were kind of talking about that a little bit, and one possibility of the shadow people is, Mr. Death coming to get you, right? And if something in a dark, shrouded, hooded, black, indecipherable figure comes and sort of raises a hand to you, beckoning, Albert.
A bony, pointed finger.
That's right, bony. Albert. And then you remember what Grandma said.
I'd fly away.
Oh, absolutely, out of here. Yes. So that had to be part of what you were thinking about, in a way.
Definitely. I didn't know. I mean, I can tell you this. First thing I did jump to, the conclusion I first jumped to was that it was negative. It was not a positive thing. It was something that was a bad thing. And then growing up in Catholicism, a lot of people would say if it's not of God, it's of the devil. So I had all of these things in my head to try to decipher and figure out what was happening, and none of them were positive. So, of course, it frightened me terribly.
You have hence and since learned not only to deal with the fear that comes with that moment of being paralyzed, but going beyond it, which is a real key, and then actually leaving your body, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you leave your body, you can literally go anywhere. You could go to the living room, the bathroom.
Anywhere you can focus your thoughts on.
The bathroom could be convenient sometimes.
Right.
Or to the moon.
Anywhere you can focus your thoughts on. Or beyond.
And you can prove that it's real, not baloney. In other words, what you see when you leave your body can be later confirmed, correct?
And yeah, definitely. And that's one of the things. See, I thought it was, as I got past the witch ride superstition, I started thinking, well, this is just a lucid dream. And that was okay because I was having fun, I was flying, and if it's just, I knew I was having the experience, and if it was a lucid dream, then so be it. But when someone, a doctor who had a near-death experience, I attended her class, and she is the first one that ever even asked me the question of if I was having night paralysis or sleep paralysis. And she was the very first person that suggested that it was more than just a lucid dream. So I didn't believe her. I was very skeptical about it. So the first thing I did is I told her, well, it's happening to me almost every night, and if it's really happening, then I'm going to try and come see you. I said that kind of skeptically. And I really didn't think it would work, and I had no confidence in it, but I knew it was happening a lot. And because I'm a scientist, I figured, process of elimination, that would at least be something that didn't work. But I was surprised that I did have, after leaving the physical body, after having the paralysis, after making my request, I felt some strange presence around me. And next thing I knew, I was in the same flying mode that I had been in for years and years and years. There was no difference, except that I couldn't control the direction because I guess I had already made my request. But I could control the altitude and the speed in which I was flying.
I would so love to do that, Albert. I really want to fly. I really want to fly, and if that's the only way I can fly, I'll take it.
Desire is 90% of it, Art. It seems like you have one after I talk to you, so you never know what might happen tonight. If you get relaxed enough and your life is going really well for you, that can open the door right there. So and
here's another thing that people don't understand, just before we proceed. Your background is in the hard sciences. What was your background before you did this?
Well, basically, I say from the beginning, I've always, as a kid, I've been fascinated by aircraft, things that flew. So I joined the Air Force at age 17. I became a crew chief of the Lockheed U-2 at 18 years old. I supported the U-2 in flying several reconnaissance missions over the Soviet Union.
U-2 spy plane, right?
Oh, definitely.
By the way, do you have any comment on what's going on in China right now?
Yeah, I have a lot.
I kind of like this young lady who sent me the email that said, we're really, really sorry that your plane hit ours.
I don't really think, since we're in international airspace, I don't think we have anything to be apologetic for. That the faster-moving aircraft is the one who is really responsible in any case, because he can get out of the way a lot faster.
Sure.
And he probably was harassing the turboprop-driven Navy ship, and something happened, and they clipped each other, and I think he knocked out two of the engines. It landed on only two props. And unfortunately, when having a small fighter, it can be gouged and damaged very easily, and probably caught fire and crashed.
Well, somebody in the administration today said that Chinese, they knew that Chinese pilot somehow. I guess Intel did, and he's a hot dog, they said.
That happens here. That could have very well happened. And unfortunately, now this is the whole thing. Do you remember when the Russian pilot flew that MiG I think it was to Japan one time about 10 years ago?
I certainly do.
And the Soviets wanted it back, and we did send it back to them after we took the thing apart and blueprinted everything.
Absolutely, and that's, of course, what they're doing with ours now.
That may very well be. And to tell you the truth, wouldn't you? Even if you have an agreement, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
What I said the first
technology.
night. Absolutely. I'd be in there with more Fujifilm than they could stock in a year.
That's probably what's happening. But before the crew landed, they did destroy a lot of data and equipment.
That's what I heard, yep. That's what I heard.
And I'm pretty sure they destroyed some of the valuable stuff, but it's just possibly the setup, and then there's a few other things, and maybe some boards and things like that they probably can recover.
I'm sure. Anyway, we're drifting. So you were you worked with the U-2.
Right.
Crew chief.
I worked in the 9th OMS, which was the Lockheed U-2 and the SR-71 joined together.
Then what?
And then I left there because of my experience on Skunk Works aircraft, which both of those are. I joined the Skunk Works in Burbank, California, on the design team of the Stealth Fighter, which it wasn't known. It was called Senior Spear back then.
What became the F-117?
Which became the F-117A. That was back in the late 70s. And then from there, I wanted to work on a larger aircraft, and I think President Reagan had just gotten back in office, and he rekindled the B-1 bomber program, which was killed by, I think, Jimmy Carter. So I started working on the B-1, on design of the flight control systems and the rotary launcher, which launched cruise missiles, things like that.
So you were really heavy-duty hardware, right?
Definitely.
So how you got from there to here is what we'll look at next. Hold on. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Oh, I've always wanted to fly. This kind of flying. Suspended, floating, moving, flying. Of course, I tried it in Alaska with a hang glider because I thought that'd be closest thing to it. I broke my arm, compound fracture. Very disappointing. The actual flight time was in the seconds. The crashing time was, anyway, you get the idea. So since then, I've wanted to try it, and someone told me that if I would just get on an ultralight with an engine, it would be all right. I've been thinking about that real hard. There's a vice president of Intel Corporation who's a good friend of mine, and he wants to take me up and away. And I've been thinking real hard about it. My wife keeps saying no. My boss keeps saying no. And I keep thinking yes. So we'll see. Maybe one of these days that's exactly what I'm going to do. If not, then there is Dr. Albert Taylor's way. And it seems like they're going to bring back The Outer Limits. 22 brand new episodes of The Outer Limits is going to be on the Sci-Fi Channel. And they wanted to come on the program, so, you bet. The Outer Limits. What a great show that was. So at some point, we will have the people from Outer Limits on. Didn't know that was coming back, did you? Yeah. So anyway, that's how I feel about this. Flying. God, I would love to fly. And that's what it is. It is, tell me it is like that, Albert.
Well, I'd say it's even better than that, because you don't have to worry about
crashing.
You're breaking an arm.
Yeah, that's a very good point. How did you get your what is your doctorate in?
It's in I went to Trinity University, and my doctorate is in psychology, but my master's is in aeronautical engineering.
Huh. All right. Well, then you're well equipped, I guess, to speak on both subjects. You're right. You wouldn't crash. That's the way to fly and not. Well,
I tell you, I broke my arm 8 months ago, and I thought I got the young fever or whatever you call it, and I bought one of these motorized go pad things, and I ended up getting dumped into the street and broke my arm. So
it's really annoying, isn't it?
Well, I waited 45 years to break a bone. I don't know.
I broke
kind of late in life.
Where'd you break it?
Right at the elbow. Matter of fact, I have pins right now in my elbow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I broke mine 2 inches above the elbow.
Oh.
Bad.
Yeah. But, I do a lot of ultralight window shopping, too. That's kind of interesting that you mentioned that.
By the way, you'll notice Albert sounds better now. We have switched phones, and we now have good audio. Much better phone, Albert.
Thank you.
Much better phone. All right, so
I was telling you a little bit about my background.
Yeah, this really is possible, though. This flying business really is possible.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And tons, thousands, since we first did the first show back in, I think it was 96.
Was it really that long?
Yeah, I think, it was, right after the book came out. Since then, God, time is flying hard. Since then, literally hundreds of thousands of people have written me and come to the lectures and all kinds of things talking about their experiences. Right now I have just tons of letters I haven't been able to get to because there's so many people now having these experiences. I've even been getting some on the shadow people.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right. Well, see, it really is an exact parallel. I tell you, Albert, when we first started talking about this being paralyzed stuff, I would get letters from people who were in tears. Mm-hmm. They were in tears because they thought it only happened to them. They thought they were the only ones, and they were terrified of it, talking about it. They didn't talk to people about it. They thought something might have been chronically or fatally wrong with them or whatever. And they were in tears when they would hear that it was a very common thing. Mm-hmm. This doggone shadow people thing is exactly the same way. There are people in tears out there who are writing to me saying, my God, Art, I've been seeing them all my life. I'm afraid to talk to anybody about them. Right. A lot of people were told by parents or grandparents, just like you were.
Right. That is something negative.
Yeah, something negative. That's right. Kneel down and pray.
Right.
That sort of thing. And I've got these thousands of emails stacked up, and I don't know what to do with it or the subject, Albert.
Well, I have some interesting stories that might help you a little bit.
Well, here's one of the things, and I wanted to ask you about this. A lot of people have said they see the shadow people not just in peripheral vision, but straight on. Mm-hmm. And when they see them, at times, the shadow people realize that they're being seen, and when they do, they're gone, like that. Mm-hmm. Right. Some of us have theorized that one possible answer could be OBEs.
Yes, that is 1/3 of the answer.
And well, matter of fact, that's 2/3 of the answer. The OBE category gets divided into living and dead because, I mean, a near-death experience, leaving the physical body, that type of thing is still an OBE. The other kind could be yourself in a way, but it has to do with the difference in time shift and reality and physical plane shift. But these are the very rare ones. The most common one that probably people see are the ones that are people who do not live or are deceased or are in between lives. And the reason, and I have a real couple of interesting stories that I'd like to share with you that kind of might give you a little bit idea.
Are all of these, Albert, in the same realm?
Yes.
Whether you're somebody who's recently passed,
yes,
or somebody existing in another realm, or somebody in an OBE, all traveling within the same realm?
Okay, but see, you have to take out of this whole equation the physical realm, a place, a location, because we're not talking about any of those. Even though we here, with the physical body and the five senses, are very aware of our three-dimensional world. But in that case, they have no limitations like that, and what it is really a vibratory level. And that's why sometimes when you see them, depending on how turned up your five senses are, the more turned up your five senses are, the less you're going to be able to perceive these things. And so when you try to look and you try to focus on what you thought you saw out of the corner of your eye, you no longer can perceive it. Mm-hmm. It's only when you're not thinking about it that you kind of see something move around you. Now, what happens is, in the lowest area of perceiving these things, you perceive it as a dark humanoid-type shape, generally transparent shape. Mm-hmm. It's moving rapidly because it's independent of your time frame. So it could move out of your vision very, very rapidly without you even seeing which direction it went. At a higher level, it's usually because of an altered state or you're nearing like an out-of-body consciousness. But they can also happen when you're nearing the point of death or about to die. People in hospices start seeing the shadows in the early part of their life degrading, and then right before the day they leave, they can see it even clearer and sometimes even see the physical person standing there. Now, my uncle, he passed away a few years ago, and a couple of days before he passed away at Memorial, Veterans Memorial Hospital, I was talking to him, and occasionally he would look over my shoulder as if he was seeing something, and I'd look like as if someone walked in the room and there was nothing there, and I'd look back at him, and he would look at me puzzled, like he didn't really want to say what he thought he saw. The day before, a few days later, I got a call saying that he was on his last leg and only had a few more hours to live, and yet he was still conscious. When I came into the room and I sat there next to the bed talking to him, he looked over and he said to me, and this was before I started having these out-of-body experiences and things, he said to me, "Who is that standing over in the corner of the room smiling at me?" And I looked over my shoulder. There was no one I could see there. But because his life was ebbing away slowly but surely, that meant he was slowly turning down the volume on his five senses and starting to turn up the volume on his extra senses, the ones that we have in the out-of-body state or at a higher level. And then the next day after that, he passed away. So that tells you that at the very low level, they're very hard to perceive. They're glimpses, shadows, whispers of wind, that kind of thing. And at the higher level of consciousness or nearing the point of death, leaving the physical body, then we can perceive these a lot more.
Wow, that's some story.
I have another story about a similar kind of thing, where a friend of mine had a near-death experience who never believed in any of these things at all. He even thought, I told him I was having out-of-body experiences, and he said, "Yeah, that's kind of crazy, Al, but I love you anyway." He really thought I was nuts.
Yes.
And I've known him for years. But one day, he woke up, he had a respiratory problem. He was taken to the hospital in emergency. Right before he got out of the car, he had excruciating pains in his chest.
Yes.
They put him on a gurney, and he said when they laid him back on the gurney, he knew he had taken his last breath. He clutched his chest. All of a sudden, there was a loud pop, And then next thing he knew, he was outside of a crowd of people working on this guy on a gurney. And he was looking at the doctors, and he thought to himself, why are you working on him? You should be working on me. And then just as he said that, all of a sudden, these beings, like several of them, not just one or two, but maybe 8 or 9, surrounded him toward the back. And it didn't scare him. He felt as if he knew them. He couldn't identify them, but he felt definitely that he knew them. And one of the beings told him, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. You can go with us. And he told me, he said he really, for a few seconds, he really thought about going with them because he really felt that he wanted to go somewhere that he had really left, or kind of like returning home kind of feeling. But then he thought about the people that he would be leaving behind, his kids and things like that, and he made his decisions to stay. Just about that time, a nurse came running out of the hospital, put this apparatus on the guy on the gurney that they were working on, and next thing he knew, he felt this extreme acceleration, and he felt like as if he was slammed onto the gurney. He was staring up at the crowd, a circle of people staring at him and looking at him and saying, "You're not going to die, you'll be all right." Well, that in itself was.
What did they do? Did they put the paddles on him?
No, they didn't. They put some kind of breathing device on him. He was having a respiratory problem.
Okay.
And so when he called me up, and here I am, a member of the International Association of Near-Death Studies, and my best friend has a near-death experience, which is quite weird. So he calls me up, and I go down to the hospital, and he's in the hospital shaking his head. And I said, "Well, what's wrong? What's going on?" And he tells me the full story, and he continues to shake his head. I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "I didn't know." And I said, "Well, what didn't you know?" And he kept saying, "I didn't know." I said, "Oh, what didn't you know?" He said, "I didn't know that I was that important." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "When I was standing there, there were people there waiting for me. I didn't know anybody cared." He said, "There were non-physical people there for me. They knew I was there. I didn't know I was that important." So he couldn't perceive them when he was in the physical, but as soon as he got out of the physical, he could perceive a multitude of people around him who were non-physical beings.
Wow. That's another really neat story. How are we to... a lot of people say, Albert, that when we're dying or when we're having an NDE or a very traumatic event, our brain begins a superproduction of endorphins to protect itself against what's occurring, to cushion the blow of dying or the pain of dying or the experience of dying. And that's all it is a bunch of excited endorphins. How do you answer that?
Well, okay, as a researcher, I'm not going to just jump to conclusions. Let's say that is possible. Well, then I'm going to look at all the cases of everybody who's ever gone to the brink of death and come back. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a list of everything that all of these people have in common. And then I'm going to see if there's some similarities. Now, if it's just a random thing and it's not related to anything beyond the body or a consciousness that exists beyond the physical, then there should be very few categories that match in all of these people that I test.
Yeah, that would seem to be true.
Right. That's how I would look at it.
There would be random, you might have the endorphins.
Helter-skelter, all kinds of wild experiences. Yeah. Nothing that I could, no linear path of understanding whatsoever. Should just be just a pandemonium.
Yes.
All kinds of things.
Yes.
But that's not the case. No matter what your spiritual beliefs are, no matter what your geographical location is, no matter what your academic level of achievement is, no matter what anything, no matter if your gender is, there's multiple patterns of the same types of things people are talking about all over the world. And not 100%, but about 70 to 80%, which to me, I think is quite phenomenal and needs to be definitely paid attention to, because that's a pattern that implies some type of proof, or at least is a beginning of an indication of proof. So that's what I would look at. So they say that endorphins are flooding the brain, but then I can't explain why all these people are talking about the same thing.
Absolutely fair, yes. That's the scientific method. That's how you do it, all right.
That would make me feel better about my own results. And then still I would have some doubt, but they would tend to sway me in more of the pattern of thinking of that there is something going on rather than there isn't.
All right, fine. I can accept that. And there's really no way, is there, to get proof beyond that point, the gathering of similar cases. And if it was just endorphins, you would think you'd get an absolutely random...
Right.
You might get spectacular descriptions of experiences, but you wouldn't get this repetitive experience. That's certainly true.
And looking at it psychologically, you would think that if this was an individual experience, then the experience that they would be able to relate would be based on their individual lives. So it would be from their perception or their perspective only, not in a general sense.
Yes. How different is the actual dying experience, do you think, from an OBE experience?
Well, if we're talking about a non-traumatic death, meaning you haven't been thrown through the windshield or something like that, I would say it's quite pleasant, quite peaceful, and that leads me to my third story I'd like to share with you.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember Sam Kinison?
Oh, yes.
Comedian?
Yes, the screamer.
Okay.
The screamer.
He was on his way to Vegas, I believe, in his vet with his girlfriend or something, and his brother, I believe, was following him behind in the car. Sam had an accident. He didn't die right away. He didn't even know he was critically injured, fatally injured. But he got out of the vehicle and he kept walking around saying, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He obviously had internal injuries that cost him his life, but he didn't die right away. He began to lay down, and he laid down in his brother's arms. And he was telling his brother, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." And just then he stopped talking to his brother, and he looked away for a brief second. And as he looked away, he turned back to his brother, and he smiled, and he said, "It's okay now. It's okay." And then he died. So that whatever he saw, and it wasn't even though he'd had a trauma.
How do you know that story?
Well, I heard his brother tell him on the radio many times, and then I think I read about it in some magazine or something like that. But I did hear his brother talk about it. And as a matter of fact, his brother even said that up until that point, he had no belief in anything after that. But because of that experience with Sam, he began to believe that there had to be something else going on because of the last few minutes of his life and what happened. So whatever he wasn't able to perceive in the physical, and as he began to slowly lose you lose grips with the physical body and the five senses, all of a sudden he could perceive something else there that brought him comfort and solace.
Well, you're an expert on OBEs. When you are in the middle of an OBE, do you see entities that are not non-human?
Oh yes, you can. It's not something that happens a lot, but definitely, because we're human souls now. We're in a human experience, but this is not the I'd say souls are kind of generic and spread all over creations. Our particular experience here, we're human souls, but that doesn't mean that we're the only souls that exist. Period. The life force is basically what the soul is made of.
I had a scientist on last night. I had a scientist on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard him. A brilliant guy. He's going to have his body frozen when he dies because he said, otherwise, the only other two choices are cremation and burial. There ain't nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
So he feels that they're going to reanimate his body later and the soul will come back into the body?
No, he doesn't think we have a soul.
Oh.
And I talked to him about that. I said, "You don't think we have a soul?" He said, "Where's the evidence?" That was his question. Where's the evidence?
I would totally agree with him.
Hold on.
Okay.
We'll do this when we come back, and we will be back. Of sounds of silence in the beginning, that could be describing an OBE, couldn't it?
It sounds like it.
It really does.
I've never heard that before.
I know. Well, you've got to stop and listen and apply it, and then all of a sudden, ba-boom, there it is.
Definitely. Because of you, my collection of music is growing.
Well, anyway, I don't even remember where we were.
Well, we were talking about the guy you had on before, and how he didn't have it. He didn't believe there was a soul.
Last night.
And I totally understand his position 100%. And none of the things that I've shared with you over the past few years, I would have ever shared with you if it hadn't been for some sort of personal experience. And it's just like, you could be the inventor of the bicycle, and you could tell me about it. You don't have to walk anymore, Al. I'd be real skeptical. Well, I want to see this thing. And then you'd pull it out and show it to me. And I go, well, that doesn't mean that you can ride this thing, or it helps you get from here to there. And then you can get on it, and you can ride it. And seeing you ride it and all that is almost enough to really convince me that it's a good thing. But what's really going to do it for me, as me personally, is if I get on the bike and I learn how to ride it.
All right, but here's the thing, Albert. I know that OBEs, out-of-body experiences, are true.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt.
Because you got on the bike.
Because I got on the bike. I did it, not willingly, but I did it. So I know it's true. But what I don't know is that was my soul traveling.
Right.
What I don't know is that perhaps it was something that an active, living mind can do, but it doesn't necessarily have to involve what we think of as a soul.
You could think that way.
I am.
With one experience and I would probably think that way too with one experience. But if you repeat it over and over again, and then so let's say you decide that, because you got to remember, Art, and you know this, my book is my diary, and I never plan on sharing it with anybody. I was just keeping it for myself.
Right.
So it wasn't about writing a book and then, hey, look at this.
I know, but you still haven't shown me it's a soul. I mean, even if you did it 100 times, it may be something that a living mind is capable of doing. Actually leaving your body, but that doesn't mean you're a soul.
I agree. But then you start breaking down what kind of experiences you start having. Then you have experiences like in my book, and I talk about seeing my dead aunt on more than one occasion. The very first time I just refused to accept it. I didn't believe in life after death or any of that. Then the second time, because we were communicating with more than just visuals, I was thoroughly convinced that whatever this thing was, it was definitely my aunt, and I already knew I'd carried her coffin to the grave. So that kind of experience, coupled with another experience with another deceased person, and then you add on to that, and then none of these are just disjointed experiences. Each one hinges on the other, and if you're able to repeat this anyway, no matter if you tell anybody else, you personally are going to come to some kind of understanding about this or some kind of belief.
Okay, but all of these people that you met up with had a place in your brain.
Very true. Well, no, one of them didn't. One of them was an uncle of my ex-wife.
Now that might qualify.
And I didn't even know too much. I didn't really think I was that close to him.
That might qualify. Well, you never met me, but I was an uncle of your. Well, yeah, that might qualify.
So and he passed away, and I wrote about that in the book too.
All right, you've got me there.
So I'm just saying, all these things made me question me. I had to say, well, wait a minute. One of two things. I'm either going crazy or there might be some validity to this.
And you considered the crazy part, right?
Oh, I considered that first. Because the first thing I thought, because I never believed in ghosts and all that stuff.
I just heard your laugh there. That was a little manic.
Was it? Well, the first thing I did is I went to a psychiatrist.
Just having fun with you here. Yeah, you really did go to a psychiatrist.
And I had MRI and neurological testing, and I was looking for a physical abnormality. That's the first thing. I didn't think about anything else. I got a clean bill of health, yet these experiences continued. So I thought, okay, I'm going to document this. If I'm going nuts, I'm going to document this in as much detail as I possibly can, because when they find me babbling and drooling in the corner with my journal next to me, they'll know how I got there.
All right. All right, I believe these are real. I know these are real. So I guess let's do this. Let's talk to the audience. So many out there that have had this moment of being paralyzed and are scared to death. How do you move from that, Albert, to an OBE, to moving out of your body? How do you discipline yourself to do it?
Well, first of all, the first hurdle is fear. Once you get past that and you're not afraid to venture further, it gets a lot easier. The more afraid you are, the harder it's going to get. But if you're past the fear, you can either... Everything responds to I want. It's your desire.
I would suppose you can help us to understand how to get past the fear, huh?
That takes practice, unfortunately. All I can say to you is that the only fearful experiences I have had were in the beginning, a long time ago,
right.
And I continue to do it to this day, and I don't have any fearful experiences.
Well, what got you over the fear? Let me ask it that way.
Because the unknown became known. I realized I wasn't dying. I realized I was going to be able to come back to my body. I realized that there was nothing out there that could hurt me. And then I realized that the only really, truly dangerous place that I could ever venture and walk around would be in physical life compared to this, because there was nothing negative on the other side. It was just the opposite.
Now, you and I have gone round and round on this one, and we will again, but I don't want to do that right now. So you managed to get yourself over the fear because it happened so many times, I guess.
Right, and it took a lot of practice, a lot, because I was terrified. I was a big astral chicken. I mean, I was terrified.
All right. So then, your advice to the person who's had
take baby steps. Baby steps. Just become comfortable with it.
Okay, you're lying there. You're terrified.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what then?
Try to relax. That relaxation is a big key, because your heart rate will start going up. You'll start panicking. Try not to do that, because nothing is going to happen to you. That's the first thing, is you don't know what's going to happen, but I'm telling you this, nothing is going to happen to you.
So don't
relax. Try to relax.
Don't fight it.
Right. Try to relax. Try to just breathe normally. And the more and more you relax, the more and more you feel as if you're slipping away. That's a good thing.
That's right.
Because that's a good thing, because eventually it's only going to go to a certain extent, and you're not going to go into this abyss of darkness. You're going to go all of a sudden into a superconscious state. So you'll make a transition into that feeling that you had when you felt free, completely free, and super aware. That's what happens right before that feeling of losing it or fading away.
Right.
So, and if you can hang on past that, you'll realize that soon all of that will be gone, kind of like my friend saying there was a pop, and then he felt fine. All of that will be gone, and then you will be in total control of a new body, or not a new body, really very old, but a new vehicle that you can actually move around your environment in.
All right, we'll pick up there in a moment. I promised the international line I'd give them a good deal tonight. International line, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from England.
England.
Hi, this is Brenna.
Where in England?
In the south part, in Hampshire.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi. I had a question about what I think might have been an out-of-body experience one time.
All right.
Well, it started out as a dream, and then a bunch of scary stuff happened, as usual. And I felt myself doing a motion kind of like where you're trying to swim out of deep water, like, with your arms. And all of a sudden, I could see myself on the bed. And that scared me. And I looked down, and I realized that that's what it was, but there was some other people in the room, I thought, but there really wasn't. And
non-physical people?
Yeah.
There might have been. Why did you think there wasn't?
Because I thought it was a dream.
Oh, okay.
And it just kept getting weirder and weirder, and I saw myself, and just that fast, I thought I was sitting on the side of my bed. I thought, okay, this is really weird, and I'll just wake up now. And that happened 5 times. It just kept happening, and I thought I was awake, and I wasn't.
So and now that it's happened 5 times, what do you think of it?
It scared the hell out of me, to be honest.
Does it still scare you?
No, it hasn't happened since then. When I finally really did wake up, I went and turned on every light in the house and splashed water in my face. And
you sound like me.
And all that.
I went running through my house turning on all the lights, too.
What I think happened is I may have been laying in a strange position. It was cutting off my air.
Well,
with my head turned or something.
5 times in a row?
That I don't know.
Unlikely.
I don't know, but that's when the rising up started.
See, when things start to repeat themselves, generally you start looking for a pattern, and I'm saying the probability of it being something that's cutting off your windpipe is really very, very remote. There probably is another answer. If you don't even want to take like the out-of-body experience as the answer, there probably is something other than the one that you selected. So don't be so quick. A lot of people are very quick to explain it away when they have zero evidence rather than take a little bit of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of very strange things happened in that apartment. That was before I moved over here.
Right.
Very strange things, and so it was kind of nice.
Well, you seeing your body is the number one key right there. I mean, you can have a lot of out-of-body experiences, but some people don't see their bodies right away. You seeing it is definitely a big clue. And think about this. Think about the similarities to your experience to someone who has a near-death experience. It's almost identical, except you haven't had a trauma. So that would lend some credibility or some understanding that maybe this is an out-of-body experience, because it is very similar. And then it's happened more than once. And each time, none of the times you've been injured or frightened, right?
Right.
All of the times, were there people in the room or images?
Yeah, there was just one woman, and she was very mean-looking.
Okay, and another thing, one thing, when you're in that state, it's very easy to project onto an entity or a being your emotions and feelings. So if you're afraid, it is very easy for you to use a thought form and to project onto them something that is going to frighten you. It doesn't mean that she's really looking at you mean. It just means that you may be contaminating your experience because of some sort of fear or reluctance.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. That's provoking to me, and it sends me over the edge. Now here we go. You maintain that when leaving your body, and we did cover sort of getting up out of your body, I guess, and short of having a full-length mirror above your bed, and there'll be questions about that, seeing yourself is a key, right? So,
one of them, yes.
One of them. So, you maintain that it is ultra safe, that nothing can go wrong.
Yes.
That while you're out of your body, if anything even begins to go wrong in any way with your physical body, boom, you're back in your body again, right?
Yes.
Your body cannot be inhabited, taken.
Right.
It's not an advertisement for some spirit to come along and possess you.
Right. And it's not like getting out of your car and going into a building and you have no awareness of what's going on with it.
Even if you're halfway to the moon, time isn't a factor, so boom, you're back in your body.
Right.
But
you still can monitor your breathing and everything, even though you're projected at a great distance.
I might as well go right to my closer here. Skip over all the middle territory. Lots and lots of people die in their sleep. It was always written, by the way, in the newspaper the next day or the next 2 or 3 days, he died peacefully in his sleep. Well, nobody really knows that. If he was alone, he might have been screaming, yelling, twitching in dire pain, and passed away extremely painfully. They don't know that, but they write died peacefully in his sleep. Now, how do we know that people don't die while they're out of their bodies?
Well, this is what I would look for as a scientist, is that I would take a group of individuals who are claiming to have these experiences, and then out of all this large group of individuals, I would look for some type of abnormality regarding their health, maybe a reduction in heartbeat, blood pressure, or something, some kind of pattern that starts to indicate that the body is failing in some kind of way and about to give up the life force. And if I could find some kind of repeatable pattern in this group of individuals, then I would tend to believe that possibly this particular practice may lead to some type of trauma to the physical body or even possible death. But with all the groups that I have ever seen, not one of them has been ill in any way, shape, or form, or has their health degraded in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, a lot of them have reported the opposite, that they're in better health than they've ever been. In my case, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I'm fine.
These are all the ones that come back. The ones that don't come back can't report a damn thing.
If there were a chance of slipping out the door the other other way, there should be some physical sign in the physical body. It's a machine. There should be a reduction of something in the body that shows that the life force is waning away. If people can die through this. But there isn't any evidence whatsoever that the body's life force or its physical condition health-wise degrades at all, even a little bit, through the out-of-body experience.
But even you must admit there are people who die without warning, without any physician having seen them. They just, boom, they're gone.
And so far, that seems to be an isolated thing, non-related to out-of-body experiences, because there's no degradation whatsoever.
Well, then let's try.
If there was, then I would say, well, wait a minute, it's a possibility.
Okay, then let's try this one. Suppose you're out of body and you do die unexpectedly. Then what?
Then you may as well... Then you're going to see the light.
Then you're going to see the light.
Then you got to think about what you've been doing and how you're going to explain some of the mistakes that you made. But, I have heard a lot of people have had near-death experiences, okay? I mean, there's 8 million people in the United States who've had near-death experiences.
So an OBE could transition directly from an OBE to a death experience.
I haven't heard. I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Of course you haven't heard about it.
I can't draw any connection that someone almost died, that their body in some kind of way the paddles had to be brought in, or the CPR, or some kind of thing happened that they almost died.
By the way, have you seen that commercial on TV where they put the paddles on the guy? It's a credit card commercial, and they revive him, and he's suddenly happy and indicates that he's so happy he saved money using this particular credit card. It's a riot. Hold on, Albert. We'll be right back. Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. This is Coast to Coast AM. So tomorrow night the kiddies are out of the room, and right now, too, because the next segment is going to contain some rather adult material, something we haven't covered with Al Taylor previously, but it's about to. This will be a trick-easy question first from Ken in Phoenix, Arizona. I think it's a very interesting question. In my experience, the further out you go, the more peaceful, safe it becomes. Does Albert agree?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, oh, definitely. Further away from the physical world is the most frightening part of our experience as a consciousness or soul. The further away from the physical world, the non-physical realms are nothing like this.
All right. Ken, a very evolved person from Phoenix, Arizona, asks, could someone doing an OBE, astral projection, observe someone of the opposite sex undressing, showering? In other words, be a peeping Tom.
There are no limitations.
All righty.
I'm not saying you would be motivated to do that, but there aren't any limitations that I've found.
Ken is motivated to do that.
Well, he is in the physical mind and the physical state.
All right.
When you get into that other state, you don't care about stuff like that.
Well, now let's try this one out on you.
Okay.
This is somebody who, at one point, actually attended a Learning Light seminar that you did in Southern California. Yeah. Her name is Karen, and she writes as follows. All right. I thought I heard you mention that Al Taylor is going to be on the show this week. If so, can you please pin him down and get him to talk frankly about the sexual aspects of OBEs? I can certainly understand why OBE experts hesitate to openly discuss that angle of the experience, but the fact is, sex often plays a very prominent role, especially for a beginner who does not have a lot of control over the experience.
Right.
And definitely if the person has a lot of pent-up sexual energy, which is not being utilized in the physical state. Robert Monroe does have an entire chapter devoted to sex in one of his OBE books, but he's one of the few authorities who's brave enough to delve into the issue. I'm not done yet. Here's the best part. Since no one really talks openly about it, I was very confused as to why, especially at the beginning, I kept finding myself flying out over the ocean, then being pulled down to ships at sea, having orgies for hours with the astral forms of men on those ships. But I finally theorized that what was happening was that my intense pent-up female sexual energy was drawing me to the male energy, sexual energy of the men on the ships who were no doubt sex crazed due to being pulled away from women for so long while out to sea.
Wow. I think I'm having trouble with my phone. I didn't catch all that. No. Well, I can tell you this, Art.
Yeah.
Voyeurism, watching someone undress, is a little bit different than astral sex. Astral sex is a sharing of energies and emotions and feelings, and it definitely does happen. And it happens generally to the beginner the novice.
So it's entirely possible what she just wrote 100%. There is the dead flat truth.
And in my new book, Soul Traveler 2, Grounded by Bad Weather, I have a chapter that says physical sex, astral sex, and God. And it talks about exactly all of that. And so that's something that I've been getting a lot of questions on, and I never really addressed it in any of my lectures or the book before, but I definitely cover it in the new book. But I give you a little bit different perspective on what it's all about, and it's not, because we know it's not about procreation, because the astral body doesn't procreate.
Astral sex is not going to cause any
right. You're not going to have astral babies.
Actually, astral sex then is some sort of form of safe sex.
It's even beyond that. What is the desire to bond or share that kind of energy? What's really going on there? And that's what I talk about in the new book. I go beyond just the physical aspect of what it is or what we think it is, and go into, since we're talking non-physical, into the energy aspect of it and what we're really trying to achieve in that desire. What's really going on there? And I believe it has a lot more to do with connecting with our true selves and God than it does the actual act of sex or procreation.
So then you would say that somebody who's astrally sexing it up is not fully evolved.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I guess we all are fully evolved. Otherwise, we would be completely.
But you really are saying that, though. You're saying that the experience itself, even though it can be that and has been documented to be that, is really not that, or that's just some sort of beginning part of the experience that actually
it is something. It is a desire. It's like being hungry and maybe drinking water when you should be eating food.
Well, I'm just a beginner, so.
And so yes, there is something greater than just sex aspect of what's drawing us to that whole experience, and what the true experience is something that I believe is becoming one to what we were before we came here, and the pure ecstasy of what it's like to be close to, if you believe in God or the Creator. And the reason I even say that is because I have another friend of mine who had a near-death experience, and she drowned while diving off the island of Catalina. And when she had her experience, when she felt that her regulator started malfunctioning, and all of a sudden she started panicking and suffocating. And then the next thing she knew, she was surrounded by this song, and then she found herself floating above the water, watching her physical body sink below the waves. And then she was drawn up into the light, and this is how she described it. She said the experience of reuniting with this light source, this intelligent, conscious energy, was purely orgasmic. So I think, and that's why by her description and a lot of other people's descriptions who've actually gone to beyond just the physical, beyond just having an out-of-body experience, to actually having some encounter with this light force. That seems to be the big draw of what's going on there, and everything else we do is almost kind of supplementing that in the astral. And the physical, I believe, is definitely so that we can procreate and populate the planet. In the astral, it doesn't make sense to apply those same rules.
All right. Sinister in Anaheim asks, or says, since I have had out-of-body experiences since I was a child, so it's like you in a way. But I want to know how not to have them. I just want to sleep. And I would add myself that compared to bad dreams, or even a frightening bit of being paralyzed or an OBE, some people prefer the old-fashioned little slice of death. Yeah. So if he's having them and he can't stop them, I'm not sure you've ever considered this before. You probably don't get this question all that often.
Once in a while. I get it from my family a lot.
All right, so how do you stop them?
Well, I guess the first way would be a lot of coffee.
No wonder it only happened in Paris.
Stay awake all night. The thing is I can tell you about when you're about to separate from the physical, or you're having the night paralysis or sleep paralysis. The one thing that seems to bring me back faster than anything is not trying to move my entire physical body, but trying to move just a small portion of my body, like my little finger or my toe or something like that. So if you want to get out of the paralysis and not have an out-of-body experience, just try to move a small portion of your body, and once you can do that, everything else kind of reconnects on its own. So that's a good way to stop it.
All right. That's absolutely excellent. I mean, that really is an excellent answer. There is a way then to stop them.
Yes.
If you want to.
You don't have to.
But from your perspective, there's no way you should want to stop them, right?
Well, I mean, fear is the biggest thing that stops everybody.
Well, but once you're past that and you're getting frequent traveler miles.
Oh, once you get there, you'll never. My mother is 80 years old, and she's been having these experiences since she was a little girl. It wasn't up until her about maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I shared with her what this really is. And since her first full-blown out-of-body experience without fear, she has never gone back to not wanting them, and she's 80. So it's changed her life after 7.5 decades, and she has never been the same. So that's how wonderful this thing is. She dreaded it all this time, but now it's the most incredible thing in her whole life at this late stage in her life.
Well, Albert, for somebody who is in jail, and I have a lot of people in the Hooskow that listen to me because I get
the letters. I get the letters.
You do too, yeah. So for somebody in jail, this would be a really good thing. For somebody who can't otherwise travel, maybe they're confined to bed. Maybe they've got a spinal injury, they can't move, whatever the cause would be, this is a way to still move independent of the body, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
And no matter what your physical condition, once you're traveling astrally, you don't have any aches and pains, do you?
Not at all. Not at all.
In fact, quite the opposite.
Pain, well, no, you know what? I have to say this, though. You don't have any aches and pains normally, but if you think something is going to hurt you while in the out-of-body state, you can feel pain. Only if you think it can hurt you. Like if you see a lion or something and it bites you, and you think, you believe it, then you can feel pain. It doesn't mean that.
Even astrally?
Yes, it does, but it's not external. It's
damn lion, that really hurt.
Yes, but it's because you believed it, and that is a choice that you make. It's not something that's forced on you.
Yeah, but now see, here you go. This makes it sound to me like it could be a negative experience.
Only if you believe that you can be injured. It's not a lasting injury, but you can feel pain if you believe it. And that's easy to get past. Once you get past it, no matter what happens, you don't have to feel that. But you're creating it. The mind, your consciousness is so incredibly powerful. There's nothing I can do to stop its influence over the physical body or your experiences.
So if I was not afraid and I was having a regular OBE, then if a lion bit me, I'd just go, ha ha ha. Or it would never bite me in the first place. What?
If you were at a conscious level and you knew you were having a consciously controlled out-of-body experience, something could happen and you would be impervious to pain. But if you weren't all that aware and you were kind of lucid and didn't know what was going on and kind of believed that this was a real lion or a shark or whatever and it bit you, you could imagine and actually feel pain. People have been hypnotized where they have been given quarters and told that these quarters are hot. And then the person, they put it in the hand and they asked the quarter because they believed it and their consciousness was convinced that it actually left a ring on their finger around their palm as if they had been burned.
Yes.
The mind is so incredibly powerful, it takes a lot of practice to control. But it's up to you. It's not an external thing. So that gives you hope right there. It's about what do you want to do, and you have complete you have the ability to control your out-of-body experience and have nothing but wonderful experiences as long as you focus on that and practice and release some of the negative stuff. The mind is very, very powerful. It's almost like being a genie all of a sudden, and anything you think will manifest, be it good or bad. There's no judgment. It will just happen. So with that kind of consciousness, it really takes a lot of practice to be able to control it. But it is definitely possible.
All right. Would you say that the average person who has had their first OBE is coming back a happy camper or a scared camper?
Probability-wise, 70 to 80% it would be a happy camper. There's the negative experiences are really in the minority, and the more experiences you have, it drops off from there.
All right, you can travel anywhere, which means you could travel to a neighbor's house, right?
Yes.
And you could see that neighbor. Is there ever any condition under which that neighbor would recognize that you are there? Maybe perhaps see you out of the corner of their eye, or some little movement, or detect that you are present.
Definitely. It is very possible. But it was not because of you. It's because that particular neighbor is sensitive to subtle energies. And that particular neighbor can pick up more than just your astral form, probably can pick up a lot of astral forms or dark shadows or something that's non-physical. But yes, it is definitely possible. It is also possible and more probable that children and babies can see you, and it is more probable and possible that animals can detect you also. Like cats. Cats and things like that can perceive subtle energies that we humans in the physical form aren't able to do.
To me, it seems as though you're now off into the area of the shadow people. And I guess you are, right?
Well, basically, I don't see a line being drawn that much between the non-physical beings and the shadow people. I don't see them as being something separate, a whole other breed of intelligent individuals that are non-physical.
Have you ever had a physical person or animal or any being recognize you, recognize your presence, acknowledge your presence, or be scared by your presence, or in any way react to you?
Somebody react to me, but they thought they were maybe seeing something for a brief second and then ignored it. And I thought, oh my God, can this person see me? But so I have had people react to me. I haven't had anyone say, oh my God, what's that? And now Robert Monroe has, in his books, he talks about a friend of his that he actually was able to touch and pinch, and they even saw them, and later he called them back and talked to them, and she said, oh my God, was that you? That thing I saw, was that you? So it is definitely possible.
Now, how can you imagine, pinch, how can you imagine that something astrally is able to manifest a physical pinch? How can you imagine how that?
I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Right. No, but I mean,
I don't want anybody coming in astrally and pinching me.
No. I understand that. I understand that, but my question is, how do you manage to move from the astral enough to the physical to be able to do that?
Practice, Robert, and it depends on this too. There's one thing that matters that we have very little control over in this lifetime, and that one thing is the particular evolutionary state of our soul. Our souls are different levels of evolution. They've evolved to a certain point. The more evolved a particular soul is, the more talents it has, the more capabilities it has. And it can branch into everything from being able to move physical objects in the astral to healing and a bunch of other things. So not everyone who has an out-of-body experience is going to be able to do the same thing. Some people will barely be able to move around the room. Some people will be able to move around a lot. I was just at this conference where an individual was telling me, she was telling me that she was able to move the blinds in her bedroom. I haven't seen anybody do that yet, but she was explaining to me that she had gotten to that point. So it just depends on the evolutionary state of the person, and in the physical, it depends on the amount of practice and where they're really focused on how much they think they can do consciously.
All right. Your first book still available on Amazon.com.
Yes, it is.
Web link up on my website, folks, under tonight's guest info. And your new book is called what?
It's called Soul Traveler 2, Grounded by Bad Weather.
And Soul Traveler 2 is also, is it not, available on Amazon?
It will be. I will probably be out this fall. It's in the editing phase right now, and I'm hoping it gets out to my publisher by next month.
Oh, that's excellent. All right. We'll pick up on that note when we come back. Stay right there.
Great to be back. Yeah, I get a lot of letters from Germany after doing your show, from Canada.
Oh, they're out there.
A lot of places.
Yeah, listen. It's figuring out how to call this doggone toll-free 800 line that is the problem. I get email from all over the world every night. Again, folks, give it a try. Maybe you'll have to fool around with some numbers. Look on our website, combine it all, call the operator, beg. It's a free call. The number is 800 from anywhere in the world, 800-893-0903.
It would be great to get some calls from overseas because on the tour of the new book, I'm going to be going to England and Germany, as a matter of fact.
Are you really?
Promoting it, yes.
Well, that's wonderful. So is your new book, technically, then, is not quite available?
It's not available yet, and I'm working on it diligently, but I'm hoping definitely by the fall.
It doesn't matter. Your new book is going to be great, but the one they should be going after is Soul Traveler because...
Definitely. It's available now.
Yeah, most of the people out there want to know how to do it, and that book lays it out, doesn't it?
Yes. What I did is in Chapter 10 is dedicated solely on how to do it, what it means, what to look for, everything, road signs, everything, and it gives you several different techniques. And I after all this time, I have heard at least every one of the techniques has worked for somebody.
All right, here's an oddball question, but maybe not so oddball. A lot of people out there tonight we're going to hear from are going to refer to the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
And Kim in Seaside, Oregon asks, you have been talking about what you can do while you have an OBE or how to have an OBE. What can I do to protect myself from others who are OBEing, or can I?
Well, protection is what are we talking about? Like
privacy?
No one's injuring you.
No.
Voyeurism?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Privacy is what I said.
There's nothing you can do regarding that. If someone means to come and visit you, there's nothing you can do about that.
Not a thing you can do.
No, there isn't.
So you might see them out of the corner of your eye and whatever, but they're going to be there.
If the person is capable of traveling OBE, they pretty much can go as they please anywhere they want. And the better you get at it, the more places you can go. Protection-wise, I understand her privacy concerns and all that, but it's very rare for a person to target another individual and be upset to go see them uninvited.
Well, all right then.
I don't even hear about that.
All right then. Let's ask a question here. Could you go on a vengeance-bent OBE?
I would say no, because anger is a form of tension, and that keeps you very well grounded in the body. It's relaxation, and it takes a lot of basically inner peace to be able to travel at will anywhere you want.
Well, that's a damn shame. If you could just manifest a little bit, you could do all kinds of things. You could go put a match between this guy's toes, right?
But then it opens the door to abuse. And I don't think this is something, it's not like a circus trick to me.
Yeah,
it's deeply spiritual to me. And I think that if you start using it the wrong way, maybe you can lose it too.
Well, you think so?
Yes, I do.
You don't think it's a tool that could be used in any way at all? Maybe you've chosen the spiritual path.
Well, the people that I have read their books and they have had incredible journeys are generally people who are spiritually grounded or spiritually aware. For instance, like Ananda and a few other Indian gurus and even people like Robert and things like that, they weren't focused in that aggression, anger area. Most of the people have been very well educated, peaceful, kind, and that kind of thing. So I tend to believe that it goes hand in hand with that direction rather than the other.
Well, and what about Saddam Hussein? Now, take Saddam Hussein for example. He may be deeply religious.
And it's not a religious thing.
In his own way.
Okay.
All right? But we all know what a mean bastard he is, and he chops people up and stuff. So who's to say he couldn't be on a spiritual head-chopping trip?
I would say that it is incompatible with anger and aggression.
All right, fine. I want to allow everybody to call you now. Would that be all right?
That's great.
They'll have, no doubt, some good questions. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hi.
Turn your radio off, please.
Oh, I will do that immediately. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, I know you. You are a director at in the city of Anaheim at a foundation on what I recall.
That's pretty good.
I turned you on to the Art Bell show a few years ago, and I've heard you on this show a number of times. The last time, a couple times ago maybe, you had Art Bell calling you doctor, and now you're not a doctor, you just have an MBA, and you worked at an MDC when I spoke to you personally, and now you work at Lockheed. Sir, you are a fraud.
I think you're misunderstanding. I don't work at Lockheed, and I do have a PhD. I don't.
Caller, hold on. Go ahead, Albert.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I do have a PhD, and I don't work at Lockheed. I worked at Lockheed back in the 70s.
You said you worked at McDonnell Douglas.
I worked at McDonnell Douglas in the 90s.
When I spoke to you last time, you worked at McDonnell Douglas.
When was that? In the 1996?
When you were on the Art Bell show, Art pulled the tapes and record them. This guy is a fraud.
Sir, you're wrong. About that, you're absolutely wrong. Yes, you are.
I'm not wrong. I spoke to this guy personally.
No. You are wrong.
No,
I'm telling you now you're wrong because I did the program. At no time did he ever say that he worked at Lockheed. That was his background. That's always been his background.
Hasn't changed.
You, sir, are just flat wrong.
Hasn't changed in a long time.
No. That when you came on my program, that was your background then. He's just absolutely flat wrong. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor.
Well, good evening, folks, or good morning.
Good morning. Please turn your radio off.
Yeah, I'm turning down right now. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Hi, this is Joy in Santa Cruz.
Yes.
Hi, Joy.
Hi, how are you? I had a wonderful experience with my first OBE, but I did have a question about the whole sexual thing, if you don't mind my asking.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I know it's a little bit of a strange question.
No, not at all.
But if people are in, let's say their first experiences, and they're kind of like floating around and not really getting their bearings, and they have all this extra sexual energy or pent-up energy where they want to, I guess, get connected with other people, would this be an explanation for the mythologies of succubus or incubus?
Well, incubus, I kind of get those two confused. And one of them comes and allegedly sleeps with women at night or something like that.
Yeah, one's a male, one's a female.
This could be related to that. It could be misinterpreted because it is so close. I mean, why would you? It is so closely related. I think it could be a diluted understanding of it, and it could very well be an astral sex situation.
Well, especially if the person who's being visited is kind of in a dream, lucid state themselves.
And they would try to report it, and since that's such an ancient belief, then they would try to equate it and understand it based on what they understand about their reality, and demons and things like that were part of their reality, so I could see them saying that.
And it was usually priests or other people who had a lifestyle that didn't let them really go into that area anyway.
I would say the priest probably never, or the high priest or whatever they would have been called at that time, probably never would have admitted to it. Usually it was the people or the common folk that would talk about things like that, and they would go to the head of the church or whatever, the spiritual leader of that area, and he would be the one to either condemn them or exorcise them or whatever, exorcise them.
One quick further question. If a person isn't ethical, and they're out there. I mean, because I've known people who've had and they didn't even expect it. And
maybe that's a better question than my head hacker. If they're simply unethical, and there are plenty of unethical people, and out there.
Right.
What then?
Well, I mean, since it is a talent of the soul, a lot of people are going to have the experience. Now, how many times and how good they are at it, I think that all depends on pretty much how clean your house is. I mean, you ain't to be able to travel, but to really accomplish, to have no limits, I believe that those type of things, negativities and things like that, hold you back.
But if the person was simply unethical and didn't believe his or her own behavior to be unethical, they simply lacked ethics altogether.
Well, the only reason I would say it is possible only because I don't see it being impossible, but I can say this: I haven't run into anybody that I can know that is really efficient at it that it has an unethical also. So it's possible, but not likely.
I mean, it kind of sounds like only Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts get to OBE.
No, it's what happens is when you're in the experience itself changes how you behave. If you sit here in the physical body and plan a lot of things.
I understand. No, I understand.
Yeah, but that consciousness is very different.
Right. Okay, gotcha. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Hello.
Hi. This is basically a question. I don't know how to explain this. Like a few months ago, I had one of these, and I've gotten really afraid of them, like to go to sleep ever since.
Afraid to go to sleep?
Yeah, because I don't want to feel the way I felt like again.
I understand. All right, so there you are. Same thing again. Afraid to go to sleep because
and can I ask you this? Do you know what you might be afraid of?
Yeah, I can answer it, of the fear of being paralyzed again. In fact, I've got somebody here fast lasting that after the experience and yanking themselves out of it, they threw up.
Oh.
Nauseated, threw up.
It's that bad steak sandwich they had the night before. I think.
Maybe not. Maybe it was the incomplete experience.
I have run into somebody recently, and it's rare that someone gets nauseous. But I just ran into this person, I think, within the last 24 to 48 hours, that out getting nauseous and having a stomach problem. But like I said, that is out of 100 people, that's maybe 1%.
So if you're actually out there traveling, do you throw? Do you toss?
Usually it's
do you like toss astral chunks?
I haven't seen any yet. Not that I want to.
I understand. All right.
But if he's afraid, it's basically you have to talk to yourself. You have to tell yourself, so far nothing has happened to me. Yeah, I can tell you this, you're not going to die, so maybe that's a fear that you don't have to worry about. You're not going to be injured. You're not going to be prevented from coming back to your body. You will be you will be as healthy as you are now, if not in better condition. So far, there aren't any negative things that I can think of that would happen to you. So just practice that, keep reminding yourself of that, and eventually, as you'll discover nothing happens to you, you'll get a little bit more comfortable with it and be able to travel a little further.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I didn't know if it was me yet or not. Dr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Pamela, and what are they? I never heard this term before. The shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
Do they come to you when you travel astrally?
When you have out-of-body experiences, non-physical world opens up to you, and you could have encounters with everything from strangers who have passed to astral travelers, that's very rare, to non-physical beings, that the same ones that come when a person is about to die or something is about to happen, traumatic experience is about to happen. So you could have encounters with a whole host of non-physical beings.
I've been traveling astrally since I was 14.
Mm-hmm.
I do it regularly. I can do it awake.
And do you have encounters?
I know the beings that you're talking about. I've never heard them called the shadow people before.
And see, that's just, that's maybe another terminology for the same thing. I know this is when I've come out a lot, there are the same kind of, there's maybe one being there or maybe a few, but it's always the same beings or same type of beings. And sometimes there may be a deceased person that I may not know. But if you look at it, then I would think if the shadow people were something different from these, then I should be able to, since I'm at a heightened sense of awareness, way beyond the five senses, I can pick up what the five senses can and more, I should be able to see maybe this other group of individuals, standalone individuals who we label shadow people, but I don't. I see these other beings all the time. So I'm thinking maybe because I really believe that we as a human species are evolving, and maybe some of these talents of the soul are slowly waking up, and some of those are allowing us to see these shadow images, and who knows, after a period of time, over the next few years, 100 years, maybe we will be able to actually see ghosts or deceased persons walking around. We will be at that level of awareness. I don't know, but I believe so.
I agree. I see those things. I see people who have passed all the time, or are passing, or about to pass.
And more people are coming forward. Maybe it's because they're not being ridiculed and persecuted anymore, but more and more people in this day and age are coming forward and saying that they're able to see these non-physical things.
Well, doesn't it say somewhere that there will be a day when the dead will rise? Something about that, right?
It does say that.
It does say that. Well, maybe when the day comes when we can see all of them, maybe that's the last day.
That's a nice thought. You mean the last day on Earth?
Yeah, the last physical day.
I don't know. That's a religious interpretation into this experience.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd
it may not happen like that. We may just evolve into these things, like we may be evolved to the point where we no longer are handicapped by things like food and substance, and we may live on at a totally different level of awareness, where there may not be any more sickness and violence and those type of things. Maybe we will truly evolve into a galactic species, so to speak.
No hamburgers, no fries.
No pork rinds and
no
things like
beer,
that.
No ribs, no glasses
no
of wine.
Haagen-Dazs.
No Haagen-Dazs. Oh, that's fair, is it? All right, first time caller line, you're on there with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Scott, and I'm calling from Seattle.
Okay, Scott, we've got a short time for the break.
Okay. I was just wondering, what is your personal opinion, Doctor? Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing much better.
Good.
I was just wondering, as far as cavemen and as far as their a sense of spirituality.
Cavemen?
Cavemen. Do you think that the cold temperatures had anything to do with the, I know that being in the womb is a very warm and comfortable feeling, and
how does this relate to cavemen?
Well, it seems to me that if you're cold and you're always trying to survive, that
yes,
there begins to be a point where you want to become warm again, and by doing so,
do you have any idea what he's talking about, Albert?
I think I do, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to hold him over because it's a mystery to me. So stay right there. This is Coast to Coast AM. Here's Albert Taylor. All right, hold on, Doctor. Here's this caller again. Now, caller, try it one more time. I just somehow wasn't getting it.
Okay. It seems to me that the evolution of the human is not really physical, or that's not what propelled it. It seems like the evolution of the human spirit was trying to feel comfortable with the different environmental, and it's almost like the new realm of the spirit. It was like almost like trying to step outside, and then it got a little bit further, and then it got a little bit further, and maybe now today, because of our advancement, we're able to go, China, and maybe start maybe receiving things that they're needing and things that we're doing over here that we need to be aware of before we can fully be able to partake in what
first I thought you were talking about the cavemen and high temperatures and maybe them projecting out of body because of being cold or something.
Yeah.
But what I thought you were leading to was indigenous primitive peoples, not necessarily cavemen, and why they would have a need to project out of the body.
It sounds to me like he was talking about an open trade policy with China, or
now I'm not sure.
Favored nation trading status or something. Right?
Because I mean, Americans out of all the people in the world, Americans are really good at being able to reach out in different new ways that we can't quite understand and that we're just learning about.
So you mean astrally, huh?
Astrally, yes.
Yeah, I see. All right. Well, he means astrally.
And it seems like
For the Chinese.
we're preparing ourselves to almost like be acceptable to them.
Well, regarding the Americans, the Western world, practicing these things and evolving into the area of being able to project themselves and have these experiences, I personally feel that the Western world's in the infant stages of development spiritually, and the Eastern world
Actually, I
are
think
mature.
he did stumble into something there. In other words, yes, I'm sure in the Eastern worlds, China, and so forth.
In India.
There's a great deal more of this because of the spiritual nature.
Right, and even in Haiti and even in Native American peoples, there are more awareness of this type of thing.
So maybe there was logic to what he was saying after all. I'm not, maybe from the caveman to the modern American to the spiritual joiner who would then meet up with other spiritual beings in the world, like the Chinese.
Well, I kind of understand. I think I can wrap it up with this maybe. I believe the more technologically advanced we are, the harder it is to embrace and be able to achieve these kind of spiritual experiences.
That might be it. Either that or it was random. On the international line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor.
I'm in England.
In England, what part?
Well, I'm just north of Gatwick Airport. I've spoke to you before.
All right.
I just wanted you to know that this line is working fine from here.
From England, yeah. It seems to be working from England, but we're having a real hard time with it from a lot of other places because I keep getting these emails from Scandinavia, a lot of Asia. People can't get through, and so we're trying to figure out how they can get through.
I see. Well, I do have a question for your guest.
Sure.
He mentioned that he was going to be in England.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if he might be able to give me a time and a place.
I can tell you this. I have been invited. The invitation was only offered last month or so. I have accepted, and as soon as I know more about it, it will definitely on my website at www.alberttaylor.com, and that's the quickest way I can offer you for you to find out.
Okay, that would be really great.
It'll definitely be there.
Well, you must have a computer because you're listening to us, so...
Well, that's the only way, as I told you a few weeks ago. It's still the only way we can get you.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to coming there.
Well, wonderful. I
All
look
right.
forward to being able to perhaps be there with you.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Very good. England. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning. Hello?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. You're on the air.
Yes, I had a question for the doc.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
I had a hair-raising experience several months ago. I was asleep, and I wasn't really in a deep sleep. And ever since I was younger, I've been able to have OBEs.
Mm-hmm.
And almost to the extent when I was awake as well, I could look at a building, top of a building, and instantly be looking down from it and see how high it looked from the top.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, one night when I was not fully asleep, I was having an OBE, and I was going, at an accelerated amount of speed all the way up through the stars, and I could see the stars, whipping past me, and then all of a sudden I stopped, and then I kept going, then I stopped, and I saw my father's face. He's passed on. And he was smiling and stuff, and then all of a sudden his face expression turned to an angry expression. He yelled no, then his face turned to a green skull and then exploded.
Mm.
And I woke up, my wife said I woke up, I was thrashing about, I was back and forth, beating her up, I guess I was trying to come back. Anyways, it startled me to the point where...
Why the metamorphosis?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why the metamorphosis? Why did he change from a pleasant face to an angry to a skull to the explosion? You're curious about why that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And, well, I can't say specifically without asking you a lot more questions, but I can say this. Sometimes when we I would have out-of-body experiences in the beginning of it would be very clear and I could see what's going on, but then for whatever reason, something, a wayward thoughts or fears or anything or even past experiences would come to memory or come to the forefront of an individual that I was having an encounter with, and those past experiences would actually project onto that individual something different than they were projecting to me. And it was me contaminating the experience, and it goes into like from a conscious out-of-body state to like a lucid or even semi-lucid dream state. And in that state, all kinds of dream material can happen, and anything bizarre or wild or surrealistic could transpire. Okay. So that may have been what happened to you.
I had a little bit of fear. I have one quick question, and I'm going to let you go. Ever since I was younger, and I told my mother that I was able to have these out-of-body experiences, she told me not to because when you're out of the body, a spirit or one that was taken early and didn't feel like it was their turn to go could inhabit your body.
All right. Well, we actually covered this earlier. I asked if there was any way that a vacated body could be possessed, to which you replied, no.
No.
Right?
And my grandmother used to tell me all kinds of stuff too. I mean, people in a lot of areas, because of whatever superstitions they may have, and they usually aren't experiencers. Every experiencer, a person who is able to travel readily out of anything like that, it's mostly, I hear, fearful condemnations from people who aren't experiencers or who don't travel very much or haven't or are afraid to. So,
well, here's a pretty interesting question. Can you enter other people's dreams while you're having an OBE?
Enter is an interesting word. I don't use that, but I can say interact. Yes, you can influence or interact.
That's not a big difference the way I see it.
Yeah, you can interact with a person. And
really?
They may see, but see, you'll be in a very conscious state, and they will be in a dream state, and they may not remember.
Well, aren't they awfully vulnerable when they're like that?
No, I wouldn't say so. They're going to go along. Plus, this is what you got to remember. We haven't even talked about this. They're not alone, and they're very much guided in everything they do. So there's only so much you can do to influence a person. It's beyond you to actually step in and to actually cause that person harm. You really don't have that capability because they're not alone.
I didn't say harm.
You can influence and interact. You can do that.
And be part of their dream?
Yes.
Wow.
I had in my book, I talk about when I went to go see the doctor, and I was at the foot of her bed. And I was talking, now that I found out there's a part of her consciousness that never sleeps. So I was able to actually have a brief conversation with this other aspect of her. After I came back to the physical body, I wrote all this down. This happened on a Saturday. I approached her on Monday at a class she was teaching at the local college, and I said, you know, something written to me over the weekend. And I said, I thought I came to visit you. And she said, you know what? On Saturday, I had a dream that you were standing at the end of my bed. See, and she didn't remember much more than that. I remembered a lot more than that. So that may be the state that kind of how you can influence their dream state, which she really was in a contaminated awareness state rather than a pure, full-blown, mythical, fantasy dream state. So, yes, you can interact with them to a certain degree.
All right. All right. That's interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Albert Taylor.
Hi, Albert.
Hello.
Oh, wow. I can't believe I got on. But, yes. I've had several experiences, and it's probably been mostly when I'm driving, and it's probably not the safest time.
Oh, Lord.
I know.
What freeway are you on? So I'll know that.
Well, I know it's probably not the safest time to do this, but the thing is about it, I feel completely safe, and I feel like I'm being guided, and nothing. I don't know how to really explain it to you, but
I feel like a duality going on. Part of you driving, part of you at a higher level of consciousness.
The part of driving knows what's going on and knows where it's at.
And then there's another aspect of you that knows a lot more than that part.
Exactly. And I know that it's all love. That's what it feels like to me, true purity.
What you experience is similar to what a lot of joggers, people who run marathons experience. I've heard stories of marathon runners getting into that zone, kind of a zone type of thing too. And next thing they know, their bodies are running, carrying on the race, and they find themselves briefly hovering above the body.
That's kind of, it doesn't feel completely like hovering. It feels more like I'm expanding. Like my soul is more like everywhere than just in one certain spot, like it's supposed to be, but it's expanding.
You know, I would describe my experience, and you just did it with words far better than mine have been. I had this brief experience, ma'am, that I had in Paris, and
do you do it when deep breathing? Because that's when it happens to me.
It sounds just like what you explained.
That's wonderful that happens to you. I mean, well, you know, when you clear your mind, like when driving is almost like hypnosis.
It is to me because I do it for a living, and that's pretty sad.
Right, and you're concentrating on one thing, staying between the lines.
I take the same routes every day.
Right.
I mean, I know where I am. It's like home to me.
So you kind of like, you go on autopilot, so to speak.
Exactly.
And when you do that, that's almost like a meditative state. And anything can happen once you reach that fork in the road.
What do you drive, ma'am? What do you drive?
I drive my car.
Your car?
Yes.
What color is it?
It's silver.
I'm going to be watching for it.
Don't worry about it.
Art,
I tell you what, you know, I used to live near Vegas, and actually I used to live I was born there and lived there most of the part of my life, and was raised with they taught me when I was younger that bombs used to explode in Nevada and the things that were really going on in Area 51, and I was raised with that. And my stepfather used to help build Nellis Air Force Base, and I was there when the Marshmallow Factory and everything blew up. I experienced all of that.
Boy, the next thing you're going to tell me is your silver unguided missile is cruising the streets of Pahrump every day.
No, I don't live there anymore. Actually, I live in the Midwest now.
I've got to run, but that was really interesting, and the way she actually described the experience.
Great.
Really, that connected with me. That's kind of what it was like.
And it happens a lot. It makes a lot of sense. And and that's great that when she's zoning out like that, you can do that through meditation or anything. You can achieve an altered state in almost any kind of condition. It just depends on how well you're able to clear your mind.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Taylor. Hello. Hello. Oh, I didn't push the button. Sorry. Now I have. West of the Rockies, you're on the air now.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I have 3 questions. First question is, you say communication. Is that like regular speech, or you're more communicating like a telepathic kind of way?
I'm not sure I understood him.
Okay, he's saying there is communication. Is it as in speech or more like a telepathic communication?
It's telepathic, but you hear words. You're not moving your lips, but you hear words. There's definitely...
I see. The second question is, if somebody like suffer for illness for a long time or had a terrible accident, they still have to, in the spirit body, they still have to be in those kind of form, or they have much, nicer new kind of spirit body.
Well, I can't quite understand.
Okay, do you mean while astrally traveling?
Well, not to see.
In other words, if somebody's had an accident or they've been in some way really hurt and they're confined, when they're astrally traveling, are they free?
If they pass away in that kind of form.
Oh, if they pass away?
Yes.
Well, then they're dead.
Yes.
Yeah. If by that you mean, do you take some horrible disfiguring something or another over to the other side? I would tend to doubt that, since it's mainly a spiritual trip, right, Albert?
You may take the trauma for a little while to the other side with you, but it hates, and you start becoming an image of the best you've ever been in this life. People have reported seeing loved ones in dreams and things like that after they passed, and they always report that they've looked like they were 10 or 20 years younger and in the best health of their life. So no, you don't take the physical abnormalities and things like that we have over here, over there.
Are you sure that you are reporting accurately, Doctor?
I have this story, and this is what I've heard. Now, I have a lot of people. I know this guy who's had a near-death experience, who's been blind all of his life, and in the near-death experience, he could see. So it doesn't matter very much what is going on in the physical when it comes to being in that state. It's a whole other reality, and as a matter of fact, it may be more of a closer reality to what we're in the physical state.
All right, I'm here. First time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hi there. This is Kelly.
Hello, Kelly.
I've got a couple of questions I wanted to ask. I'm going to try to speed it up for you. One thing that I wanted to mention is that I've had experiences when I'm astral traveling where I actually meet somebody that I know in my daily life. I mean, somebody that is alive. They're not dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually will sometimes mention to me first, or I'll mention to them, a specific place that we remember being in. And often it seems like we've actually traveled rather than having it been some kind of like a mental experience or dream experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of like when I first started realizing that there was some sort of somewhat physical reality to what was happening rather than it being like all in my mind.
So you have the experience, and then after you come back, you see the person in the physical, and they can remember the experience also?
Oh, yeah.
That can happen.
And I also will have experiences where I will see something, like I'll go to a different place, I'll see an object in a room that I didn't know was there.
Young lady, we've got a break. Can you hold on?
Sure.
All right, then I'm going to hold you through the break. Stay right there. And Dr. Albert Taylor and our caller, you are back on the air, ma'am.
Wonderful. Like I was saying, I've seen objects in rooms that I've astrally traveled into that I couldn't have possibly known were there, and other incidents happened where it was really clear to me that it wasn't just something in my mind like a dream that seemed real. It was actually like I was physically leaving my body somehow.
Right.
And I've done this with people before, and so that also kind of proved it to me. One thing that kind of concerned me, though, was that something that you said about the astral sex thing a little while ago, about the fact that novices, tend to have experiences like that and so forth. And I wouldn't say that I've been doing this my whole life.
Novices, I think he said, tend to opt to try to have those kinds of experiences. But go ahead. I didn't want to.
I mean, it's something that anyone can do, no matter what stage you are. But it generally happens in the begining.
Albert, hold on, ma'am. Were you hoping to have one of those experiences, or hoping to avoid that?
Oh, no. Actually, I've been doing the astral travel thing for like maybe 14 years, and I'd never had anything like that happen. But what happened is that I fell in love with somebody, and it accidentally happened. And the thing that's odd here is that it was not some kind of like a perverted, kinky thing.
No.
But it was an extremely spiritual thing. And the after effect of that, which was interesting, is the fact that I did not tell this person that I'd had that experience, but he knew. And so since this time, naturally we've gotten a lot closer, needless to say, but the thing that I'm finding interesting is that I'm seeing that there are a lot of parallels with the astral stuff and the daily stuff, even the things that you maybe don't tell people or that you want to acknowledge.
Sure.
And so, I just kind of wanted to mention that and find out if the doctor thinks that that's kind of like a normal experience, like if he's heard of that happening with other people, in relationships or in new relationships, or if that's kind of like an off-the-wall thing, or what he thinks of that.
Well, the bonding, the desire to bond with another person's energy and something like that, I think that is a very natural thing. What I was saying is that the basic astral sex thing, where it's a stranger or a pile of people, like in Robert Monroe's book, is a novice thing, but there's always going to be that drive to bond with another person. Now, the thing that I'm really saying here is that in the physical, it's for procreation. Now, in the non-physical, what is going on there? I think it's very deeply spiritual, and I think it's just a prelude to wanting to bond with something even greater than just another person who is a soul. I think there's a thirst going on there that that moves us through these different stages.
Right.
But there's nothing negative about it. I have no condemnations about sex, astral sex, physical sex, or any of that.
I don't suppose they could have an astral love child, huh?
No, but if you do, please write me and send me a picture.
You will be the first to know.
All right, thanks.
Can I make?
We'll be the second to know it. Best the second to know. Yes.
Can I ask one other thing really quick?
Yes.
How do you know for sure that it's definitely safe to leave your body, though? I mean, I know that's weird after 14 years of this that I'd worry, but I'd still worry.
Only because if there was anything negative that had happened, I would report it, and I don't have any negative pile. My negative pile is empty. So that's why I tend to say.
I don't know about their negative.
I don't have any negative things that I can say. Well, don't do this because this will happen.
That's probably because you threw all the negative ones in file 13. Well, how could you not, in thousands of responses, have one negative one? How could you not?
Nothing permanently negative. To me, if you have a bad experience and then you come back and, I didn't like that, to me that's not a bad thing. It's not something that you should run from. It's just you didn't have a pleasant experience at that particular time, but you weren't harmed in any way. It was nothing permanent. I think you're asking me about something that would harm you after the experience that you would have to deal with in your life. Is that what you're asking?
No, negative could be. Well, let's see. What could be negative? All right, so fine. You go on your little astral
trip. There could be some negative, scary experience.
And you're out there roaming around on the astral grass, and here comes a horse charging at you with a big guy with glowing red eyes and a sickle, and he's going to lob your head off.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to me, that definitely goes in the negative pile.
Well, that's not pleasant.
Now, Jack in Tampa, Florida, asks the following. How do you tell the difference between an OBE and dream? Oh, Jack. If you have to ask, you've never had one.
Yeah, it's a big difference. A dream is something that is fleeting and you may remember the next day or may not. An out-of-body experience, you will remember the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'll witness that one for you. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hi, good morning, Art. Good morning, Albert. This is Christopher calling from Honolulu, Hawaii, listening to you on KHDH, AM 830.
Where the stupid time change has cost us an hour.
I know, and you know what? Let me tell you, first of all, I'd like to compliment you, Art. Your juxtaposition of these two shows back-to-back, last night and tonight's, having the scientist, the empiricist scientist, and tonight the spiritual scientist.
That's right.
And it's a beautiful juxtaposition. I compliment you, and also you're a gentleman, a scholar. The way you handle both these opposing, diametrically opposed views, and you've given both these men the respect they're due because they're both obviously highly intelligent individuals. Before I get to Albert's question, however, Albert, and it's a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
I've got something to report to you, Art, that's of great concern.
Yes.
Okay. The other night, a couple nights ago, you had the guests on talking about the air traffic controller and talking about the trails.
Yes, right.
Okay. Well, in the middle of this show, the local radio station here, somebody pulled the plug. They didn't just pull the plug. They couldn't actually pull the plug on your show. What they did was they ran commercials on top of key segments of the show. And if it happened once, you'd say, oh, it was an accident, programmer hit the wrong switch or something. But these are repeated several times throughout the show, right at peak points, and for prolonged periods. I recorded it, actually, and I'm going to send you a copy for your own reference.
Obviously, a chemtrail executive.
Somebody, and I'm wondering how many others in the United States, if people should maybe report these if they're having these things and they relegate it to some kind of, it was a mistake, but when in fact it's some deliberate attempt to try to prevent information from being freely...
So now that we know, our network has ways of dealing with these people.
Well, yeah, but
and it ain't pretty. No, it ain't pretty.
No, well...
Believe me, trust me. We know now. That's enough. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, by the way, I'm going to send that to your P.O. box that's on the website. Is that right?
That's just fine, yes.
Okay, good. Albert, my question is this. I've had some out-of-body experiences, and I had the the usual terrifying one, the feeling of the hands gripping, trying to drag you out of your body kind of thing. And, and I've tried for a long time to overcome that because, well, it has to do with the, a religious background, okay? Now, I think last night's guest was hitting on some topics. He was saying we don't have any evidence, the realm of spirit, okay? I think science for the longest time has gotten this stick in their rear about anything spiritual because they connect it with religion, which has obviously been filling us with all kinds of hell and brimstone and everything else, to create fear within us. And I think that science is reacting from the persecution they've gotten and a bad rap and all this kind of stuff. Now, they ought to get over it because there's way too much evidence for spiritual reality and ESP and paranormal experiences.
Oh, yes.
What I'm thinking is this. The human being evolved. Let's just say we evolved. We weren't created. That's always been a sticking point for science. They say we evolved. Okay, well, fine. We evolved. That's great. However, as a survival tactic, this organism finally figured a way to create an envelope, what I would call the astral body, so that there could be a survival consciousness beyond the physical death because, as we evolved, the mind began to realize that there's a limit and then there's an end. So a strategy was developed to create an envelope for the mind to transcend from the physical into this parallel reality. And I think that in those terms, that this envelope is the astral body. And what I'm wondering, obviously that's what you use to travel, astral project. How dense, what sort of matter would you say this astral body is created out of? And what kind of ability to, is it something we're going to eventually shed and become pure thought, or that we're going to use?
All right, that's a lot to tackle.
All right, I'll let it go.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question. One thing I can say is that I have traveled without the astral body, so it is not something that you are permanently in. The astral body is for circumventing or touring the astral plane only. It's not capable of going above that. There are many levels above that, so I think the etheric body, which is the light body, is the more permanent one. The astral body is like a doppelganger of the physical, so it does ease transition into that state, because if you went from a physical to an etheric state of consciousness, which you don't have arms and legs and all that, it would be extremely disorienting. So I do think that there is a part of us that does create the astral form to make it a lot easier for us to make that transition. I hope that answered his question.
So you can travel without an astral body?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And I wrote in my book where, and then Robert Monroe also wrote about it also. The first level is traveling in the astral body, and then I found myself able to leave the astral body behind and exist as this pinpoint of consciousness, which was, I call the etheric or light body. And when I was in that body, that's when I was capable of going far beyond the astral plane, and I actually saw things like the light and had more like angelic-like encounters. So definitely, we definitely can travel beyond the astral plane.
All right. Garrison in Fresno asks, how can I get these damn shadow people to leave my bedroom?
The thing about it is they're there all the time, and we just can't always perceive them. So, and they're there for, not because they're spying on you, it's probably because you know them, you've just forgotten all about them, and they're trying to help you in every way, every way and form they can to transition and really deal with life. So, in a way, you really don't want them to go away. If you acknowledge, if you really understood this, then you would be glad they were there. And matter of fact, you'd almost feel blessed that you can see them. So it's a good thing. You don't want them to go away, because that's
Boy, you are really the eternal optimist. You know it? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the eternal optimist, Albert Taylor.
Morning, Art.
Hi.
Hi, this is John from Rochester, New York.
Hi, John.
I had a shadow person experience when I was younger. I would like to relate.
Yes, sir.
I had a loft bed, and I was sleeping in the loft bed. It was the middle of the night. I woke up, and I always thought this was like a waking dream, because I was awake. So I looked over the side of the bed. There was a lot of moonlight coming in the window, and there was crucifixes, shadows all over the floor, all over the floor. And I had like a little plaque. It was like a piece of wood with the Last Supper, imprinted on it.
Right.
And there was a black hand scratching at the feet of Jesus. And that's my story.
Were you coming out of a sleep, or were you...
I was awake because it scared me. I jumped over the side of the bed and I hit the wall switch.
And did that symbolize anything, particular thing for you?
Not really. I mean,
You didn't understand it?
Didn't understand it. It just scared me. I jumped over the side of the bed and hit the wall switch, turned on the light.
My kind of guy.
Yeah, it's kind of inconclusive. I really wouldn't know what to make of that.
I was just a story I just wanted to relay because everybody, and just because you just started talking about these shadow people, and it just reminded me of it, and that was all.
That's how I'd act too. I appreciate your call. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Taylor. Yeah.
Good morning.
It's just an observation and a question. He's brought up Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute. The Major Ed Danes ascribes to there, and also Swan. Danes followed, but Danes was was the monitor, trainer, and protege of and mentor, I might add, of Courtney Brown. I'm sure who got us into a lot of...
That is absolutely correct.
Got us into a lot of real tar baby.
Where are you going with this?
Well, all I'm saying is I think that we can be very easily misled and deceived. I mean, Father Malachi Martin indicated that there were a multitude of evil spirits that were cast down here.
Yes.
And I think we have to be very careful, because there no doubt are good spirits also that our Creator has provided. But
well, I do think of Taylor as more of an optimist than I would be.
Well, I'm not saying that you cannot have enlightenment. There's several. You cannot daydream. There's a gal talking about driving, and anybody knows about you're mesmerized by a prop. Traveling in a light plane and staring through it, having that light gated, there's all sorts of things here that are related, but because of this thing with Dr. Courtney Brown, I might add, we have to be very careful because, in talking about, mature Eastern religions, that's looking to the Matri as replacing Christ, and I think we have to be very careful about this sort of thing, and if Father Martin were here, I'm sure he would, caution us likewise that when we ask to be exposed to necessarily to spiritual beings, we might be courting those that are not good. And I wonder if your guest could comment on that.
Oh, he will, but it'll all be positive, I guess. Go ahead, Albert.
Well, I'm going to take the scientific approach to this. Because I wasn't looking for spirituality, I wasn't looking for self-awareness or God or any of those things.
Yes.
I was trying to find out what was wrong with me. And in my book, it is just simply a journal, be it positive or negative. I was just documenting the experiences. And if I had run into anything negative or demons or anything like that, definitely be in those pages. But because it's not, and here all this time later, I still have nothing to report on that, then there's nothing for me to really address unless something happens. If something happens tomorrow, I will definitely report on it and let you know. But so far, so good. Everything in years.
So you're just relating your honest experience. You've never had a negative experience.
I've never had any experience with demons or anything like that. And I don't know anybody who has been really able to travel at a high percentage of the time who has either. So I would report it if I had the information or I had personal experiences, but I don't.
About that.
Yep. It would be in Soul Traveler, that's for sure. Because that's just
it might not be in Soul Traveler. You wrote that now some time ago.
Yeah. Well, if I would think if I had as many experiences as I had, period, in that book, I would have at least one or two.
Well,
and even in this new book, I don't have any.
Well, Albert, a good friend of mine, John Lear, son of Bill Lear, once told me what a very close friend confided in him. And it's bothered me ever since. And now it can bother you a little bit. In the spirit of the last caller.
Thanks.
Yeah, he said, when you die, don't go to the light. It's a trick. Go to the darkness. The light is a trick. If you go to the light, you're going to eternal hell.
Oh. Yeah, that's where all the flames are, right?
Yeah, that's right. So you think about that for a while and mull it over and let it burden you for all your life as it has me since he told me that. Go to the light, go to the darkness. It's a trick. From the high desert, Albert Taylor. Dr. Albert Taylor, the Soul Traveler, is here. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM with Dr. Albert Taylor.
I wonder if I can mention, I have some new, not only autographed copies of my book available, but I have audio and videotapes now.
Well, you should have said that a long time ago.
I know. I just thought about that.
Really? All right.
Well, I didn't want to. The most important thing is the spiritual information. The products and all that comes second.
All right. So, what kind of videotapes do you have?
I have a videotape of lecturing on discovering the soul through out-of-body experiences, and audio tape also on that. And they can all be ordered, or they can ask for them at. I have a number at 877-728. 2736. It's the Lightworkers website.
Again.
877-728-2736. And you can get an autographed book and videotape, and it's a new audio tape. The audio tape and videotape are only a month old.
Oh, you should
really current.
Should have said that a long time ago.
Oh. I don't know what got into me, Art.
877-728-2736. Autographed book. Tapes, video, and audio both.
Right. And it's all on my website also.
All right. Excellent. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
I have, 3 quick things here. The first question I have is when you are in this projection, can you project to a different time as opposed, like the future or the past, or are you always in the present?
I have done that, but I don't do that anymore. But yes, it is possible, and I have done that.
Wait a minute. Ma'am, hold on.
Okay.
What do you mean you don't do it anymore?
Well, I shared with you a couple shows back, maybe even 4 or 5 shows back, we've done so many now, that I saw some things in the future regarding the disintegration of my private life, my family life, and a bunch of other things. And it really devastated me, and I did my best to try to stop these things from manifesting. I mean, I really did, and they still did, and it was very devastating. It was dramatic for me back in 1996, and that's why I only give a couple warnings on this. One of them is that you can dabble with time travel if you want, but be advised that if you do travel into the future, you may not see what's happening around the world like Daniel Brinkley did with Chernobyl. You may see what's happening, a meltdown in your own particular path. And you're going to have, and because a lot of things must happen. We have free will. We can change some things, but some things must transpire, and you may have to live with it and just deal with it until it's over. So,
well, like journey to the center of the mind, you might not come back.
Well, a lot of things can happen, and it's your life.
All right.
So you have to deal with it.
Wow, what a totally interesting answer. Ma'am?
Yes. Well, that was kind of where I was, one of the questions I had. Then another thing was, I had an experience one time, kind of the waking dream quote, so to speak, where I was aware of a little girl that came to my bedside. In other words, I didn't leave my body, but I was aware of a visit to my body from someone else. That was, it was just different. I mean, the next morning I couldn't shake it, kind of thing. And later, my mother had a visit from a little girl where she claims to have been totally awake, turned over just in time to kind of see her dematerialize. And when she called, she's not the kind of person that has little crazy stuff happen either. I mean, this was kind of real weird. And she told me about what had happened, kind of in a serious tone, and I said, "Oh my God, my little girl's come to visit you." And it was just really kind of freaky. Well, later, a little girl came into my life. In fact, I cut her umbilical cord. That I've often wondered, was that her pretty...
How old is she now?
About a year old.
How old was the girl that visited you?
Several years old. Maybe 2, 3.
I've heard of that.
I shared with you some time ago, Art, that we pick our parents, and sometimes we during that process, we do come to our prospective parents, and they do have visions of us. And in some cases, I've had letters where people have written and said that the little boy that visited them years before, actually, they later had a boy, and he grew up to look exactly like the child that they saw in the vision. So this is quite common and happens quite a bit.
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hello.
Hello, good morning, Albert.
Good morning.
Hi, I have two real quick questions. The first one is, we see people in comas, and especially Alzheimer patients. I'd like to stick on this a little bit more. In their latter stages, obviously they get more and more dementia sets in, but they start to almost go into a semi-comatose state. When you're astral traveling, do you meet these people? Because, we here on this plane look at it and we kind of wonder, what's the point of all this if these people, their body functions, their minds are gone. Do you see anything of those people traveling up there, and what would be the purpose of all that?
Well, I can say this. If I did have an encounter with someone who had a body that was failing or suffering from Alzheimer's or something like that, the physical abnormalities wouldn't transcend to their astral body, so they wouldn't suffer from Alzheimer's or be handicapped in that sense. So I may have and may not have.
Oh, okay.
But you wouldn't be able to tell by the astral form.
I thought maybe they were working some sort of thing out up there or something, because it's just very confusing to us here below. You see them and you just...
You wonder what the purpose of that is?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Now, well, sometimes, now think about this, and I'm not saying this is absolute, but just think about the impact that person is having on you. Sometimes a soul can sacrifice their own well-being, if you look at it that way, to help influence the spiritual evolution of another. And that's an admirable thing to do.
You're right. That has changed many, many families. They've really come. And my second question is, I would mention negative experiences. You said you didn't have any in your file, but you kind of alluded to maybe some that was unpleasant or some that you wouldn't say are the greatest. Could you give us any examples of what might be considered not?
Well, he just gave you one with time travel, but yes, do you have any others?
Well, I have run into, I've created astral forms or thought forms that have hit me. I mean, when I thought I was, when it hit me, I thought I was going to feel pain, and I actually did. One struck me across the mouth, and it really hurt. That was a negative experience, but I created it. I found that out later because I don't have those anymore. So yes, there are some people, even astral travelers, even ghosts and spirits that can play games with you. They can't harm you, but they can scare you if you allow them to. So that can be a negative experience also.
If one spirit, though, could help you, why couldn't a spirit hurt you?
Well, it hurt only in the sense if you believe it, because what happens is that you're not on uneven ground with them. You're very much on even ground with them. And matter of fact, you may be have a little advantage over them.
Yeah, I know.
But if you don't know that, then you tend to maybe bend, and then they can take advantage of it.
But they might have luggage with stickers from all over the cosmos on it, while you're just out there fresh and new, and you could get suckered in.
And well, the one thing you can always do if the situation turns out to be more than you can handle, you can always pull the ejection seat and go right back to the body.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Taylor. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, Dr. Taylor, I purchased your book about a year ago, Soul Traveler, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh. And I am a second initiate in Eckankar, so I enjoyed your references to we're going to the Los Angeles seminar some time ago and making the reference that the people in Eckankar did not say they had a soul, but said they were soul.
Mm-hmm.
I find difficulty as to why that's so hard to understand. It's just a simple measure of believing that you're a soul that inhabits a body instead of a body that has a soul, like to go to the store and get a piece of lawn furniture or something. It's the viewpoint. But what I wanted to mention, was in reference to people who are worried about demons.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned earlier about thought forms.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you transcend to a higher state of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, going from the physical to the astral, to the mental, the causal, the etheric, each one just a more refined state of vibrations. So thus the thought forms manifest more easily. So I use the, the analogy, when you're a kid and you see you're worried about the boogeyman in your dreams, then when you wake up, when you grow older and you're an adult, you find out that the evil that exists is in the minds of men. Use the pronoun consolidation. In other words, the analogy is that the evil comes from the thought forms that the demon self-made.
That makes I totally agree with you.
I find it difficult to believe that if we are transcending to a higher state of consciousness, that we have to worry about demons and evil if we're not thinking that to begin with.
I totally agree. I think you'd only experience what you take into it, and now that I don't take those things into the experience, I don't have those. I don't have any demons in my.
And one other thing, you had
I agree.
Carol Wilson's book, How I Learned Soul Travel, because you made reference to that in your book. And there was one Carol Wilson's book as to when he did go out of his body, and he ended up in some room of what he thought was the astral plane, and he was talking with some individuals who asked him if he was alive or dead. He thought that was kind of strange, and he told them alive, and they commended him for his ability to have a physical body on the physical plane, but B, where people who had deceased had already gone.
Oh, that's wild. That is a much higher plane, right, Albert?
Right, yeah, and Robert Monroe also achieved that level where he was challenged and they said, what are you doing here? You know, at a level where normally we only go after the body has failed and died. So, yes, we can. I think we're only limited by our own ability to evolve. And
Robert Monroe actually told me that story before he passed away. I interviewed him. He told me.
So we're only limited. We're only limited by our own the limitations we set for ourselves. We can't evolve to achieve incredible heights and experiences. And I agreed with everything he had to say. I'm not sure if he was disputing anything.
No, he really wasn't. Listen, Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Hey, Art and Dr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
It's good to be on the show. I listen all the time. This is Harlan out in Grand Junction, Colorado.
Yes. Hi, Harlan.
Couple questions, a few comments and a question. You say that it's more than just like a little day trip through your imagination. It's an actual travel, spiritual travel. Okay, and you say you're not able to bring any evil will or hatred or bitterness with you. It kind of stays you. It dams your travel.
No, you can take it with you. It's just going to limit you.
Okay, it's going to limit you. So, but you can't really. You were saying you can't really do evil or harmful things to other people. When you're on this astro trip.
Well, I haven't been able to. I mean, I don't know what you possibly could do. The closest evil or anything you could do to anybody would be what Robert Monroe did by pinching someone. Other than that, I haven't been able to affect non-physical, non-organic matter, let alone influence somebody else. That's
right. What I'm getting at is that having listened to Art Bell's show before, there are evil spirits out there, according to his show, and if you're out there on the same playing field as them, don't you think you're kind of leaving yourself without protection at kind of a vulnerable position to sort of play astro chess with someone who may not be out there? I mean, aren't you leaving yourself in a kind of a dangerous position? And you talked about somebody punching you in the face, image that you created, but I mean, what do you know about the possibilities of dangerous activities going on with a spiritual body that's not so kind?
I have no information on evil entities. I mean, if there was, I would report it, but I don't. And I travel at least once a week. I've been doing it since I was 5 for 40 years.
Right,
and I don't have these experiences. If they were there, if they existed, I would say.
Earlier, Art even said something to the effect of, it sounds like only like Boy Scouts and
Girl Scouts.
Girl Scouts, excuse me, and missionaries are able to do this kind of travel. Maybe it's because you look at yourself as a more spiritual, less evil person, and someone who's less experienced who reads your book and decides they're going to try some of these things perhaps they're not as pure as you believe you are, and they could be in a lot of trouble with someone out there that's not so friendly.
Okay, one misnomer is that, first of all, that only a few people can do this. First of all, that's wrong. It's incorrect because 100% of us can do this, but only about 25 to 30% of us remember it. So each one of us are doing it almost every night on a nightly basis. We're having out-of-body experiences, but a lot of us are in the dream state and don't remember our
I wonder if those are the ones that turn up as shadow people.
It's very possible, like a sleepwalking type of person.
Yeah.
It's very possible. Sometimes they project to certain areas. Maybe they were worried about a test they were going to take a few days later and project it to that classroom.
You know what? You know why that might make sense? Because the shadow people, many times, when they know they're seen, are very surprised and poof, disappear, as in back to body.
It very well could be. Regarding the evil things that the guy said, like I said, I'm neutral about that. If it exists, I want to know about it too, because I don't want to go into that neighborhood. But so if I find some area that I think you shouldn't go, I'm going to caution you, because my whole thing here is exploration, and so far it's been mostly like 95% positive.
I tell you, caller, what the hell? Give it a quid to be hit by a Buick.
Also, where did you? How did you become a doctor? Where did you study at to become Dr. Taylor?
Trinity University in Dublin, Ireland.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Taylor. Hello?
Hello, you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, I was wondering if during this traveling, Dr. Taylor, if you're limited to the Earth.
No.
Oh, no.
Not at all.
This,
You're not limited to the physical plane, period. You can go anywhere physically.
Could I go up to the landing site on the moon?
You can go anywhere. If you can focus your thoughts, you can go there.
Have you been up there?
I have been past the moon. I wrote it in my book.
Have you seen these actual Apollo landing sites, or did you find
no,
it?
No, but since I've seen that video now, I think it's on my list of things to do.
You know, actually, I'm told you don't really consider that sort of specific thing. That if you made it to the moon, you'd probably have other things on your mind.
Yeah, probably wouldn't think about that, I would think. It takes a lot to focus on the same things that the personality, earthbound personality self defines important.
Also,
it takes a lot.
A few years ago, an old friend of mine, she said her aunt was kind of like did drummings and that into this field, and that they would all meet down in the center of the Earth. I don't know where that would be, if that would be...
Center of the Earth?
Yeah, maybe it's like a meeting place, or is that what these...
Hey, that's a final destination.
I never did it. She invited me to come do it, and I was kind of chicken to even think about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick that out as my first travel destination. No way.
Well, according to Greek mythology, that's the realm of the Lord Hades, so I don't know.
I lost contact with her, so I'm kind of wondering if that's who my cats see when I'm sitting there having a few highballs at night, and I look up and she's looking at something. It kind of spooks you out.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, caller, thank you very much. Albert, we're woefully short on time now, so let's see. Soul Traveler, available now. It's really the 101 on astral travel, out-of-body travel. It's you can get it by calling 877-728-2736. In fact, you can get an autographed copy, you can get videotapes, and you can get audio tapes, all at that number.
Yes.
Or obviously, you can go to your website and order through there. You can go to home, probably get it there. We've got a link, I think, to Amazon from our website.
You do.
Yes, so just go to my website, tonight's guest info, and Albert Taylor, and then over you go, and you get it. And before you know it, you'll be flying. Albert, as always, what a blast.
It's been great, Art.
It has been great. Albert, thank you.
My pleasure.
And good night. All right, tomorrow night, warning. Major Ed Dames is going to be here, and he has said to me personally that it's going to be grim. Not unusual for Major Ed Dames, but I'm giving you a full 24 hours warning. Take the radio away from the kids if they're up at this hour. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across this great land of ours and well beyond. Commercially, from the island of Guam in the Pacific, Xerox eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands and our rocks south into South America, north all the way to the pole and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast to Coast to Coast to Coast AM. Hi there, everybody. Welcoming yet another new affiliate tonight. That would be KTXX in Salinas, California. 1460 on the dial in Salinas. I know that area well. And I'd like to say hello to Jeff Wilson, who's the general manager there, and Corey Michaels. Both of these people are really nice guys. So there you have it, yet another new one getting that close to 500 affiliates. KTXX Salinas, 1460. So if you're in the area, check them out. Just wait till you hear what you've got in store for you. Even I don't know. First of all, new on the website tonight, something pretty cool. I don't know whether you knew this or not, but I'm kind of friends with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. And Billy wrote me a letter, wrote Ramona and I a letter, and with it sent a photograph that is so cool. I had no idea Billy was doing this. Billy went up in the Vomit Comet and experienced weightlessness. God, I would love to do that. I wonder how much it costs to go up in that thing. Anyway, we've got a copy of the letter that he sent to us, to Ramona and myself, and that we've got a photograph of Billy in the Vomit Comet. And then, if you keep going down a little bit, you're going to see a wonderful article. But in the middle, between the letter and the photograph, you will see Vomit Comet video, 800K, MPEG. And in that, you will see Billy Gibbons floating in the air with his guitar floating above his head. Pretty cool stuff. So, all right for you, Billy. Billy, let me know, will you, what it costs to do that? That's something I'd really, really, really love to do. If even, just once, get up there and what do you suppose weightlessness is really like? I have no idea. The closest thing that we, I guess, can experience on Earth to weightlessness, obviously, is diving in a pool, or in the ocean, or in water, right? Weightless, sort of, but not quite the same thing as just floating in air. Just floating in the air. Can you imagine that? Well, Billy did it. So we've got the letter, we've got the photograph, and we've got the video, courtesy of ZZ Top's Billy Gibbons. Now, McVeigh, I see, indeed, today asked a judge to delay his execution, which is strange. I don't get it. He wanted to die, right? And then the FBI came along and said, well, we've got these documents, but they don't bear on guilt. And now he wants to delay his own execution, so I don't know. Maybe as he got closer to meeting with whoever he's going to meet when that time comes, he decided he'd rather put it off for a while. Senator James Jeffords, who last week left the Republican Party, has decided to give all his money back to those who supported him when he ran for office. An honorable thing to do, I guess. And that'd probably be a lot of money. It costs a lot of money to run for the Senate, millions and millions of dollars. President Bush would like a military spending increase in 2002. In addition to the $5.6 billion hike he is planning for the current Pentagon budget, it would seem that he wants even more. So he might add even more to his originally proposed $310 billion budget. And so I don't know. What are we doing? Who is it we are protecting against? The Chinese, sure, to some degree, I guess. But it seems to me with the Soviet bloc gone, and they really are gone. I mean, they are just absolutely clueless, moneyless, without any clear political direction. They're just gone. Yes, the nukes are still there, of course. But it seems to me a time that we would not necessarily be increasing our military budget. Maybe holding steady, but I don't know about increasing. But what they're going to do. We are going to do a program tonight on the shadow people. And there is a lady who contacted me, a doctor, Dr. Morgan Spence, who said she has been researching the shadow people for 11 years. She has a new website up. It just went up last few days called shadowbeings.com. We've got a link on our site to it. She'll be here next hour. But I thought I would read you the following letter. And this is just plucked out among thousands and thousands and thousands of letters. Art, I would like to start off by respectfully requesting that my name, location, and company be withheld should you choose to air any of my theory as to the cause of the increased sightings of shadow people. And he goes on to explain where he works. He is a very technical person, let me tell you. I'm withholding the information. Very technical person. He says his job requires him to report accurately and technically. When I first heard about shadow people, I said, okay, mass hysteria or simple minds at work. I understand some people have seen shadow people for many years. I have a theory of why sightings may be increasing. I'd never seen one or anything else paranormal till this weekend. Two reasons I feel might have caused this and possibly be the cause of more prevalent sightings of this phenomenon. This weekend at work, we were testing a laser scanning display that we manufacture for military aircraft. For many hours, I was looking at this display, which rapidly flashes patterns generated by the laser assembly, which simulates generating 3D images of ground targets. I guess you can begin guessing where he works, huh? The system is mounted in an aircraft, and it scans objects with a laser. The computer then takes the length of each beam pulse and returns to generate an image similar to how a sonar works. Anyway, I was also I happened to purchase a DVD player this weekend. I was quite impressed with the quality and sharpness of the picture, but I noticed that my eyes felt different while I was watching a rather long movie about D-Day. Nothing uncomfortable or bothersome, just different. When I returned to work and began working with the laser again, I noticed this feeling increasing. It felt as if my vision was speeding up, kind of like I was looking at things in slightly fast forward. At first I thought it was from fatigue, but I noticed the edges of my vision becoming pixelated, not blurry, but the image was a collage of small flashing blocks, kind of like looking through some really small block glass. I guess you've all done that, right? Only being able to focus clearly on a central cone directly in front of me. I knew the laser had something to do with it, so I took a break, rubbed my eyes, went to get some coffee. As I was pouring my cup, that's when I saw it. My vision was still in the pixelated state, but I noticed a quick dark blur out of the corner of my left eye. When I turned, well, let's just say I was glad to have used the restroom earlier. There, in the corner of the office, was what looked like a small child wearing a dark robe of smoke, huddled in the corner. I could not make out the face or any details, but I could tell that as I stood there staring at it, it was turning its head to look at me. When its head was in alignment, so it was, in quotes, looking at me, it stood to about 4 feet tall, quickly sprinted along the wall, and just vanished. Not into anything, but like it began moving fast enough, like going into warp speed or something, so I couldn't quite see it anymore. It just stopped existing in front of me as it sped along the wall. Art, I know what I saw. I just stood there, frozen with fear, because I had no idea what in the hell I was seeing. We remained looking at each other for at least 20 seconds before it sped off. I was wondering how many people who report seeing shadow people own and frequently use equipment that produces rapidly moving digital images, DVDs, PCs, digital camcorders, and cameras, that are displayed at different or possibly higher or lower frame rates than our eyes are normally used to seeing. Is a light going on there, folks? Anyway, he goes on, I'm sure looking at the laser display for hours could only have accelerated these effects. I'm telling you, Art, I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. I was an Army Ranger before entering my current field. I've seen plenty of things out in the woods at night that'll get your heart pounding and freeze you for a second. Those things go away when you look right at them. And we were trained to look at things with the edge of your vision, using the cones in your eyes to prevent night illusions and images, mirages. The damn thing just became more visible and pronounced when I looked directly at it, and I have no idea what it was. Thank you for your time, and he signs it along with the company he works for that you would know and respect. That, my friend, is a shadow being. Thought you might want to hear that.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night. But you know, you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work and again on the way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 3 years. As a member, you'll have access to our monthly live chat sessions with George Noory and special guests. The Coast Insiders Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests and topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
At this point, I'm not happy with the direction that government is taking us. I'm happy with the fact that Americans are beginning to wake up and stand up and do what they have to do and shout and scream and blog. And I think that's critical. And I think that's what's going to save the Republic. I think in the long run, as we go through all this stuff, it's the people who will save us and our country will remain strong.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 31, 2001.
So I have had literally thousands of, I think now 8,000 or 9,000 shadow person letters and emails and phone calls, and tonight we're going to deal with it. Oh, by the way, booking Ed Dames out at about, I think June 8th. Out at about June 8th. Talked to Ed earlier today. He's going to go to work on two things for us. One, the city underwater, a half mile under the water off the coast of Cuba, and the shadow people. Ed Dames is very interested, and he's going to take a look at those two, and we'll have him on June 8th, so I thought I'd give you a heads up on that one. Here's a kind of an interesting fact. Art, I was looking over the census data and found that every state in the country gained people, biggest gainers, west and south, and east is still growing, but at a slower percentage. Before you know it, the whole country will be one massive urban sprawl full of congested roads, with road rage everywhere, trucks barreling down the highways, trying to keep up with the commerce, continuous pounding of keyboards, day in and day out for workers in white-collar firms, smog and soot oozing from the new factories that will have to be built to employ the masses after our higher education system can no longer handle the population boom, a return to coal-burning power plants because of terrible planning. Waves of bandits and organized crime rings moving from region to region, going undetected under the shield of overpopulation. Boy, that sounds a little Mad Maxy to me. But on the other hand, most of those trends that he talked about are certainly well underway, huh? Somebody writes, with regard to last night's announcement about the heat in San Francisco, It may be 101 degrees on the West Coast, but we have the heat here in Missouri. It is still in the 60s. He's being facetious. The crops are not yet planted in the fields. It rains every day. I'm so sick of cloudy, overcast days. At least 2.5 weeks since we've seen the sun. Hard to believe. They're burning up on the West Coast while we're burning up heat fuel here, Larry, in north central Missouri. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen, folks. People misinterpret global warming to mean that everything is going to warm up, and to some degree that is true. But in between, there are going to be extremes. Global warming and greenhouse gases are going to mean extremes, that we're going to get bigger storms, that it's going to be hotter, it's going to be colder, it's going to be wilder, all the way around. So I'm not surprised at all what he's saying about Missouri. And the crop's not yet planted. I'm not surprised about that either. Last night I told you that I think we're now to the point with the weather change that the argument about whether or not it's changing, despite who is doing it, that argument is over. It is changing, profoundly changing, and we're in the middle of it right now. And that what we really ought to be working on, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is adjusting to the change. I mean, everybody wants to go on living reasonably normally, right? So we will have to adjust to the change. If where you can farm begins to move a little bit, you notice a big fall-offs in farm output, which you will, that's going to mean things have to begin moving. It's going to mean that those who are in charge of protecting us and looking out for our interests are going to have to make judgments about how to begin to modify things a little bit. I know it's scary, but I think it's reality. He writes, hey Art, my theory is that just like at nighttime, here we go again, you see a sodium vapor light and watch someone's wheels turning while traveling down the road. They appear to move backwards, stand still, or move forward, right? We are just frequency beings, only able to detect some frequencies modulated by our sun, artificial lighting, even time itself. These shadow beings are living at a different frequency. Beyond the frames per second, our eyes can understand. Only when another frequency beats with the shadow people and ghosts do we see the subcarrier in the corner of our eye. Does this make sense to you? Please ask your guest about it tonight. Thanks, Gary. Thousands like this, but they are beginning to come to an interesting consensus. As you listen to these letters, are you noticing that too? A kind of an interesting consensus that everything is frequency bound, and that whatever it is, modern technology, as outlined in the first letter, or just some things around, as suggested in the first letter and punctuated by Gary, modern things that are beginning to cause us to see harmonics and beats, and when that occurs, we see these things we're calling shadow people. They've been here all along. They're all around us. We just don't see them because we're not moving fast enough. Why would you imagine suddenly we're beginning to see them? Well, one thing you definitely might imagine is that new technology like DVDs, things that use lasers, camcorders, a lot of things that might begin to speed us up a little bit in terms of frames per second and get us accustomed to watching something a little faster. The moment we begin to just edge ahead a little faster in our vision, boom, there they are. What about whatever they are? There they are. And what about this aspect that seems to indicate they're used to the fact that they can see us, but when we see them, they freak out and they run. And when they run, they're going then faster than we can see them, and so to our eyes, poof, they disappear. That doesn't mean they're gone. That just means they're now moving at a frequency we really can't see. So we're beginning to edge toward them. It's just something that's happening, and our technology, to some degree, I believe, is assisting. Now, this is just the latest number 10 theory, but I think it's a pretty doggone good one, and I want you all to consider it. At any rate, we will consider it very hard in the next hour. In the next half hour, we will open the lines and see what's on your mind out there. So, prepare thyself. You know, we really live in strange times, don't we? Exciting, strange times. The old Chinese curse is upon us. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Love to talk to you. We've got a half hour of open lines before Dr. Spence comes on and tells us whatever she knows about shadow people. Again, she's been looking into them for 11 years. You know, I was looking again at, you really got to see this on my website, artbell.com. ZZ Top is a group that I've been communicating with for a while, Billy Gibbons. And you look at Billy Gibbons hovering in midair and watch the video. The video is really cool. I mean, here he is hovering in midair, and his guitar is floating above him in the video. Ha, ha, ha. Altogether too cool. And it occurred to me that maybe I should interview Billy, not about music, but about what it's like to be weightless. I really would like to try this myself, and maybe a way to find out about it would be to get Billy Gibbons on the air and let him tell all of you what it's like. I wonder if he'd do an interview just on that subject. What do you think? I'm actually thinking I would like to try this myself. I think I would like to try it. Now, in the world of safe and unsafe, my company and hopefully even my wife would agree that this would be safe. Just once in my life, I would like to experience weightlessness. Even if it probably turns your stomach inside out. They don't call it the vomit comet for nothing. In fact, actually, if you look at the picture, I'm looking at the picture of the inside of the aircraft, and it looks like there's a whole bunch of dents in the metal back there. I wonder if that's where people hit the metal. It's hard to tell what's in the background there. It almost looks like dents in metal. I hope that's not heads that impacted on the metal. Anyway, it'd be, somebody tell Billy that I'd like to interview him about what it's like to be weightless. And if it sounds cool enough, really cool enough, and I'm betting that it will, I will go and do it myself. We'll be right back. Actually, this letter, the longer one I read you from the gentleman in the high-tech industry, I sent that along to Keith. Keith, you might check your email if you see if you still have it. If you do, you might want to post it. In doing so, though, please remove this gentleman's employment information and the information about his job and his name and all the rest of it at the bottom. But leave the explanation. It's the best I've ever heard. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir. Where are you?
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, all right. Yes, sir.
I want to start off with the first two shadow people occurrences that I've had. One was in my house, and one was right before I was getting ready to go into my apartment door.
Yes.
Where I go into the apartment complex to my house.
Right.
Okay, well, what started was I was just simply riding my bike up through my up to the sidewalk.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, I want to compare that to one of the drawings that you have on the internet.
Oh, and we have a lot of drawings. Yeah.
Yeah. The one that's perfect for it is the I can't really describe the one, but it's I can't really describe it. It's like a little child, but it's just an image.
All right. Maybe we can get Keith for tonight to bring the drawings back. Since we're going to be talking about this, Keith, if you would, under what's new just for tonight, it's probably under what's older.
Well, it was the exact one that I saw. It ran right through the door and went in through the crack.
It ran through,
right in front of me, and went through the door crack.
Okay, there's two things I'm noticing about the people that seem to be seeing what you just saw, and that is, one, They're by and large younger people like yourself.
But they're really young child, like a little child.
You're saying you saw a young child. No, I'm saying the people seeing these beings seem to be younger. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the other one, I was just going into my living room, looking out my sliding door, and it was just right out my sliding door, I guess. And my sliding door was slightly open.
Yes.
And just shoot right through.
And you could see it full on.
I saw it pull up. Just like that.
I appreciate your call, sir.
No, I have also one little thing.
What's that?
I just wanted to make a theory about some things that we may overlook. That's probably right under our nose.
Okay, did you hear the letter that I read?
Yeah.
What?
No, I had something different, actually.
No, I know, but I know. But with regard to shadow people, did you hear that letter about DVD players and lasers and all the rest of it?
And everything?
Yeah.
But I think it's something that we overlook, actually. It's different.
Okay.
It has something to do with women.
Women?
I would say, yeah. The power of the woman.
At 19, everything has to do with women.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking that it's the frequency that they control. It's an exercise that they do that alters these shadow people.
It might be. Blame it on women.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
You never know.
You never know.
Maybe that's what we're...
All right. Listen, I really now must leave the line, but thank you for your description and take care. Women. Ha, ha, ha. By the way, we had an interesting experience today. Every now and then, Ramona will go into town on some other mission, but on the way back, she will pick up our favorite McDonald's. And they have a new burger. Ramona, come tell me what it is again, please. I forget the name of it, but I should tell you so that you'll understand the rest of the story. McDonald's has a new burger that they make. And at any rate, she went in and ordered 3 of them, brought them home. Yes? A double deluxe? Oh, yes, you will. Yes, you will. There's nothing unsafe about that. Close the door. A double veto power my... a double deluxe. A double deluxe. And these are relatively new, I think, with McDonald's. And so we think they're pretty good. And she brought home 3 of them. And I opened up the first one. And I looked down at it. Talk about disappointment. Here we've got, I think, a pickle. Some lettuce. Some kind of secret sauce. And maybe a little slice of tomato. But no meat. No meat. So I said, oh. I opened up the second one. Same deal. Opened up the third one. Same deal. They're veggie witches. I don't know what they are. They're minus the meat, and it just doesn't work out. So we called them up, and they said, well, come tomorrow and get replacements. We don't just idly drive 20 miles, to get replacement burgers. Veggie witches. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Stephen Phoenix.
Hi, Steve.
Just listening to your theory there from the high-tech guy.
Yes.
The whole thing crystallizes because in the early days, in fact, when I speak to people about this, the first thing they say is this, oh yeah, I see those out of the corner of my eye all the time.
Uh-huh.
And usually their story starts with late at night when I'm sitting at the computer. And there they are.
Ta-da.
And I was just wondering, it reminds me of a timing light on your automobile.
Absolutely.
You put it down, you can finally see the line when it is time.
Same idea.
So I was wondering if Ghostbusters should start carrying these timing lights.
Maybe so. I really think we're on to something here. I think that man is definitely on to something.
And the people who see them head on is usually at night, and it's lit by artificial lighting from the street.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody knows that the streets are not the same kind of lighting you have in your house.
That's
it's
right.
argon or a fluorescent or some other frequency.
That's correct again.
Just had to throw my 2 cents worth.
But think about it. Think about what's enabling us to begin to see them. We have stumbled across a gigantic, incredibly large phenomena that's real, and there are creatures coexisting on the planet with us that we're just now starting to see. That's pretty incredible stuff.
Pretty incredible, but it could be caused because more and more cities are going to these energy-saving lights.
And
it's the flutter speed of the light itself.
Yeah, but it's
timing benefit.
Right, I understand, but it's not, thank you, it's not just the lights. as you pointed out, it's a computer. It's a flicker factor. It's frames per second. It's the speed at which you're seeing things. If we're talking about different frequencies here, when you begin seeing things at a slightly faster rate, you begin seeing what you couldn't see before. And they're all around us. And they're real. I don't have the slightest idea what they are. But they seem aware that they can see us, and only shocked when we can apparently see them. So they've coexisted with us, seeing us, which will sort of give you a case of goosebumps to begin with. Right? But now we're beginning to see them, and oh, are they surprised. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I've been a fan of yours for years.
Oh, well, thank you.
And glad you're back on, and I'm really interested in this. I've got three things that I brought, I got two books. I won't bring the name of the authors up.
Why not? You can.
Okay. Because there was subjects I've listened to you talk about before from different people you've talked with on the line there that are how do I say experts. When we were talking about the Sphinx and everything about the aliens and UFOs.
Yes.
And I've read a book called Area 51 by this gentleman named Robert Doherty.
Yes.
And I mean, it talks about how they're saying is that like he's saying like the Sphinx would actually be communication beacons for aliens through the tops or some way metal instead of brick. Talking about how some aliens might have been down on this earth so many years ago.
That's one great theory, of course.
That might have helped with history without us really knowing it. And I thought that was pretty neat. And another book I've got, when you were talking about, with one of your experts was talking about what's going on in Antarctica.
Yes.
I read a book called Subterranean by this guy named James Rollins that talked about a cavern in Antarctica where actually prehistoric people and creatures live.
Yes, I've heard this.
In Antarctica, in a cavern, and these people are going over there, and these creatures are like mammal reptilians. And then they could have babies as well as carry off.
Baby reptilians?
Yeah, like baby reptilians and everything, and they're like mammal reptilians. It's kind of weird to kind of have babies and look like, and according to description, like little Tyrannosaurus rexes that run around tearing people up. And that was pretty neat. Plus, the thing I wanted to bring up too, Art, is that I actually had a UFO experience when I was a kid.
Saw a UFO.
And I always wanted to bring it up to you ever since I've heard you on radio. And I thought I'd bring it up to you tonight.
Well, you're now one of the majority of Americans.
And it feels good, though.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much, and take care. Oh, most Americans now have seen a UFO. I don't know what percentage of that majority would say that they had seen something from elsewhere. Remember, a UFO is simply an unidentified flying object. So unless you have a close-up view of it, you're unlikely to characterize it as coming from somewhere else. And yet most of the American people, the majority, think that life does exist elsewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. No, don't on that button. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air. Hello.
This is Ruth from Orange, California.
Hey, Ruth.
Yes, and I want to talk about the shadow people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I even hate to bring it up, but I haven't heard you mention anyone hearing anything from the shadow people. Now, let me explain what happened to me.
You are correct.
I live alone, and I have about 3 or 4 locks on my front door. It's only one door out because I'm in an apartment. And I went to bed. I usually read before I turn off the light, but I have a night light on. I turn the light off, and as I turned it off, I heard something kind of in my living room.
Oh.
And I thought, oh, gee, what's that? And I'm laying there with the light, a night light on. It shadows my hallway. I look up, and I see this black shadow of a man.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like he was coming real fast in the hall. Then when he looks up and sees me, he comes towards me. I threw the sheet over my head, and I said, ah! And he leaned over me and said, boo.
What?
Yes. And that's why I'm calling. Otherwise, I wouldn't.
No, wait. can you remember whether there was, in other words, was this the classic picture of the shadow person, sort of a...
Yes, it was. It was just like, I saw the arms, the head, but I couldn't see a face. It was just black. Everything was black, but it was a shadow of a person.
And you threw the sheet over.
I did, because he was coming right towards me.
And he said, boo?
And he leaned over and said, boo, and finally I didn't hear anything, and I pulled the cover back a little bit.
Oh, my God.
I couldn't sleep for 2 hours. I got up.
I wouldn't sleep for 2 days. So apparently the shadow people have a sense of humor.
Well, I don't know. The first thing that came into my mind was I know someone is getting close to going on the other side, and I thought, oh, gee, I wonder if they've already gone. But I thought, I don't believe in stuff like this. But that actually happened, and I called about 3 people that I'm close to and told them what happened.
And?
They said, oh, gee, Louise, maybe that's, some people meditate, and they say they can transform their spirit to another location or something, and I thought, oh, I don't know, but I don't want to get caught up in that realm.
As in out-of-body travel.
Out-of-body experience.
That's been another theory that people have had about what it might be, but if it clearly said the word boo?
Boo, yes. That's what gets me, because I haven't heard any of your...
It was in a man's voice.
Yes. I could actually, when I pulled the cover over, I knew it was right there in front of me or side of my bed, and I could see him. He leaned over and said, boo. And I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
Yes.
And yet none of my bolts on my door were undone. The windows were all locked. And I sat there and I thought, my God, I can't believe this. And it was about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's really something.
Yeah.
You have no idea how I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Okay.
Take care. Bye. There's another one. And so they just flood in. I think the man who sent me this letter really has a good handle on what it is. It is by far the best technical explanation that you can glom onto that makes sense. I may read this email again. I may read it again. I wonder if we can get it posted. Let me see. Not yet. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do a reload here. No, not yet. It's likely that Keith may not have kept it. I did forward this, Keith, but it was a few days ago. So I'd love to get it up on the website and let you read it at your leisure. We'll see. I'll talk to Keith during the break. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Argyle.
Yes.
Nice to talk to you. This is Vicki in California.
Hi, Vicki.
I loved that theory that you read. That was great.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, and it makes so much sense. It goes along with those tenets in like metaphysics where everything exists in a state of vibration. It would make perfect sense. And I thought it was really astute that you said that they were younger people, and think about all the kids doing video games and that kind of thing all the time.
Well, the majority of the people calling me about this have been in their, at the latest 30s mostly, then 20s, and then teens.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really intriguing, isn't it?
It makes a lot of sense. Enjoy your show a lot. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay, sir. Where are you?
Iron Mike from Minnesota.
Iron Mike.
Iron Mike, yes.
All right.
I've been trying to get a hold of you for a month.
Well, Iron Mike, we'd better proceed because we're coming up on the top of the hour.
Yeah, the end of the hour. Yeah. Well, no, I got 2 things for you.
Go.
First, I had a 2050 headline for you.
2050 headline. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
Extinction of mankind due to overproduction of soil and green.
Yeah, I thought you get
a laugh out of that.
I saw the same movie.
Yeah. Okay. Now, tell me why, with the
to serve man.
Controversy about
with man.
Man going to the moon.
What about it?
Why don't they use the Hubble telescope to focus in on the moon landing?
Yeah, but well, they say the moon is too close and too bright. That the sensitive electronics on the Hubble will not work with the moon. I never liked that explanation.
I think that's a facade.
Well,
they're trying to,
All right, listen, I gotta go. Hour's over. Say goodbye.
Thanks, Art.
All right, bye. Good morning, everybody. In a moment, we will continue to explore what I thought was a subject unique to this program, a discovery made virtually on this program. And in a sense, that still remains true. Certainly you haven't heard about it elsewhere, although I think shortly you're going to be hearing about it everywhere. This shadow person controversy. It's exploding in our faces. The calls, the emails, they are relentless. So I've got a guess. Dr. Morgan Spence, who says that she has been researching this for 11 years. You may recall a caller in this last hour who thought it had something to do with women, too. So maybe she's just the right person to comment on all this. I don't know. That's coming next. Now, the story that simply will not go away, in fact, keeps increasing, actually, in its ferocity in terms of having legs and sticking around. Something really is happening. A lot of people, of course, are not going to believe it until Peter Jennings or Miss Brokaw or somebody says it. But we know it's true here, don't we? The shadow beings. Dr. Morgan Spence was born in the northwest U.S., raised by her Australian father and Irish mother, both of whom were raised in South Wales, then later immigrated to the U.S. Dr. Spence's father disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1985 and has never been seen since. She received her Ph.D. in paranormal research from the International Research Academy, has dedicated her life to gaining a better understanding of paranormal phenomena, what it means to us, our society, and our existence. She currently resides near Vancouver Island in Canada. She has a website up about, it's shadowbeings.com, which you can get to through my website. We've got a link there. And she wrote me an email and said, Art, I've been studying these beings for 11 years. A subject that I'm relatively new to. How long have we been talking about this? A couple of months, maybe? And she's been looking at it for 11 years. Here she is. Dr. Spence, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine, sure.
Great. Thank you so much for having me on the show tonight.
You're very welcome. You came out of nowhere.
Well, yes, and so did you, sort of, to me a few weeks ago.
How did that happen?
Well, I had listened to you a few years ago, off and on, and always enjoyed your shows, but then a few weeks ago I was driving home from watching a movie, and on the way home I had this extreme, I just felt compelled to turn on your show, and I did, and I listened to it on the way home, then got home and continued to listen to it. And someone was discussing time travel, actually.
Oh, yes.
And there was something said about someone remembering that Nelson Mandela had died, and I remembered the same thing.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we've got a couple of things we're going to be talking about tonight then.
Absolutely. And, of course, this sort of, I was sitting on the floor for over an hour, just unable to move at that point, because it almost sort of put me into shock, realizing, that someone else had realized this, and it sort of struck a chord, literally. And then what happened after that was that I reached the point where I had to listen to your show every night. So if I was on the internet, I would listen, and of course my schedule is strange anyway, and so
compelled to listen.
Absolutely.
All right, you're writing a book right now with Dr. C.A. Reed, right?
Yes.
And this book is what?
Well, the book is basically a compilation of our research, and my research primarily over the past 11 years, and Dr. Reed's contributions also offer some experiences with her research, and also I would say her contribution is more about the logic of all of it, and how to recognize that there's some flawed logic processes out there that people are using to try and explain them away.
Well, it appears to us, with regard to these shadow beings, as magic. It's like magic, after all. Beings that appear and disappear. That's magic to us.
Well, in my opinion, all magic is science that we don't yet understand.
Precisely.
That we're not yet able to explain.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that probably most people are hoping tonight that I'm going to give them one answer about what shadow people are and what causes them, and they'll probably be disappointed because it's really not that simple, like most things in life.
Okay, I'm sure not. Did you perchance hear the email that I read from the technical fellow in the first hour?
Yes, I did. And would you
good.
believe that was something I tried to tell my father when I was about 3 years old? I tried to tell my father when I was 3 years old that I saw these shadow people, these shadow shapes, and I told him, I said, Daddy, I think that this has something to do with the television, because when the television turns off, there's sort of this thing that floats in the air, and I can see all these shapes, and sometimes they don't go away.
Yes.
And they're my friends, and this sort of takes you back and makes you remember when you were a child.
And they're my friends?
Oh, yes. You know, you've heard of children having imaginary friends.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, we assume that, it's just their imagination. And the truth is, maybe it isn't their imagination. I can tell you that, to me, mine wasn't my imagination, because I could actually see sort of a shape there. And as a child, you don't really know any better. You don't know much about the world yet, and you assume that this is normal. And then when you tell people about it, they say things like, oh, that's nice, dear, or, well, someone has a wild imagination today, don't they?
That's right.
And so what we do is we learn that, we don't talk about these sorts of things, and then we sort of sublimate them, and we no longer pay attention, or if we do, we feel shame, and we sort of grow up with a sense that we're alone, and we're isolated, and we can't, we're alienated from everyone else.
So then really it's a conditioning process, to not see them. In other words, if it's a borderline thing anyway, and it has something to do with frequency, then once we're conditioned, it's nothing, dear. A great imagination, as you said, whatever it is, some sort of little subtle, hey dummy, it's not real type comment, will cause you eventually to not see them.
Of course, and it's quite interesting, because psychiatry and psychology are, I believe, like many areas of science, rife with delusions. And the problem is that the delusional person is usually the so-called professional. There are many cases, numerous cases of people who had cancer and were in the early stages of cancer and were sent to therapists because nothing could be found wrong with them. And 3 years later, it turns out that they did have cancer, but in the meantime, they were sort of brainwashed out of it and believed that they weren't sick and that it was in their mind.
Right.
And what happens is, you might go to a therapist because they can't find anything wrong with you, and they might tell you that, there's nothing wrong with you, and sort of condition you, and then suddenly you believe it, and they say, you'll see, it was simply nothing more than it was in your mind, and you had anxiety disorder or something like that. And the truth is, cancer's in your body 10 years before typically it's diagnosed, because it takes that long for one cancer cell that develops to split and divide and grow into a tumor. And so many of these people are sort of taught to ignore their symptoms, and I believe that's the real reason people aren't getting diagnosed with cancer soon enough, because they're told it's in their minds, and our diagnosis processes are really sort of fragmented. They use a lot of flawed logic in order to get diagnoses. And so it's the same thing with this sort of phenomenon. People are sort of trained and brainwashed out of it. You can be brainwashed into believing that you're sick when you're not, certainly, but it also works the other way around. You can be sick and be brainwashed into believing that you're not.
Absolutely.
And it might make the symptoms go away for a while, but generally they return in with a vengeance when they do return.
Of course.
And so it's the same way with the shadow people phenomenon.
Okay, well, you saw them when you were young, so there is an obvious reason for your interest. When did you begin to actually investigate whatever in the heck these are?
Well, when I started college in the 90s, I was, of course, the International Research Academy is a unique academy in that it's geared towards extreme research, and it's unbelievable. I could have never imagined the sort of training.
Well, this is an extreme subject.
Well, yes.
There's no question about it.
Of course, and so my theme throughout my education was that this was one of the main areas I studied, the paranormal in general. But I couldn't help but notice the connection between the shadow people phenomenon and everything else, including out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, also including extraterrestrial encounters and abductions and whatnot. So it really does, there seems to be a connection, and yet I think it's a mistake to assume that
it's any one thing?
Right, that it's any one thing.
All right, but there are certain commonalities that I'm beginning to discern. One of them would seem to be, from the thousands of letters that I've had, it seems as though these creatures are accustomed to seeing us and accustomed to do whatever they do, understanding our presence. They are certainly aware of our presence, but on occasion, when they're seen full on by people, they act shocked, surprised, and run like hell.
Well, of course. Now, imagine, Art, for a moment that you are one of these beings and you've been around forever and you've spent God knows how many years observing humans and watching them and sort of being entertained by them, maybe, and suddenly they can see you. Oh my God, what's happening? Something's changed here. This isn't right. And so they run. That's their first response.
To a shadow being, if these theories are correct, we must be almost barely moving monoliths. In other words, we must be going at a very slow rate compared to them, usually.
Well, it's possible. That's something that's really difficult to determine because we don't know enough about vibration and frequencies of this sort of energy. You know, for example, thought. We think we've been able to track thought by watching the brain light up when it's connected to, wiring and doing an EEG, or if we watch the brain under an MRI. And the truth of the matter may be that what we're seeing is evidence that thought has occurred in the brain, but that it may have actually occurred a split second or a sub-nanosecond before.
But the fact that these beings are surprised indicates they're operating with an intelligence, roughly as we understand it in some ways at least.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. That they're not just sort of...
They've got a fight or flight reaction to being seen.
Exactly. And
so that says some things to us, at least.
Yes, it does say something to us. We don't necessarily know what, but something significant, I would say. And, also there's another analogy that could be used. Imagine that you have a one-way mirror. I believe, I get confused which one is a one-way, which is a two-way, but, a mirror where the one person looks in it and sees themselves, and you're on the other side, and you see them, but they don't see you.
Oh, that's...
I believe that's one way.
No, one...
Two-way?
No, I think it's two-way.
Oh, well, I think...
Anyway, whatever it is, they know what we're talking about.
Sure. And if you're on the other side observing someone, like in a police interrogation room...
Yes.
And you're assuming that they can't see you, and so you feel rather safe.
Correct.
And even if the other person on the other side isn't really a danger to you, if suddenly they can see you, you suddenly feel vulnerable.
I'll tell you what else will do it. If they get up from their chair and go on the window and say, "Hey, you in there?"
Exactly. It's just sort of a, thinking that you're undetected and then realizing that you are detected is unnerving. That's just a normal response of any sort of being, I would think.
All right, but if so many, here's another one for you. If all across the country, and other parts of the world, I'm getting email and letters from people who are seeing these beings now, who haven't seen them before, or have just begun to see them as you did early in life, this is a relatively new phenomena. In other words, for sure, this wasn't going on 100 years ago. It wasn't going on 200 years ago. It would have been written about. Maybe the beings were there, but what I'm saying is the new aspect of the phenomena is that we're beginning to see them in large numbers, I might add. And so something is driving that. Any thoughts on what?
Well, I do believe it has to do with electromagnetic energy and other types of energies. And there's so much of it. One of the things that I've learned from speaking to many different people, doing interviews with them, is that the more electronic gadgets they have in their homes, and of course lasers as well, but not just laser, it could be a television, radio, any number of things.
Well, if that's it, I should be seeing armies of them. I have more electronics and microwave flying around here than the man in the moon, and I haven't seen one shadow being yet.
Well, my question would be, are the windows and doors open frequently in that dwelling?
No, they're not. Well, we open windows for fresh air here in the desert at night in the summer. Let me qualify what I said. Here's how all of this began. And I actually have seen something in my peripheral vision. In fact, when I began the program Dreamland many years ago, I wrote an intro to Dreamland which said things seen from the corner of your eye in a flash or something like that. I'm paraphrasing what I said, but something like that. Things seen just at the very edge of vision, in your peripheral vision. Now, I've seen things move like that, but I have never seen anything dead on, what I would describe as a being. Just sort of a quick movement out of the corner of my eye. That I've seen.
Sure. Well, here's something to consider. You're aware as a technical person what occurs when there's a certain sort of light. Like if you're looking up at the night sky, there are certain star systems or arrangements of stars that can only be seen out of the peripheral vision.
Right.
And this is because they're very dim, or sometimes maybe there's interference in the line of vision or whatnot. There are many things that we know are real that we frequently only see out of our peripheral vision, and it seems to have to do with brightness. Well, with this, sort of all bets are off because we don't know exactly what we're dealing with, whether it's light or radiation or electromagnetic field, but it seems to be that somehow the volume gets turned up, and suddenly, instead of only seeing them out of the corner of your eye, you can see them dead on, because they seem to gain in strength. And I believe that there are a lot of scientists out there who are skeptics and who are saying, well, if you see things out of the corner of your eye, it's simply your imagination. And, I have an example of that. When I was living in an old house a few years ago, I remember that I would see something out of the corner of my eye, and it was moving very quickly, and I thought, oh, it's just my imagination, because it's an old house and whatnot. And then suddenly I began to realize that it made a little noise, a little pitter-patter, and I thought, I wonder if I have a mouse. And I never could see this mouse, but I actually bought a glue trap, and I put that in the kitchen. And the next day, there was this mouse there.
Really?
So I freed it and let it go outside, but it was indeed a mouse. And so this was a very real thing that I was seeing, but had I not put the trap out, I probably would have never known. I would have continued to think that it was something I was seeing out of the corner of my eye that was my imagination. And so it's the same thing with shadow people. Just because it's out of the corner of your eye, just because you can't see it dead on, doesn't mean it's not there. Because, of course, the parallel is that we have many things that we know are real that we still can only see out of our peripheral vision.
Well, when I wrote those words that really went to the core of what the program was to be about, I think I instinctually understood that I was seeing some real phenomena, something I really couldn't identify, but I felt strongly enough about it to put it to words.
Exactly.
Even then, that was years ago. So I guess I'm not really surprised about this. What I do want to know, and you're going to disappoint me for sure, is I want to know what these beings are. They must be all around us. They must be sharing the world with us. They must have their own... I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I have quite a few pieces of information that may at least shed some light on it for you. I believe that, first of all, if you want to look at what these things are or are not, or a variety of things that they may be, let's first look at what they probably are not.
All right, I'll tell you what. Hold that thought, what they are not, and we'll break here at the bottom of the hour. Dr. Spence, Dr. Morgan Spence is with us. We're talking about shadow people. It's not exactly a really big field of study in general. It's something new and growing and real. The rest of the paranormal community is going to be catching on very shortly because the magnitude of responses I've had has been beyond any other subject we've talked about. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right. Keith has done it along with ZZ Top's Vomit Comet Ride, which I am going to do. I see it in my future. Along with that comes now another shadow being story at the top of what's new. That's what it says, another shadow being story. It is, in fact, a copy of the email that I read in the first hour. I would suggest that as many of you who think you know what you're doing as possible, read that and render an opinion to me on what you think with regard to the phenomena. I think the man may have it nailed down, or at least to some degree. Certainly the reason we're beginning to see these beings in such large numbers In the meantime, let's go back now to my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence, and discuss what they're not. You were beginning to say that they are not certain things based on what we know so far.
Well, I believe they're probably not certain things. First, let me qualify everything and say that my favorite three words are "I don't know," because I believe the moment we begin to believe we know something, that's the moment when we begin to be wrong. And with linear logic, which is quite limited in many ways, frequently what will happen is we'll be right on except for one tiny detail, and then the rest of the direction of our linear logic, the line of our linear logic, is completely off track. And it just gets worse and worse as you go along. That's why, actually, my colleague Dr. Reed, who co-wrote the book with me, which, by the way, is called Shadow Beings, Reality Unveiled, she developed a method of logic that she calls spherical logic, which makes more sense to me because we live in a spherical world, and it doesn't make much sense to try to completely inflict linear logic on a spherical world. You're going to miss a lot of the aspects, and yet linear logic can be necessary in order to understand pieces of a puzzle, but if you're not able to...
Well, you're talking to a linear audience, for the most part, so if you want to talk about spherical logic, you're going to have to explain to us what it is.
All right, well, spherical logic basically is that instead of following point A to point B to point C, and then stopping when you think you've got it figured out.
Right.
You continue on and you go around a 360-degree circle until you get back to your original point of starting. And then you take it from there and go three-dimensional with it. And you look at as many other things as seriously as you would of this one point. So basically, we have, for example, I've encountered physicians who are convinced that this is sort of a chemical thing in the brain, and because they've been able to reproduce these sorts of phenomenon in the patient by giving them certain chemicals, they've determined that this must be what's really causing this.
DMT, for example.
Exactly. That's a huge theory that I believe is going to continue to develop in the medical world. Well, first of all...
I'm about to have a physician on who got permission from the government to give a whole bunch of patients DMT, and did, to investigate exactly this.
I believe I received an email from him, and I am interested in his information, because even if it doesn't completely explain things, it certainly will provide some insight into what may allow us to see these beings.
That's right.
I do think that it is extremely flawed logic to assume that because we've figured out certain aspects of the experience that we now understand what causes it. Because, you can give someone a chemical injection and cause them to feel very happy.
Absolutely. He's Dr. Rick Strassman, by the way.
Oh, all right. Yes, that's right. I do believe I did receive an email from him.
Okay.
But you can give an injection of some chemical to someone and convince them, that they become convinced that they're happy, and they perceive that they're happy, and therefore they are happy for the moment. Even if their mother just died and the dog just threw up on the new shoes,
That's true.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that we've explained what causes people to feel emotions, because certainly we feel emotions when there's a real reason to feel emotions from the outside in rather than just from the inside out. So I believe what happens is because that sometimes we've maybe someone has spent 12 years educating themselves medically, they now have this idea that it's a medical thing and everything can be explained in terms of medicine. And so therefore they follow a linear logic line.
Oh, well, put simply, just because they can reproduce it with chemicals or electrical stimulation doesn't negate the possibility that it's absolutely real. They're simply duplicating it, that's all.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I'm with you there. So let's circle back now to what they are not.
Well, first of all, I want to touch on demons.
Demons?
Now, sure. I don't claim to know that demons do not exist for certain, but I am quite sure that
Define demon.
Well, demon meaning, in the biblical sense of evil spirit or something.
All right. Representative of the forked one.
Exactly.
Yes. Right.
I believe, first of all, that demons are a very primitive concept, a man-made creation by many people's definition of what a demon is. And even though they may exist, this doesn't mean that explains everything that frightens us. It seems that we have developed this automatic reaction that if it frightens me and I don't like it, it's a demon.
Yes.
And this is oversimplified thinking. I have a primitive reaction. I'm extremely nervous doing any sort of public speaking, as is my research partner.
You're doing quite well under the circumstances.
Well, thank you. But if I were to go with my initial instinct, it would be fight or flight. Well, I can't very well fight you or the phone, which is...
No, I understand that if we really wanted to hear fight or flight, you would just simply hand the phone to Dr. Reed right now and say, "You're on, go."
Right, and run away. But I'm not going to do that.
We talked about her earlier. She's not really wild at all about public speaking, folks. That's the deal.
Right, exactly. And so I'm definitely convinced that just because something is a natural reaction doesn't mean that it's something that serves us in today's society.
So you don't think they're demons?
I don't think so. I believe maybe some of them could be. But again, I try to stay away from absolutes because that's when you start to confuse yourself and maybe even get a little neurotic. But I don't believe that all of them are demons, and I'm not sure that even a significant percentage of them are demons.
If I read between your voice, you're probably unconvinced there really are even demons, as in the biblical sense.
Well, I don't know. I probably not in a literal sense that it's been presented through the religious text.
Okay.
Incidentally, I'm a spiritual person, but I am not religious.
Okay.
And I also believe that what happens is that ideas get presented and they get sort of distorted because people take them too literally. And even the religious texts tell people to use discernment, and very few people actually do.
Right.
And so they should take a page out of their own book.
No, not demons. What about ghosts?
Well, again, it depends on your definition of a ghost. If you believe that ghost is like Casper the Friendly Ghost or a poltergeist like on the movie Poltergeist.
No. My definition, I'll give you my definition of ghost. My definition of ghost is that which was previously human, which has physically died, and whose spirit or soul, depending on how you want to think about it, remains for some reason on Earth. That's my definition of ghost.
I absolutely believe that is a distinct possibility, strongly, because of the fact that, as I said before, we only think we've been able to identify thought energy. We really can only identify evidence of...
So are you agreeing with my definition, or are you saying you think these shadow people may, in fact, be ghosts?
That would be a certain percentage of the occurrences. In other words, some may be demons, some may be ghosts, for lack of a better word, what I call soul energy that is no longer attached to or
a physical
body, right?
Yes.
Also, there could be ghosts. We need to expand. We have very narrow definitions of things as humans. We need to expand, I believe, ghosts to include ghosts of other beings, because certainly I don't believe that humans are the only beings that have souls.
Oh, by the way, may I add that we've had photographs of ghost cats and ghost dogs, or shadow dogs and shadow cats, depending on what you want to call them. Maybe it's going to be interchangeable by the time the night is over. I don't know. But we've had many reports of shadow animals. Now, that's pretty interesting, since biblically they don't exactly have souls. Not supposed to anyway, right?
Right, exactly. And that's why I don't place too much value on previous belief systems. I think that we need to gain some wisdom to go along with our knowledge and recognize that things do indeed change in the physical world anyway, and that indeed they may change in the, what I call the light energy world. The energy of a soul, I believe, when, and I do believe it's a matter of when, not if, we are able to identify soul energy and measure it and detect its existence, we will find that it is so light and travels so quickly that it is just probably unfathomable by human brains. And
well, there are many people who believe that when you die, you simply, your energy simply switches frequencies, more or less, to put it one way, that you switch frequencies, and that you probably go into a range of frequencies that normal human beings, under normal conditions, would never see, would never be
Absolutely.
aware of.
I would agree with that. Absolutely. And I would also add that there are people who believe that there's no such thing as a soul or soul energy, and I actually believe that they're basically deluding themselves because they're frightened of it, or maybe they're just a little too comfortable with feeling that they have an understanding of everything that exists, because frankly we don't want to believe that we don't understand anything that exists, because that leaves us sort of clueless, and our egos don't like that.
That's right.
And when it comes to frequencies, let's talk about frequencies for a moment. Frequencies are things, just like I believe thoughts are things. And frequencies don't usually just disappear, especially not when they're in an exact form that's so strong and that has been vibrating at a certain frequency for a long time. Especially, you know as well as I do that when you broadcast something, it goes out and continues on and on and on.
Yes.
And certainly it may fade, it may get weaker and weaker, and that perhaps at some point it dissipates. I'm not an expert on those sort of things, but I do know that frequencies tend to go on much longer than we're able to hear them. You know,
indeed.
Right. We're hearing this and we assume that it's not out there anymore, that it's gone, but most people who are aware of the science aspects of broadcast systems are aware that it continues on. So this is a very important point because it does point to the probability that there is such a thing as a soul, and that it does sort of maintain some sense of its original form. And if that is so, it stands to reason that it's around us, all around us. I mean,
well, how about this theory, Doctor? That there really is, in the classic sense of up there and down there, no heaven and hell. There are simply different frequencies, and they occupy the same space, running radically different from each other. We can see in 3 dimensions. I understand some animals in only 2. Dr. Kaku, a brilliant man who comes on my program, talks about standing above a pond and looking down at fish. And the fish, of course, are only seeing in 2 dimensions. But he wonders about reaching down and plucking that fish out of the water into the air, and suddenly that fish is in, for at least a short time till it gags and dies, in 3 dimensions. So why could we not occasionally get a glimpse of what really is another dimension as represented by another frequency?
Absolutely, and you know, it's really quite absurd to assume that we couldn't. You know, it only follows by even linear logic that we should be able to. And the truth is, scientists, I'm sure you're probably aware if you've spoken to Dr. Kaku, that scientists believe they have uncovered 11 different dimensions already.
That's right.
And given that fact, 11 dimensions, that's quite a few more than 3. And I'm not a math expert, but I do know that much. And my theory, and I don't know that I have a lot to back it up yet, but my theory is that however many dimensions there are, they probably exist concurrently and on top of one another. Sort of, you know...
Would you imagine it would be true that as we can see in 3 dimensions, somebody living in a 4th dimension would be able to see in 4 dimensions?
Exactly. And they might not see things the way we do, but they would certainly be able to detect certain energies. I believe that there would probably be a color or a vibration or some sort of sensory input that we don't even have words for because we've never encountered it, that they would be able to perceive. And, you know, then you're getting into an area of who knows how many dimensions they see and who knows how you get into the various dimensions.
Right, but you know, one night we did a show on shadow people, and we had people all night long send in drawings of what they had seen. And I hope that you've been on my website and have seen some. Oh, you've seen them. Good.
I've looked at all of them.
All right, there's a great range of things that they have seen. There's obvious commonalities, big time, in what they've seen, but all the way up to what seem to be demons and awful things that you would not really, you know, if you die, I mean, most of us would not want to imagine that we would pass into a world with beings, sharing the world with beings that looked like that list that we saw there.
Exactly. Well, and I don't know that literally it's heaven and hell, but I do believe that it's possibly your energy vibration and whatever it's aligned with is where you're going to be attracted to, what's going to attract your energy and suck it in. You know, you could compare it to a black hole. If you have energy that's sort of nearby one black hole, you're going to get sucked into that one. And if your energy vibrates at a different level, perhaps, you might get sucked into a different one. And so it's quite interesting because perhaps it could almost approach resembling heaven and hell, at least in a very general sense, not necessarily in the literal human sense, the fairy tale sense that we've sort of bought into. But certainly I believe that's a possibility. I also believe that these beings, for whatever reason, are attracted to strong emotion, and I believe another one of your callers said the same thing, that they...
Actually, many people have said the following, that yes, they're attracted to strong emotion, particularly appearing to feed on fear.
Yes.
Feed on fear. And they can certainly, if they can be seen, they can produce lots of fear, so it's a real feast.
Right, exactly. Well, you know, if you consider them psychic vampires, so to speak, where they actually suck all of the energy out of the room, or they suck they need the energy. Remember that fear is nothing more than a vibration that you create, that your brain is firing a lot of, you know, neurotransmitters and creating this reaction, and therefore fear is really a certain type of energy vibration. And it's, I believe, probably a very strong vibration.
Well, I'll tell you, if I were to see one of these things straight on, I'd generate enough fear to light up half of California and keep the rolling blackout from occurring. I would really generate a lot of fear.
Oh, absolutely. Probably
close to heart attackville.
If you hadn't seen it before, of course. And who knows whether it's some sort of feature of your body or your brain or your eyes, or it could be hormone levels. You know, hormones, we think of sex hormones when we think of hormones. There are many different types of hormones, neurohormones and so on. And it could quite likely have to do with the fact that certain hormone reactions allow you to see certain things.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but at the end of my first hour, there was a fellow who called who said he thought women had something to do with shadow beings. Now, he was only 19. I said, well, for you, women have to do with everything. But, to which he acknowledged, by the way. But the fact of the matter is, maybe he wasn't that far off, because who has more raging hormones more frequently than anybody else on the planet? Answer, women, right?
Right.
So you're disagreeing with him, correct?
I'm not disagreeing with him at all.
Well, you little shadow person maker, you. All right, hold it right there. Oh, my. Dr. Morgan Spence is my guest. We're talking about shadow people. Why? Because it's a reality. I'm becoming convinced. It's absolutely real. Only question is, and it's a big one, what are they and what do they want? We'll be right back. Back now to Dr. Spence. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you.
We were talking about hormones, and we were talking about women with respect to shadow beings. Here's the only problem that I've got with this. Certainly, poltergeist activity and a lot of interesting paranormal type activity takes place around young, teenage females.
Yes.
We know that's true. However, what I can't put together, if in a way, let's say that your hormones were running wild and you generated some sort of phenomena nearby. The problem that I have is that this phenomena appears to be intelligent in that it's got this obvious, oh my God, you saw me, I'm taken off.
I need to qualify something.
Okay.
I misunderstood. I thought this person had said that women were experiencing them more because of hormones. No. I don't think that women create these things. I want to clear that up.
Okay.
That's completely irrational as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I know, but he wanted to take a shot, and he did, so he said.
Well, sure, let's blame everything on women. Women have been blamed for the origination of all sin, so why not, right?
Well, you were the one who held out the apple there. You know, here, take a bite of this.
That's right. And no one forced you to take the bite, did they?
No. Well, no, not exactly.
That's something
anyway, I'm not sure we want to go down this road.
No, we don't. But what I do think is interesting is that women may be more likely to experience the phenomenon through something to do with hormones.
Okay.
Because, and it's interesting that women have demonstrated and proven they call it intuition. I don't like the word intuition because it implies something magical in a lot of people's minds. I like to use the word or the phrase instinctive intelligence. And women seem to have an instinctive intelligence when it comes to their children, whether those children are naturally theirs or whether they're adopted children. They seem to have some ability to have this, and it may be because of the hormones, and yet it doesn't mean that it's the hormones that's causing the phenomenon. That's sort of backwards thinking, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And it also wouldn't explain the males that have this experience, although males do have many of the same hormones we have as women. It's just that they don't necessarily have them quite as strong most of the time. But then even in the homosexual community, you see people who have different amounts of hormones given their physical sex that you would expect them to have.
Sure.
And so this is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And so I do believe that it is connected to hormones as far as how often and intensely it's experienced, but not necessarily having anything to do with the manifestation of the phenomenon itself.
All right. When I began the hour, I said, what if whatever is causing this, whether it's a shift in frequencies, modern electronics beginning to change the frequency rate that we see as suggested by that incredibly good letter that's now up on my website, by the way. Read it, folks. It's interesting to sort of roll over in your mind, perhaps with the kind of thinking you described earlier. What would happen if this trend continues until eventually whatever veil has been up is gone?
Well, you know what's interesting? I think that it's going to happen gradually, only simply because we're increasing our electromagnetic fields gradually. You know, the energy we're using more and more of is happening gradually. And you know, interestingly, now with our power problems, you may actually see the phenomenon slow down a bit because people are trying to use less electricity.
Mm-hmm.
That will be an interesting thing to track.
It would.
And maybe a difficult thing to track, but interesting nonetheless. And then it's important to understand that I don't think it's going to happen all at once, you know, because I think it's quickening.
So then there's this quickening. The societal impact then will be sort of the slowly boiling frog. We will hardly notice it.
Sure, exactly.
But I don't know. At some point, there's going to be a realization that enough people are seeing these things and telling these stories, and more, it's happening more and more. And if it does go that way, since we don't fully really understand what the force is behind this, getting us to see these things, the letter is a pretty good hint. It's just a really good guess, I think, a really good shot at. But we don't know. We really don't know. So it could be something regarding the Earth's frequency itself, and we're just sort of along for the ride. I mean, there are a lot of answers to what could be causing this and how quickly it's going to happen.
Absolutely. There could be many things, and anything from solar flares, which happen every 11 years.
Yes.
And to any sort of change, you know, a change in polarity, the polar shifts and whatnot. It could be anything. And I actually believe it's a variety of things. And I don't believe we will ever be able to identify every single one of them.
So then we can't exactly know how quickly it's going to increase.
Exactly. And I feel that this is why it's so important that we begin to talk about it from a psychological perspective.
Well, that's what we're doing. So you tell me, if there was a fairly rapid realization that, by God, we're sharing this planet with things that until now we haven't seen, but now we're beginning to see, if that actually became realized publicly, how do you think it would change things? Institutions, science, religion, on, everything.
It would turn everything on its ear, like has already happened many times through history. You know, churches have gotten actually very upset with astronomers as they've discovered things and uncovered things, and actually many have been threatened with death and tortured in distant past, in order to try and keep things secret so that things aren't proven wrong. And I think that we'll probably continue to see something of that, but it's going to be difficult for those sorts of people to continue to get away with that sort of behavior because too many of us are aware of the reality. And I believe that it's like most things with our existence is that we live in denial. And so I also think perhaps there's a protection built in through that denial that we won't even when we know for 100% true fact that this is so, I don't believe we're all going to admit it to ourselves at the same time. So I don't necessarily think we're all going to have the realization, at least all on the same level at the same time, which may help in some respects. So maybe it is a good thing to have a little bit of, denial.
Okay, stay close to the phone for me.
Right.
Now, let's roll over again what we know. They recognize us. They move very quickly. They seem to disappear, to our eyes anyway. They disappear or just begin moving faster. What do you think?
Well, I'm not really sure there. I think it would depend on their vibration level. And I do believe that vibration has a lot to do with this. My main theory about the whole thing is if you were to glue two mirrors together back to back,
yes,
and one person on one side could only see a reflection of themselves, and the other person on the other side only see their reflection, and then suddenly something happens and the glue that you use to glue them together sort of begins to peel away or eat away at the metal that causes the reflection, suddenly people are going to be able to see one another. And I believe that's what's happening. It's happening gradually, and I believe what's causing that is this energy, ultra energy level that we have floating around, for lack of a better term, in the atmosphere. And I believe it is eating away at some of the whatever it is. We only just recently have begun to realize that there's dark matter in between atoms, and in schools it's still taught today.
That's right.
That, there isn't anything there. So that gives you a clue to not only our denial of things, but of how long it takes people to even be made aware. I guarantee there are many teachers who aren't aware of this yet. And so I think that's what's happening, is that it's sort of gradually peeling away. A doorway may be opening, and I know that sounds incredibly new age, and I hate sounding that way, but the truth is, I don't know how else to express it.
Nor do I. And that's not too agey for me, a door opening, a veil dropping. How it is, these are just words meaning roughly what you just suggested. That's a very good analogy, the metal sort of wearing away. But if it really was that, then you would think that, no, but that is what we're getting. I'm quite puzzled by it all and troubled by it all too, because I don't want to think that when I die, that's what I'm going to be.
Well, I don't think that, first of all, I think we have a narrow view of what these things are, and we don't know that every soul stays in that form. It could be that they choose to be in that form, or that it's sort of an entertainment. If you were a movie screen, and all you saw all day were people that come in and watch the movies, and you were told that when you die you were going to become a person, you might say, I don't want to be a person. All they do is they sit and they watch movies all day.
Yeah.
But they do a lot of other things too. You just don't see that.
Well, maybe then, maybe we are entertainment for them, in a sense.
I believe it's possible. I believe that's also, I believe they study us, and I believe they know what we respond to the strongest, so that if you are a person who's very fear-driven,
yes,
they're going to manifest and sort of take advantage of your fear so that you produce more fear, and that sort of is fun. And it's interesting because we're addicted to fear ourselves. We're sort of psychic vampires ourselves.
Absolutely. And why do you think we like scary movies?
Exactly. We wet our pants. We pay so much money to sit there and almost wet our pants, and it's ridiculous, and yet that's what we do. It's because we are literally, at least physically, addicted to the endorphins that we get from these sort of experiences, and at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's only a physical experience. I believe that the physical experience sort of enhances the spiritual experience, and I believe that's probably why we choose to inhabit bodies. We basically wear a body like we're wearing clothes. And when we take our body off, certainly we're no longer confined, and I believe we're incredibly light and able to move, and probably able to move through dimensions in a way that we can't do when we're in a body, because the physical sort of serves as a wall. It blocks us. And, of course, with regard to out-of-body experiences, there was a woman who called in on your show last night and was describing a sensation she would feel that was
the
almost
levitation.
like... Yes, and the pulsing she talked about.
Yes.
I have experienced this myself, and I believe it is a very natural phenomenon. I don't know that it's something that medicine or science has yet understood in a way that they can explain, but I suspect that what may happen is the brain is sort of, well, we know that the brain goes to sleep, but certain parts of the brain stay active. And I believe there's sort of a vibration that occurs in the brain that allows the soul energy to sort of loosen the grip.
Yes.
It loosens the grip, so to speak. And that's where we get that feeling of lightness and floating. And on some level, the part of the brain that is still awake and alert, which I believe it's the primal brain, actually, that stays awake and alert at all times. That's why you wake up when you hear a loud noise, because there's still input getting in there. And when you're floating, you're also sending, I believe there's a two-way communication between the soul and the body. And this feeling that you have, that the spirit experiences, sort of gets transmitted back to the brain, and so the brain records and remembers this experience. And so, and even when people wake up, that's why I believe this woman remembers this, and why I remember it, because I wake up in the middle of it. And this is at the point where, science knows for a fact that when you go to sleep, in certain sleep stages, your body is actually paralyzed. You can't move. And that's actually a quite normal occurrence, depending on what stage of sleep you're in. This is to protect you from getting up and running around the room and acting out your dream while you're sleeping. And some people have sleep disorders, and they don't get paralyzed when they get into this sleep state of REM, and they do run around the room, and sometimes they get violent, and sometimes they do terrible things. And so it does seem to be that our spirit, our soul energy, and our bodies have the energy grip loosened. And so I believe probably this is why it is true that we can travel interdimensionally while even we're sleeping. Even though we're not dead, we don't even need to be clinically dead in order to be able to do this.
I'll tell you a kind of an interesting story. I dream a lot because I have strange sleep habits. I will sleep a couple of times a day, sometimes more, sometimes less, but very broken up sleep. And so I have an opportunity, I guess, to remember more of my dreams because I'm waking up and my sleep state is lighter, not as good as it ought to be.
Sure.
One night, I don't know, about a year ago, I had a dream that I was in a fight. You have a lot of fight dreams.
Of course.
Who knows what they mean? Dream interpreters, I suppose, could tell you. But it was a fight dream, and in this dream, I was punching this guy in the neck. Boom. And I woke up, and my wife said, "What the hell was that for?" And I had punched her in the back of the head.
Ouch.
Ouch is right. And I said, "Oh my God, hon, I'm so sorry. I was in a dream. I was having a fight. Did I hit you?" "Yes," she said. But that's the only time that I can think of that's ever happened to me. Ever. Every other time a dream has been a dream, and you wake up and you either remember it and it was profound or it was silly or whatever. But I've never had coming out of a dream in the middle of a physical reaction was really freaky.
Well, that's a common occurrence. Not necessarily for you. You say you've only experienced it once, but many people have the problem, sometimes only once or twice, and other times it becomes an ongoing problem. There are actually relationships, marriages that break up because of this, because...
Really?
Yes, the person will get extremely violent, so violent that they're actually beating the person and hurting them and almost killing them, and then what happens after that is...
Yikes.
The wife says, "Why are you doing this to me?" And he says, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm not aware I'm doing it. I was asleep." And she doesn't believe him, and then you go back and forth, and then it becomes a question of, well, do we arrest this person because, you know, he's beating his wife, but then he's sleeping, and it is a very real occurrence. Now, extreme cases like that aren't as common, but they do happen, and it is a sleep disorder. And when you have such a strange sleep habit that is sort of necessitated by your line of work, and even by my line of work, what happens is your brain has to get into REM mode very quickly, because you're sort of conditioned to do that. Because if you don't have your REM, your body cannot release the melatonin that's required in order to repair damage to your cell structures and whatnot. And so you've got to have this REM, or you will literally die, if only because you're not getting the melatonin and your cells are being damaged and left to sort of deteriorate. In fact, there's been quite a big connection made between that and cancer, that cancer cells actually are killed every night when you go to sleep, or pre-cancerous cells. We don't really, every cell is precancerous.
Oh no, that makes all the logic in the world.
Sure, and then, so you need that sleep, and that's why you're jumping into REM so quickly, and therefore you're not getting a chance to get into the paralyzation mode before it happens.
You're absolutely correct. Doctor, hold on, we're at the bottom of the hour. Recently, I've, for that reason, begun to modify my sleep a little bit. So I sleep at night now for a much longer period and just have a little nap during the day. Try it sometime. These hours are strange. All you need is the right job. Do an all-night radio show and then try to nap during the morning and the late day and do business during the middle of the day. Ain't easy.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 31, 2001.
There's really nothing quite like it. Do an all-night radio show and try to keep up with everything at the same time. And the way I used to do it up until about a month ago, maybe a little less, was to get off work at about 3 a.m. By about 6 a.m., I'd be tired enough, local time here, 6 in the morning, sun's just beginning to peak up at this time of the year, and I'm just about tired enough to go to sleep. And I would sleep for 3 hours until 9, get up, do business of the day with the network, whatever I had to do, and that's quite a bit. Email, tons of it, mail, you know, on and on. And do that until about 4 in the afternoon, and then go to sleep for about 3 more hours till 7. And I found that to be ultimately very unsatisfactory, and so I've modified that last month so that now I just go ahead and I sleep until about noon, right around noon. And then I might lie down and just rest my eyes for about an hour before the program in the early evening. That's how I've modified it. And I found that helps a great deal. So I only get one disturbed sort of half sleep mess in the late afternoon when I close my eyes. And that's much better. And I'm having much sounder sleep. But I think all of that fits very nicely together with what she's been talking about with regard to sleep. Dead right, I'm sure of it. Once again, my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. Dr. Spence, welcome back. I want to lead you, here's what I want to do. In this half hour, I want to lead you away from the shadow beings for another subject briefly, and then at the top of the hour, if you're able to stick around, I'd like to take some calls on...
I was going to ask you if we can stay on longer. I don't want to end this anytime soon, if possible.
It's possible. All right. Here we go. I want to talk to you. You mentioned it earlier, and I said we would come back to it. Another thing that we've really been heavily thinking about and considering on this program are, I guess, you could say, time disturbances. In other words, there will eventually be time travel. I think most people believe that. If there will, then there are time travelers, and if there are time travelers, then if they're able to physically manifest in any way in time, they could change things. And you mentioned that you sort of sat up straight when we started talking about people with memories of the way things may have been. In other words, people have these memories of things that don't appear to have turned out the way they are in our present timeline. Kind of vague memories, but nagging, strong memories when they hear somebody else say it. Like Nelson Mandela died in jail, did not become free and come to lead South Africa and all the rest of that. That it happened a whole different way, and that might be the way it is if somebody's tampering with time.
Yes.
So pick a place and start. Maybe what you believe about time, whether you think that could be going on, is going on. And really that would mean, if it were true, that at any moment, reality, like throwing a switch for every being on the planet, would change.
Well, I think you're close, but I think that there are some things that we should probably look at here and qualify. First of all, let's look at the fact about time from a scientific perspective. With what cosmologists and physicists currently know, it doesn't look like time travel as far as the concept of, again, we're looking at it from a linear point of view. We're saying, okay, well, the past is back there, the future, the present is here, and the future is over there, as if it's a line, a straight line. I believe that time is a sphere. I believe that one theory is that time, past, present, and future exists all at once, and that it's all still. That the only thing that makes us experience time is our movement and our awareness as we move through it. In other words, we're sort of walking a path, if you will. And when you set out on a journey, for example, you might look at a map, and certainly for you, your reality is that when you travel a certain route, that's your reality, and as far as you're concerned, that's the only route that exists, because that's the one you're on. You may be able to look at a map and recognize that there are other roads and other ways you could get there, but certainly your reality is that you're traveling down this one.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the other ones magically disappear while you're on this one path.
No, but I realize that.
Exactly. Well, let's say, for instance, suddenly you get lost. You take a wrong turn.
Yes.
And suddenly now you're going in a completely different direction. You don't recognize anything. Things seem strange. Something seems off. You may not even realize you've gotten off the wrong...
Usually it's the wife's fault.
Yes, of course, right. That's okay. We can handle it. We're mature. We can handle the blame. It's wrong. But truthfully, and you know, actually the hormones do play a role there, and I can tell you some stories about Dr. Reed.
We'll get way off where we shouldn't be.
But the truth is that definitely when we get lost sometimes we're not aware of it, are we? It takes a long time, especially for men. Here's yours. The men, they don't recognize that they're lost, so they don't want to admit it, and so they don't ask for directions, and they tend to be lost for a lot longer than some women. Of course, but
it's not wanting to ask for directions because it's a thing. You don't want to appear to be lost.
But as far as
in the normal human thing, it's not just a man thing.
Right. I believe that, and again, I think we shouldn't assign values to the sexes. I think that some sexes cross over and have different attributes from what's considered to be something from the other sex. You know, it's not an either-or situation. But I do believe that sometimes what happens is very similar to that scenario, is that we have a certain vibration that keeps us on a certain plane or in a certain dimension, and we're traveling on this journey. But what can happen, and it could be anything from energy disturbances, time disturbances, vibration disturbances, who knows, that could suddenly sort of throw our awareness or something over to a parallel universe, if you will, that would be contained within the same sphere that the rest of the timelines are contained in. In other words, you know, the rest of the universes are contained in.
Well, try this out. Zach from Citrus Heights says, hey, what if these shadow people are actually time travelers from the future and are in effect cloaking themselves from us because they don't want to change something in this timeline? Hey, not a bad guess in a lot of ways.
Well, I believe half of that is true. I believe that many of the shadow people are time travelers.
Oh?
And I do, and I will explain more about that later when we hopefully will get a chance to talk a little bit about extraterrestrials. But I do believe that some of these shadow beings are actually time travelers, even if they're unwilling time travelers. That's a possibility as well.
Do you think there's evidence that these beings or time travelers or whatever they are can manifest physical change?
I don't know if there's evidence, but I do suspect that it's possible. Strongly. I think when you get to evidence, it comes down to really, some people see evidence as one thing and some see it as another. But I do believe that it is possible and quite likely. If I had to bet my life, I'd bet that yes, it is possible.
Would you imagine the nature of time to include the possibility that something changed in the past would either create a whole new timeline or would affect this present timeline instantly?
No, I do not believe that time is linear. I believe that, again, it's spherical, or rather that it doesn't follow sort of a linear line. I believe what would happen is much like I believe Dr. Kaku states, that what would happen is that the energy or the radiation would be so powerful that it would create a new universe, or possibly a new parallel universe, or some new dimension, or something of that nature. I think we're talking about things we don't have definitions or even words for, so it's difficult for me to sound intelligent when I'm describing what I believe would happen. But I do believe that if these beings have come back to do something, or if they're here for whatever reason, they may affect the immediate surroundings, but that may be because our awareness shifts back to another parallel universe. See, I sort of believe that, here's sort of a far-fetched theory, one that I may not be qualified to really make, but I believe that the parts of the brain that we believe we don't use actually may be some sort of connection or link with all of these other parallel universes that I believe exist.
Oh, yeah.
And what may be happening is, see, I look at it this way, that this brain in this parallel universe is aware of what's happening here because it's firing a certain way and it's responding to the environment here in this dimension or in this parallel universe.
Right.
But if there's a vibrational disturbance or some sort of extreme shift in, it could be hormones or neurotransmitters or any sort of thing of that nature,
right,
it could throw your energy awareness or soul energy awareness or what have you over to the other parallel universe, even for a split second, and then you might come back. And so I frequently find myself feeling that something has just shifted and I'm not sure quite what it is, or I have sort of a memory lapse for just a moment, or I might go into a fugue state where I do things and I seem to be aware of them when I'm doing them, but then a few minutes later I have absolutely no memory of it at all. Almost like I've been sort of sleepwalking. And it makes me wonder, where did I just go? And we say things like absent-minded professors and whatnot, but it could be possible that when we are firing away, and it would even make sense in the context of people who are extremely intellectual, because you're firing away and you've got all these neurotransmitters going, and then suddenly it's an overload, and somehow your energy awareness gets sucked over somewhere else. Now, I don't know exactly what might cause some of these occurrences, but I suspect it could have something to do with the fact that doorways open up, and we find ourselves in a different universe without even knowing it.
Yes, exactly. Now, here's my point. If that's true, then we're like the human watching the fish in its little two-dimensional world, and we really don't have a whole lot of control, honestly, over what's happening. Even on a global scale, things could be shifting all the time, manipulated by external forces, and we would have absolutely zero control over it, at least right now.
It could be that way, but I tend to think that it's not necessarily something that's being done by anyone intentionally, because it doesn't seem to follow any sort of logic or purpose, really. Sometimes it's something as simple as an apple that you thought you had that turns up disappeared from your bag.
Yes.
But I think that it's probably something that's a phenomenon that's caused by energy disturbances. And certainly at some point in time it may come to the point where we're able to manipulate this purposely, and it could be that there are beings out there that are capable of doing that. I don't know for sure, but I kind of suspect right now, instinctively, that it's something that's occurring quite naturally, and that we don't understand why or how. And I also believe it explains déjà vu. The parallel universe question would explain déjà vu perfectly, because if there's some sort of leak from, let's say, the area of the brain that would be connected to all of these parallel universes and have the capability to travel back and forth in awareness only. In other words, there may be millions of Art Bells and millions of Morgan Spencers, and we simply transfer our awareness to different ones.
Maybe.
In different universes.
Maybe, but I know certainly on occasion I've walked into rooms and I've frozen solid, just boom, stopped, and looked at the room and absolutely known that I've been there before, but I know that I haven't been there before. That's...
But the truth is in a parallel universe you have been there before. That would be the scenario.
So you think that explains déjà vu?
Yes, I believe that actually you have been there before. You have gone down a different timeline before. And things were different in that timeline. And suddenly when there's a leak, somehow, I don't know if it would be a leak in the brain or a leak in vibration or, who knows what it would be, but if there's a leak, then suddenly you're going to have that memory, and, your conscious part of your brain's going to say, oh no, this can't be, but then the truth is that it was, that you did go through and travel down a different timeline.
Yes, but ultimately the linear brain is going to win.
Exactly.
The linear way of thinking is going to win, and you're going to say, I don't know, you're going to rationalize it away one way or the other.
Exactly. You're going to brainwash yourself.
Yes. Yes,
right.
As you were brainwashed as a child, which is a circle back to the beginning of our conversation.
Absolutely.
Do you think we have any reason to be afraid of these beings?
Well...
Other than the natural incredible fright when you see one of these things, is there any reason that we should be, in other words, I can't tell you right now whether these things are good, warm, fuzzy little things, happy little things, ex-humans, spirits of some sort, alien beings. Certainly they could be included too. If they're all of the above and we're just now beginning to see them, some may be well-intentioned, some may be enjoying themselves, some may be up to mischief, and some may be up to absolutely no good.
Absolute sinister, yes. I would tend to agree with that. I believe that all of those things are possible. And yet, here's something that I think we need to think about. Whenever we consider these possibilities, we need to constantly be mindful of the fact that we love to scare the hell out of ourselves. And any time you introduce fear into a logical process, whether it's linear, spherical, or otherwise, you're going to distort things. So, for a moment, it's helpful if one can put aside the fear. It's not easy to do.
Oh, fear is just like anger. When it occurs and it's uncontrollable, then it's like just a block going up in front of you, and you can't see past it at all. That's true of fear, and it's true of anger.
Well, yes, I believe that there are different levels of anger and fear as well.
But both stop logical thinking.
Sure, absolutely. And I believe that, there's fear and then there's terror. I believe when you're frightened, you can at least, if you're mildly frightened, you can at least talk yourself through it. And help. I've been able to do that myself a bit with regard to some of my experiences, that I would probably be in a nut house if I hadn't learned to not necessarily control my fear, but influence its strength. I don't think we can control our emotions. I think we can influence them if we're trained very well. And I actually received some training because, my area of research is something that many people don't survive mentally.
Really?
Yes, actually, I have a dear friend. I don't want to say names or anything.
No, you need not.
I have a dear friend who I went to school with, and she is actually clinically insane and has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. She just finally got to the point, and this is a person who was completely a logical, healthy person. She just got completely immersed in the research to the point where she couldn't keep any perspective, and it just sort of took over her. And
really?
Yes, and so training actually is quite important if you're going to research some of these things, because you are getting into some dangerous areas, even if only with regard to how the physiology of the brain works. And, again, we're talking about neurotransmitters and firing back and forth in the brain.
Well, you will, before the night is over, get some calls that will say, you bet you're in a dangerous area, and you know what it is.
Yes, right. Well, now, here I want to address one thing. As far as this thing goes about evil,
yes,
there are people who claim that they say, oh, be gone in the name of Jesus, and this being disappears.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that why it works sometimes is that when people say this, it calms them down and it sort of quells their fear. And when their fear is reduced, they don't have as much emotion to offer these beings, these psychic vampires, if you will. And so that might explain why that works for some people and why it doesn't work for others. That, they're not calmed by it if they don't believe it, and therefore they're not able to reduce the level of emotion.
But according to even your own earlier theory, you've got to allow for the possibility, at least, that they're right, and invoking the name of Jesus did do the trick.
And it is possible. I believe that it is possible.
Yeah, right. Or they're conning themselves. Either way, it's gone. So good for them. All right. We are going to turn to the telephones. The subject of time or shadow beings, you call it, we're here. Remember Jose Escamilla and Rods? Ever wonder if they might be on the same frequency as the shadow beings, or perhaps a higher frequency? And so, you've got to wonder if the Rods can't see us all. Human beings, shadow beings, and all. Or can the shadow beings see the Rods? I have a feeling it's all connected. Back in the night with my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. And Dr. Spence, before we launch to any telephones and pogo jump around on topics, which is what it'll do to us, Karen in Sioux Falls sends the following, talking about sleep disorders. Maybe you don't want to answer this. He says, with regard to doing things in sleep, my husband will have sex with me while he is sleeping and thinks he is dreaming it as he is doing it. Is this normal?
Well, normal is such a subjective term.
Yeah.
I would say it's unusual.
Unusual.
I would say that it would be probably the creation of or an occurrence that occurs because he's got probably a sleep disorder that makes him think that he dreams, and because he's not paralyzed in that state as you would normally be, he goes and acts out the dream.
She doesn't mention here whether she's a happy camper or annoyed.
I was going to ask that question, but I think that she's lucky that hers is not that she's experiencing violence, but I think it's something that they should definitely have checked out, because it could sort of develop into something else if he were to have a violent dream.
Yeah.
So I think this should be looked at. She should definitely see a sleep specialist. And of course, then there's sort of a joke that you could make out of this, that some women feel that all men are sleeping when they're with their significant others, but that's another story.
Whoa. It certainly is. All right, with that, we will launch. First-time caller line, you are on the air with Dr. Morgan Spence. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm Jim from Grayville, South Carolina.
Okay.
I've experienced these shadows most of my life, and I can remember things happening before I saw shadows.
Do you mean shadow people, or just shadows, or seen from the corner of your eye, or full on, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, from the corner of my eye. But I'm an older person than what you talked about of seeing the shadow people.
All right, look, that was just my general observation that it's a lot of young people. That's all.
It's just that our family were lucky enough to get a television early. We got a television in the early 50s.
That's very interesting.
But I can remember instances when I was a child that I would think I was a very active tomboy child. And I can remember instances of saying, you know, I should have died right then, or that should have hurt me. And I had the feeling that something had moved me out of harm's way.
Huh.
And as I got older, I started, you know, seeing the shadows. But I had not then. I just felt the presence of something there.
Yeah, good enough. Now that's interesting, Doctor, because if they are able to in some way physically manifest, then that which we assign to devils, demons, and angels, protective angels, a lot of people think they have something or someone looking after them. And there's a lady who said that she thinks probably whatever these things are, they were looking after her.
Absolutely. I believe that's quite possible and quite likely, actually. And I think it's very interesting that she mentioned that her family got a television quite early. You can't help but notice the significance of that. This happens a lot in my research. I have interviewed I don't know how many. I don't even want to venture a guess. And typically, these people had high-tech items in their homes earlier than the rest of their community did. So there's definitely a connection there. And after all, what is life? What is soul except energy? It's an energy vibration. And so certainly there should be a connection there just by our own logical thinking process. And I definitely believe that she's right on to something. Now, as far as thinking that, oh, this should have killed me or so on, I've had experiences like that myself. So has Dr. Reed. And sometimes to the point where your reality seems bizarre because you're saying to yourself, it just isn't possible that this many things could happen to one person and they could still survive. And that is what makes me wonder, when we have near-death experiences, let's say, for instance, that soul energy does exist and it is really light and it does travel extremely quickly.
Right.
It would be so light and traveling so quickly that it would be likely to get sucked into a black hole immediately upon being loosed from the body. Let's say once the soul energy is completely loosed from the body and that sort of what they call the silver cord is severed, that this soul energy would just sort of get sucked into a black hole, which could be taking them to a different dimension or a different world or whatnot. And I think it's very interesting that people, when they talk about near-death experience, say they remember a bright light. Not all of them, but most of them.
Most of them, yeah.
And it's interesting that even Dr. Kaku says that if you got sucked into a black hole, you would see such a bright, blinding light because there's so much light that's been sucked into the black hole, it can't escape. And so you would, for a split second, see this very strong radiation, this bright light. And I believe, quite honestly, and I know this is probably going to make some people feel strange, but I believe that when we have near-death experiences, frequently what's happened is we have died and we have gone on. And what we've done is we've been sucked into a black hole. Our soul energy has been sucked into a black hole and delivered to a parallel universe where our awareness has been planted into another body. Could be a body that's just like our other one, or it could be another body, who knows, that's been there all along, sort of living a life, but that now our awareness is there completely instead of being there only partially. And we have no clue that anything has happened, except that maybe we might discover that maybe Nelson Mandela is alive instead of dead, for example. Or we might discover that, you know, a house that we thought was just down the road has been torn down, and we're wondering, oh well, it just must be that I've been busy and I didn't notice. And there might be quite a few things, and enough to make you question yourself, but not enough to quite convince you.
Yes.
So that's sort of my theory about a near-death experience, is that could be. And then the other question that you posed and she posed was, you know, could these shadow beings be protective? Here's what I believe, and this is where it gets sort of strange, and yet I believe profound. If you'll bear with me. Assuming that these beings are out there and exist, which I believe they do, it's hard for me not to after seeing what I've seen and experiencing things myself. I believe that what happens is all beings seem to follow certain rules, regardless of their species. For example, with the human race, there are people who are extremely aggressive and malicious in their intent towards other humans and other animals, and yet there are other people who are very nice and warm and fuzzy, so to speak, and there are other people who are in the middle, and any one of us on any given day, depending on what's happening in our lives and what mood we're in, could be either way.
Sure.
And so certainly extraterrestrials and shadow people and other beings would seem to follow that same behavior pattern, and I believe that a lot of people, from what they're reporting in the great diversification in the details, I believe that, that supports that theory. Now, I believe also, with regard to extraterrestrials, for example,
I was going to ask you about them.
well, I see a lot of, typically it's difficult to study shadow people, in my experience, without also studying extraterrestrials, because they seem to come hand in hand, and I believe that's probably because these beings, some of them are extraterrestrials, and they may be very advanced and coming from the future, and they may be capable of manipulating energy fields to where they are invisible, unless they decide to show themselves, or unless something goes wrong, which, even in our space program, we experience mistakes, don't we? We know all about those.
Oh, you bet.
And so they may have problems with some of their technologies, and sometimes they may not always be able to be cloaked. And with regard to abductions, our perspective is that it's terrifying. And again, as I said earlier in the show, the primitive response seems to be that if it's frightening to me, and if I've never experienced it before, it must be evil.
Yes.
But I don't buy that, because, again, we're not all evil, and certainly there are animals that are frightened of us. When we try to look after endangered species, what do? Well, we abduct them, basically. We kidnap them. We take them back to our laboratories. We inject them with microchips so that we can track where they are, and then we study them. And then what we do is we try to help them. We take birds and we stuff them in paper bags so that we can weigh them, actually, and that must be terrifying for the bird.
Yes.
And I'm sure the bird goes and tells all the other little birds that these people, they're awful, they want to make slaves of us, they want to kill us. I don't know what they're doing to us, but it's terrible, and I don't like it. But the truth is, our intent in doing this is to protect them. And it seems to me that if an intelligent species of beings is watching us, to them we must look like we are extremely endangered as a species. Because look what we're doing to ourselves, look what we're doing to each other. We've got all these diseases popping up. We've got people bombing buildings and all kinds of things happening that are just terrible, and that may ultimately be the end of our race if we aren't careful. And I believe that even though we don't want to believe this, we don't like to be controlled or influenced because it makes us angry. It's something we don't like. But the truth is, maybe they are doing something for our own good, much like we do things for the good of endangered species. And, we also influence reproduction. I hear these stories of people who've been taken, and I've actually, I told you before when we spoke yesterday that I have had some experiences that I'm only willing to call dreams because, not because I'm frightened of it being real, I almost wish it were and hope that it is real, because it's certainly interesting, and I like to think that interesting things are real most of the time.
Rolling back for just a second, if this is going on, if some sort of beneficial action is taking place, then I wish they'd do a better job, because if you look at present trends and behavior, there hasn't been very much modification on the positive side just yet.
Well, right, and I believe it's a long process. And again, look at our own animal kingdom. It appears that we haven't made much progress with what we're doing with them either. So I wish we could develop some better methods as well, because our methods don't seem to work very well at times. And then there's the other problem of that certain humans are engaged in trying to save these species, while other humans are engaged in killing them mindlessly, just sort of for the fun of it.
Yeah.
And that's sort of disturbing, because it suggests that there are probably alien beings who would do the same thing to us, and I believe it does and has happened. And yet, the truth is, what do we do to people who we can catch anyway who are doing this to endangered species. Well, we punish them. And so we are incredibly motivated to protect the species, and therefore that includes helping to eliminate anything that causes a threat to the species, even if it's within our own species.
All right, let me bring somebody else on. A lot of people here. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Morgan Spence. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art.
Hello. Where are you? Where are you?
I'm Sarah from Syracuse, New York.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. I have a shadow person experience that took place on December 15th of last year, and the reason I know that is that it was in a dream state, and I keep a dream journal, so I remember it. And what happened was I dreamt that I was lying in bed awake in the dark, and suddenly I saw this entity hovering above me, this dark energy field, and it just suddenly swooped down on my chest and shoulder area, and it pinned me, and it got a hold of my throat so that I couldn't speak.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, and so I was just stuck. I was totally immobilized, but I realized for some reason that I could hum or chant.
Mm-hmm.
I could make sounds with my throat.
Mm-hmm.
So I hummed for some reason.
What did you hum?
I just went,
Okay.
And at that point, I didn't feel pressure on my throat because it got me by the throat. And that was the only sound that I could make.
You could have gone,
Yeah. And at that point, the dream stopped. And that was the end of it. But when it came down on me, I noticed that my spirit kind of went off to the side of my body because I think I was so freaked out I couldn't, bear to look it in the eye.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. First of all, it's interesting that when you woke up, the being wasn't already on you. It sort of, am I correct? You say that.
No, I never woke up. I went on to the next dream, I guess.
All right, so it was a dream. You believe it was a dream?
Yeah, I think it could have been some sort of, it was almost like an out-of-body experience, too.
Well, it's difficult to say what it might be, but I can say this. It's very interesting that you had the presence of mind to hum.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I almost got the sense that it wanted me to.
Well, and it almost also sounds like you instinctively knew that you were thinking rationally. You weren't so overcome with terror.
That's true.
And I believe that possibly the humming was a way for you to almost distract yourself from what was happening and sort of dissipate some of the fear.
Mm-hmm.
And that could have, assuming this was more than, quote, just a dream. I don't know really if there is such a thing as just
Well,
a
it's
dream.
kind of a vocal pinching yourself, right?
Exactly. Pinch me, I'm dreaming, or hum something, I'm afraid, I'm having a nightmare. So yes, that certainly would make sense. And I think that's interesting, and that is encouraging because it suggests that when we are focused and don't allow the fear to run away with us, so to speak, figuratively or literally, then it helps us to combat whatever it is that seeks to control us.
Okay, but there's at least an even chance that what happened to her was real.
I believe so. I believe, perception is something that is very unreliable. And so we may perceive that things are dreams. I have friends who say, well, why do you insist this was just a dream? Why don't you just go ahead and say you've been abducted? Well, first of all, I don't like to be judged, and most people will judge you if you say that. And secondly, to be honest, I honestly don't know that it wasn't a dream. I have no idea. It felt real. I could feel pain. I had changes occurring in my body that were evident the next day and so on, but I just don't know. I don't know if it was a dream or not. And yet, at some point, it becomes a question of does it really matter? The brain doesn't know the difference between a dream and reality. This is a fact. We really don't. That's why we respond the way we do when we're having a terrible nightmare or a great dream, so to speak, a wet dream. Mm-hmm. So who really knows? And does it matter whether it's just a dream or not? That doesn't mean that there isn't an entity that's communicating something to us or studying us.
Yeah, well, the kind of communication that went on there we can all do without. Anything else, ma'am?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Not exactly the warm and fuzzy story.
Exactly. And the question I would have is, could it be that the reason they were immobilizing, or this being was immobilizing her, was because they were afraid that she was going to try to fight them with something they were doing? For example, if we are trying to impregnate an animal artificially, and the animal is subdued and suddenly it wakes up, we're quite frightened of what they might do, especially let's say it's a lion or something. We're quite frightened of what it might do if it wakes up during the process. Not only could it destroy our work that we've tried to complete, but it could also hurt us. And so it could be happening the same way. They want to make sure that we're immobilized so that they can continue what they're doing.
Gotcha. Well, I had a college professor the other night saying what they're doing is sexual or reproductive in nature. And so that might have been the next step if she hadn't. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Good morning. We're talking about shadow people and time and the nature of time and all kinds of related stuff. But basically about shadow people. And by the way, she's got a brand new website up. They're writing a book called Shadow Beings, Reality Unveiled. I say they. Of course, that would be my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence, and Dr. C.A. Reed, her partner in, I don't want to say crime. It's not a crime to write a book. It's a good thing about shadow beings. They've got a website up, too, and we've got a link to it on my website. Check it out. It's a brand new website. We'll ask about it in a moment. For now, please stay right where you are. There's more to come. Back into the night we go with my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. And welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
Would like to stick in this final segment to the phones if we can. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hi, this is Chris in Sacramento.
Hello, Chris. You're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's better? Yep, much better.
Okay. I was just wanting to make a comment. I have never seen a shadow person in my life, and, well, I remember back when I was younger, almost playing some sort of imaginary game with myself, imagining another, like, world of people that nobody could see, but they could come out at night and, well, let's just say, do all the things that we do, but no one knows that they're doing them. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Well, he's not very far off, is he?
No, he's not. And there again, you have to consider the possibility that it could just be imagination, but then maybe not.
Remember the boogeyman?
Exactly.
I mean, when you were young, the boogeyman, right?
Right.
Well, maybe the boogeyman was real.
Exactly. And I also say that I'm not so sure that there is such a thing as imagination. Could it be that what we call the imagination is simply our brains receiving information or input from somewhere that we don't really understand, and so we call it imagination. Interestingly, all of the things that we've had in our films in the past, from Star Trek and so on, isn't it interesting how so many of them developed later on, and it seems to be that whoever's writing them is almost tuning into the future when they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Good morning, this is Dan in Eugene.
Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
Okay.
I've been into the Jose Arguelles and the Mayan factor and that sort of thing, and he puts out the concept of the morphogenic field, where there's a planet mind. And like the native Aboriginal Australians, they've been living in the dream time, and a close experience with a friend who actually had a dream that he was climbing on a limb, felt was going to fall off on a picnic table. He dreamed this. And he told me about the next day. He went to the picnic. He was up on a limb, and he went, oh, my gosh, I'm about to fall off. I remember this dream. So this close experience made me really believe the trust between us, made me believe the experience that he had, and then Jose Arguelles. So the planet mind, with all of our minds creating electromagnetic impulses, it seems like and with all the frequencies, if you kind of start weaving these things together, and you read a little Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time,
yes.
Nothing solid, we're like radios. We tune into sensory frequencies. Our eyes see a few hundred millicrons of many million millicrons of light.
Well, somebody just seems to have delivered a radio to us that tunes a higher frequency.
Right.
Exactly.
So it's the morphogenic field concept that you guys are into or studied much. The planet mind sort of concept.
Sure. Well, you know, on the website, it's interesting because, are you still there?
Oh, well, I'm here. He's not.
Right.
The website. You just put the website up, and it's entitled shadowbeings.com, huh?
Yes. But I was going to say on the website, in the book excerpt that's up, I talk about, not necessarily telepathy, but I talk about the transmission aspect, the receiver and the transmission activity of the brain. We don't often like to simplify ourselves scientifically because we like to believe we're much more than we are, and I believe that we are. You know, we're much more than the sum of our parts, as I believe everything is. And that's why I don't believe you can isolate things too much in a laboratory and approach any kind of reality in your results. So, but I talk about how, at its essence, the brain does nothing more really than receive information and send information. It's that simple. And yet there are so many complicated processes going on between the two in order for that to happen that, you know, it appears to be much more complex than it is. And let's look at computers. For all the things we do on computers, all the images we see, all of the activities that we do and the things we use them for, all they do is process zeros and ones in different configurations.
So far.
Right. And the truth is, you know, some scientists said they were surprised to find that when we mapped the human gene that it didn't seem to have that many more sequences than that of a worm.
Oh, that's quite right. They expected this great complexity that they appeared to be disappointed.
Exactly, but that's only because we dream and fantasize that we're much more complicated than we are. Exactly, because that's our experience of ourselves. I'm sure the worm would be surprised to know that we have more complex genes than they do, because they probably seem much more advanced to themselves than we do, assuming they have a consciousness. And, of course, we decided long ago that something needs to have some sort of brain in order to have consciousness. I don't know that that's true. Perhaps there are other aspects of beings and even plants that don't have brains, but clearly they do have central nervous systems. I mean, that's how how a Venus flytrap is able to.
Oh, I'm sure you've heard about the
Secret Life of Plants.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually have the book, and it's all true. I mean, it's just that we sort of get caught up in our delusions of what things are, and it's our experience that causes us to be misled by ourselves rather than the other way around.
So perhaps we think a little much of ourselves, eh?
I truly think so. I really do.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello. I just, I know somebody that basically says, like, you know, when I'm going to come over and visit them, what they'll do is that they say that they'll see like a dark shadow of me before I come to their house. And
right.
this is somebody I know. And then I had a personal experience where I encountered something was going on in our community that was having a big effect, and I had these like three-dimensional shadow people show up, and they would talk to me in dreams, and they even caused me to astral project and stuff. But what I found out from interacting with them is that they were thought forms. These shadow beings are actually thought forms or images that we as humans generate these images. And also these other beings are able to generate these images or shadow beings. And actually what they are astral projections of us and of these beings. And what I found out is that even though like I'm awake right now, I'm actually astral projecting, but I only become consciously aware of what my astral projecting is when I fall asleep and I all of a sudden have this feeling of astral projecting, when in reality I'm actually doing this all the time. It's just I'm not consciously aware, other than the thoughts I generate.
So then, if I'm hearing this correctly, you're suggesting these shadow beings are projections of living entities, i.e. ourselves.
Yeah, and that's where remote viewing. And there are times where I've astral projected, and I've run into things that I didn't really care to run into, or, you know, all of a sudden something's there, and you get attacked or something like that, and, you know, all of a sudden you go back to your body, and I'm thinking, you know, thank God humans, when they astral project, can't see what they're seeing, because it'd be really a nightmare, you know, if we send out thought forms, we could actually see what our thought forms are seeing, and And I think, this has a lot to do with like what schizophrenics are going through, that they're actually more in tune with their thought forms than what normal people are actually experiencing.
Doctor, that's an interesting concept.
Yes, actually, it is, and I cover that in the book as well, that we're going to release in ebook form on the 18th of this month, and then in August in paper form. But yes, he's correct that I believe that is one form of shadow person. I don't believe it explains all of the manifestations. Again, it's sort of like if you discovered a mirror for the first time, and you might say, oh, when you look into the mirror, you see yourself, and someone else might say, well, no, when you look into the mirror, you see a car. Well, it all depends on what's in front of that mirror. And so it could be, I do believe it's many different things. It's not as simple as any one thing. But I do believe that, and again, it talks about this more in the book, but I do believe that when we go to sleep, we're constantly, all the time, we're shedding hairs and skin cells. And I do believe that when we go to sleep frequently, it's possible that certain energy vibrations get old and sort of dissipate, and we shed possibly an energy shell, if you will. And this energy shell could be capable of traveling on its own and having sort of a mini consciousness until it sort of maybe dissipates into nothingness.
That's interesting, a mini consciousness until it dissipates.
Exactly. Right. So I do believe that a certain percentage of this phenomenon has to do with the fact that some of ourselves, we may have sort of been letting go of old parts of ourselves, and this may be a regular thing. And then
projections spinning off.
Right.
If you will.
Exactly. And then I also believe that thoughts are things, and when you are thinking about someone, you are sending energy in that direction. And thought being an incredibly light form of energy that we hadn't even been able to really define or see yet, then I think it follows that it could travel extremely fast, and it could travel in a way that we don't understand, and that possibly we are, in a sense, projecting ourselves there before we get there in order to get there.
Doctor, I get thousands of emails on this subject. How would you like a few?
Sure.
Okie dokie. What's your email address?
My email address is dimension1111@yahoo.com.
Dimension1111@yahoo.com?
Yes, dimension and then 4 1s and at yahoo.com.
4 1s?
Yes.
Oh, God. I'm never going to hear the end of this. That's a great email address. Dimension and 4 1s at yahoo.com.
Yes.
Go get her, folks. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Dr. Spence. My name's Don, and I'm in northern Indiana.
Yes, sir.
And I believe I have a proof for time travel.
Oh?
And I think the doctor could research it and actually prove the time travel is going on, and they are affecting the timeline. Are you aware of the fact that people that supposedly have photographic memories, as they age, their memory in every area but history stays photographic?
No.
No, I wasn't.
No, I was not aware of that. In every area but history.
Very interesting.
Oh, that's fascinating.
And that is a proof that someone is going back and changing history, because photographic memories have been proven.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But how are you able to demonstrate to us that what you just said is true, that their photographic memory remains intact throughout their life, save history?
You can prove that a young child, to a certain degree, has photographic memory. As you study the child over the pace of years, the gaps in the history, the conflict in the history recall start occurring.
That's interesting.
Well, one question that I would have is, photographic memory implies seeing something and having a memory of that, and not necessarily...
Well, it's more than just seeing. It's with the help of hypnosis, you can bring back the total sensations that you're experiencing.
Well, when you get into hypnosis, that's an area where I'm not quite sure if that's as reliable as we'd like to believe. But
well, you have to have someone that's trained and not to lead someone. Just
well, sure. But even when they're trained not to lead someone, that doesn't mean it doesn't occur.
Yeah,
so.
it does occur. And the other fact that I wanted to bring out, we're talking about the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you would take a look at the folklore and mythology, especially in the Irish folklore,
you'll find it.
You will find that they divide the world into the existence that you're living in, a place that they call the shade, which is in between where we're living and someplace else that people can enter into, travel, observe, what for, and then the astral plane is separate.
Sort of a religious person might refer to that center area as a kind of purgatory, huh?
No, it's not a purgatory. It's a.
No, I said a religious person might refer to it in that manner.
Well, they might, but it wasn't looked on that way. And a proof of that is if you have access to security tapes from the major malls around the world,
right?
You will literally see people disappear, and then 100, 200 feet down the mall, they'll reappear.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with the tape, nothing wrong with the equipment.
Well, you're blowing me away again. How do you know this to be true?
Well, I'm out of the military, and was in the security end before I was forced to retire.
Okay.
And
so you had occasion to watch a lot of those tapes.
The puzzles, yeah. And I don't know if you've ever spent 8 hours a night chasing a ghost on a lurk pad, but all your senses is telling you it's there and you can't find it.
No, I've never done that.
But I'm sure you've heard of Air Force personnel complaining about it.
Yes, I have, and your point is exceptionally well made. Thank you. Let's see if we can sneak one more in here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm calling from British Columbia, Canada.
Yes, Mark.
I just wanted to share a couple stories with you about my experiences with the shadow people. It was probably about a year ago, I guess. I was sleeping with my girlfriend, and I was at the end of my dream, and I saw this big glowing orange sphere like flying towards me, and I had the choice to like go towards it or wake myself up.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up, and beside my bed there was a dark shape standing there, and it kind of morphed its shape and started going down towards the floor, and it turned into a dog, and then it disappeared.
Turned into I'm sorry?
It was kind of shaped like a dog. It was like, I don't know, like a wolf or something, but it was hard to make out, like,
and then
it was some sort of canine.
Yep.
And then it disappeared. And then, I had an experience, I guess it was a few months ago. I was sleeping, and I was looking over a grassy field, and there were these dark shadow people walking around, and they were walking around in circles, and there was bushes around, and there was dogs kind of running around their feet, like smelling at the bushes and stuff.
Yes.
And they all, like, there was probably 7 or 8 of these shadow people, and they all turned and walked away from me at the same time, and the dogs kind of scurried like away from me for a second, and then they turned into spirits and started flying around me, and I heard this really loud screeching, piercing noise that woke me up from my sleep, and I was completely terrified. And I guess it was about a month ago. My girlfriend was watching a show on TV. She was at her parents' house, and she called me on the phone, and it was a show on sleep paralysis, and there was a woman on there that was talking about these dark entities, and they wear ankhs around their neck.
Mm-hmm.
And
sir, we're gonna have to leave the line. We're woefully short on time. I very much appreciate your call, and particularly your first story, Doctor. Your e-book. You're gonna have an e-book. You're writing a book. which is going to be called Shadow Beings, Reality Unveiled. It's going to be available on the net. When?
On June 18th.
June 18th.
Right.
Day after my birthday.
Oh.
Interesting. Wow. All right. And then it's going to be out paperback form, is that correct?
Yes, I believe August.
In August.
Yes, the end of August.
In the meantime, they have your new website to go to.
Yes.
Congratulations on the birth of your new website.
Thank you.
In the meantime, you've been absolutely fascinating to have on the program. Really fascinating, and we will have you back.
I hope very soon.
All right. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.
All right, look, we're out of time. I'm sorry about that, everybody. Boy, what an hour, huh? In fact, what a night. Tomorrow night, we'll be back with, I'm not sure what, open lines, and I'm open to suggestions. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.